The young man asked the girl in surprise about reincarnation. In response, she sighed and said that the cause of his death was extremely tragic. He was told that from now on, a machine would decide his fate. But despite this, he found nothing encouraging in this news. The hero asked the goddess how he died, since he couldn't remember. But she just shrugged her shoulders, saying that sometimes things like that happen. The girl said it was time to get down to business. The guy, without hesitation, supported her intention. A golden, extremely rare ball suddenly appeared on the field. It is during the breakdown of toxins that everything happens. This ability proved to be extremely powerful in the fight against poisons, effortlessly destroying any bacteria or viruses. However, the hero himself considered this skill terrifying. The goddess explained to him that in the world where he would be reborn, the atmosphere of a fairy tale reigns. There are levels of abilities, magic abounds, and real monsters live there. She asked him to live life to the fullest, enjoying every moment. The guy replied that it was too unexpected for him. The boy lay motionless and thought it was all just a dream. It had been 5 years now. His head was pounding. He was clearly unwell. Its special talent is to break down toxins, so no virus or bacteria stands a chance against it. For the first time, he dared to test this product for mold. He managed to destroy all the bacteria. However, after using this ability, he was struck by a piercing headache as a side effect. He decided that the ability was useless. The young man decided to never use it again. The main character suddenly remembered that he had completely forgotten about training with his father. He was told that he was much more skilled with the ball. The boy thanked him for the praise. His father, Logan, was a legendary commander and led the largest kingdom on the entire continent. The family into which he was born manages the territory near the capital's port, and this has a significant impact on it. He claimed that he was born into the Count's family only because of his exceptional ability. One day, a mysterious woman approached his father. She reported that all preparations for the training were complete. The man praised the boy, noting that he looked like a real knight. The father turned to his son and said that he would now help the other with the training, and asked him to continue repeating the exercises with the ball. Grint was the son of his father's second wife. They were only half-brothers, and Grint was a year younger than his brother. His younger brother was a real talent. Although he is the older brother, his only skill turned out to be useless, destroying poisons. His younger brother possesses a unique ability that only a select few in the history of the kingdom have been able to boast. This mysterious talent is called the Holy Knight. It's not that his father was a bad person. In fact, when compared to Grint, he seems more promising. But to be honest, it was a real disappointment for him. One evening, a conversation broke out. The armor was made of strong steel. Now, to break through such armor seemed completely unrealistic to him. Realizing this, the young man reasoned. If he managed to leave at least a sizable dent, his father would definitely pay attention to it. The boy didn't understand how the armor worked, stumbled, and hurt himself. The knight just sighed and reminded him that he had warned him that this task was beyond his strength. The young man was not going to give up just because of someone's abilities that surpassed his own. He decided to give his parents an unexpected surprise. Therefore, the main character has to make even more effort than anyone else. The man turned to the boy and announced that dinner was about to begin. He was struck by the mountain of books around him. The boy apologized, explaining that he had been engrossed in his studies and had completely lost track of time. The man praised the boy, noting that it was worthy of respect. He not only trains every day, but also studies diligently. All the butlers of the estate are convinced the boy will easily be able to become a scientist. Moreover, the path to the rank of general is now completely open for him. The main character thanked Dvoretsky, adding that his mother would soon regain her freedom. The boy was glad that his mother was nearby. He was offered to leave immediately, and he immediately agreed. He knocked on the door and was allowed to enter. The woman greeted him warmly. Because the boy remembered his past life, the girl seemed to him more like an older sister than a mother. She noted that he smelled of books and noticed how hard he studied every day. The woman called him a good boy, and these words embarrassed him to the core. He told me what he had heard. She had already finished the work. But even so, there was still a lot of work to do. She was putting the documents in their places and thinking about what to do next. The young man realized that her father had nothing to do with her work. To cope with so much paperwork, one needs to have a lot of stamina. That was exactly what was expected of a girl who worked for a large trading company. In addition, she was distinguished by her special beauty. The woman remembered that she had prepared something special for her husband. She noted that he had been expecting her for a long time, and she had just arrived. A status card flickered in his hands. He thanked her. She smiled back, saying she was glad to hear he liked it. But the guy admitted that he still didn't understand whether his situation was really bad or not. The woman remarked that she had heard, children that age usually only have 10 stamina points. He thought his situation wasn't so bad. He asked her what the gift of insight really meant. She explained that it was a skill that reduced fatigue and made it easier to bear the strain. The woman confidently stated that this was clear evidence. Her son is striving with all his might to become better, and no one but her knows this so well. She admitted that she had another errand from her grandmother. Then she suggested that they go for a walk together. It had been a long time since they had gone for a walk, hadn't it? He was surprised by the mysterious matter she had mentioned. The woman replied that she wanted them to buy the tea they usually drink from the merchant. He wondered if it was the servant's business. The boy could not understand why his mother would act that way. She imagined that her grandmother considered her a woman with refined taste. The boy became increasingly convinced that it was his own imperfections as the eldest son that had caused his mother's suffering, and that he was to blame for everything that had happened. She asked if he would mind keeping her company and called him a wonderful companion for the evening. He promised to accompany her. They were met by a merchant. The woman said she had come for tea and asked to show her several varieties. The boy noticed a magic stone. The merchant confirmed his guess and asked if the boy was really interested. The boy hesitantly replied that he was a little intrigued. Magic stones are usually hidden inside the bodies of monsters, where their magic crystallizes into gems. These stones are extremely valuable. They are used both in magical rituals and to create all kinds of jewelry. Precious stones often accumulate a huge amount of magic, which can be harmful to the body. However, this core is simple and cheap. It is used only for making tools. He is not in danger, even if he touches it with his bare hands. The guy sincerely thanked him for his attention. Then the woman asked if she could ask her a question. The man nodded in agreement. The hero felt a sweet aroma, similar to the smell of honey, emanating from the stone. He guessed it tasted sweet, like candy. The boy learned for the first time that magic stones could be licked. Even at 5 years old, he had never heard of such a thing in this world. He decided to try it secretly, making sure no one was around to watch. The woman asked what had happened. The man silently waved it away, assuring her that it was nothing. Then he asked if he could buy the stone. To this, the stranger asked, did he really like this find? He promised to give it to her as a token of gratitude for her trust. The woman chose 3 varieties of tea. She suggested that the guy go for a walk. The yellow magic stone lost its radiance and became colorless. Suddenly, the hero was overcome by an incomprehensible wave of strength. Night appeared on his path and asked if he dared to test the strength of the armor again. In response, he warned that the opponent could well twist his wrist. The boy was glad that this time he wasn't thrown back. However, the wooden sword in his hands broke. The knight froze in surprise as the main character cut through the iron armor with an ordinary wooden sword. The boy begged his mother not to be angry, but she just shook her head, saying she couldn't accept it. His mother did indeed have reason to be angry. In the future, Grint will become the head of this house. He will also announce Grint's engagement to the Marquise's daughter. However, he believes it is too early to do so now, when Grint is only 4 years old. The woman apologized for his father caring more about another boy than him. He assured her not to worry. He was fine. To be honest, he was barely noticeable offended. However, what worries him most is how sad and lonely his mother feels. To gain his father's recognition, he has to make even more efforts. The mystery of that day still haunts him. He has never understood what really happened. Those around him only assured that the armor simply wore out. Only when he licked the stone did the girls say that they had reached their destination. The estate was impressive in its splendor and grandeur. After all, this is the domain of the only archduke in the kingdom. The man turned to the woman and suggested that they go to the reception hall to greet Grint's bride and her family, and then wait for them in the lobby. She agreed, and beckoned the boy to follow her. The stepmother turned to him and said that the Marquis was tired of waiting for them. The main character's mother asked if her son had the right to attend the meeting, and wondered about the significance of this opportunity. They were told that there had been a mistake in the list. Each family was only allowed to bring 1 child, and the Reinhardt family was already present with Mr. Grint. The woman assured him that the boy was innocent and begged to be allowed in, but they told her that they couldn't do that. The young man suspected that Camilla was to blame for everything. She had deliberately acted so that he would not get in the way of her plans. This caused problems not only for them, but also for the butler. The hero was hardly interested in this meeting. The boy looked at the garden, remarking with admiration how beautiful it was. He dreamed of how wonderful it would be to walk through its green paths. The man thanked him for the offer and assured him that he would definitely convey it to the master. The woman asked if the boy was upset about what had happened. He remarked with admiration that the garden was simply incredible. The bright and beautiful flowers here were awash with colors, shining just like her. The guy admitted that he would be happier if they could admire these wonderful flowers together. She admitted that if they were home right now, she would hug him even tighter. At this, he smiled and assured her that he had hugged her more than enough. The butler reported that the Archduke had given permission to visit the garden. The boy thanked him. The man added that he had already ordered someone to accompany them. A girl approached them and greeted them, genuinely happy to meet them. She introduced herself, saying that her name was Klein. The girl turned out to be the granddaughter of Count August, the respected head of the August family. The guy also gave his name in response, and asked what the Archduke's grandson was doing in such a place. She apologized for a mistake she made at home in August. The client stated that she would be the one to accompany them today, and expressed her hope that this day would be remembered by them with pleasant impressions. The woman remarked that she thought her son was happy to hear that the lady had agreed to join their company. She happily reported this, and expressed her gratitude for the opportunity to talk to them. The young man was amazed to see how wonderfully the flowers shone, and exclaimed with admiration that it was extremely beautiful. From a distance, the garden seemed magical, but once inside, one could feel its true beauty. The girl replied that right now, at these hours, it was even more enchanting. The guests, whispering among themselves, began to predict. It was the second son who would soon lead the family. After all, the owner of the holy radiance was a true gift from above. This seemed all the more like a real salvation if we recall their eldest son, who was rude and ill-mannered. It seems that with an heir like the great General Logan, the kingdom will soon blossom and achieve true prosperity. The girl remarked that one should not trust rumors. Among all the nobility, he was the one who stood out for his true nobility. The young man admitted that this girl was striking in her beauty. Then he noted that the rose was extremely beautiful. The girl replied that they were red and blue roses, a special variety that could bloom at any time of the year. These flowers are known for their finicky nature. In order for them to bloom, it is necessary to achieve the perfect harmony of water, light, and soil. The thorns of the rose contain a deadly poison. It is said that just one drop of this dangerous substance can kill 1,000 people. This poison brings unbearable pain and a feeling of burning heat, which is why it is also called fiery blue roses. The guy noted that this name has a special meaning. The woman remarked that these flowers could be a wonderful decoration. The guy wondered if they were really used for interior decoration. The girl said that the poison of those flowers can crystallize, and, according to her, if you release this poison on a person, they themselves will turn into a work of art. They will be called star crystals. These stones are said to resemble a night sky covered with stars. Such crystals are considered the most beautiful decoration in the world. The girl explained that the medicine was extremely expensive. There were only 2 such bottles in their entire kingdom. Purifying the poison was an extremely complicated procedure, and also expensive. The woman added that the price was considerable, almost half of the annual tax on their possessions. The young man was surprised to hear such a large sum. The protagonist thought about his own ability, wishing that its use would not have any side effects. The guy asked the lady if she wanted to see the jewelry, to which she admitted it was her cherished dream. The boy assured him that he understood everything and carefully touched the flower. He felt as if he were tasting cool carbonated water. A wave of freshness was flowing inside. Using the breakdown of toxins, he was getting real pleasure. Surprisingly to himself, this time there was no painful response, as had happened before. The girl urgently asked him to get rid of this flower immediately. He is indeed as the goddess described. His skill is surprisingly effective against poisons. A star crystal was born from a flower. He apologized for scaring them. The guy just used his skill. But the girl pointed out, even if he has such a gift, it is not a reason to be so extravagant. She has never met a single person who could receive both a red and a blue rose. The guy handed the girl a flower and said with a smile that he had fulfilled her cherished dream. He wondered if she would be able to accept him for who he was. The young man thought it was banal. Caught up in the atmosphere, he said something painfully familiar. The girl asked if he would really give her this. The young man replied that he would be offended if she refused to accept the gift. She happily agreed to accept this offer. The boy asked the girl if she would mind if he took another photo, this time for her mother. He also asked his mother for permission to accept his love. Klein apologized profusely, explaining that she would have liked to talk a little more, but it was time to go. The woman reassured her, saying that there was no reason to worry. Thanks to Klein, the evening had been a success. The guy also thanked the girl. She pointed out that he didn't have to be formal at all. If he insisted, he might not talk to her at all. The young man noticed that his father was late, while everyone had already dispersed. The woman turned to the maid and asked if she knew where her husband had gone. She replied that the Count had warned her he had to attend a night reception, so he had to leave early. The boy, with pain in his voice, wondered if he was really so helpless in his father's eyes. The woman turned to the boy and asked if he liked his own father. He replied that he was grateful to him for his upbringing, but he could not forgive the way he treated her cruelly. The guy added that he could not say with certainty that he felt sympathy for him. The woman admitted with relief that she was glad to hear that. She said she could no longer bear to watch his suffering, so she resolutely took his hand and led him along. She promised that they would go to the most magical place on earth, to their native kingdom. The young man was confused by the surprise. The girl confidently assured him everything was true. When she took off the ring, the boy was speechless with surprise. She quietly said that she no longer needed the jewelry. The woman suggested returning to the port city. She remarked that it was a good thing they had returned to the estate before midnight. The boy asked why they weren't stopping. The girl asked him to wait a little longer. However, the boy was surprised to find that the city was still bustling, full of hustle and bustle and sounds. The residents froze in surprise. Something mysterious appeared before them. People, confused, turned to someone with a request to stop the strange event. It was a real ship, huge and impressive. The woman authoritatively ordered her son to move forward. The locals immediately recognized his mother and asked what kind of ship had sailed to their shore. A whole crowd of knights appeared on the square. Rumors spread among those present. Now everyone must take care of their own salvation. The boy stood up for his mother. She reassured him, saying everything was fine. The girl turned to him and asked him not to worry. She greeted me politely, introduced herself as Christina, and said she was pleased to meet me. He was struck by the fact that these people were not enemies. Looking at the girl, he could not help but note her enchanting beauty. The woman remarked that they had not seen each other for a long time. Christina replied with a smile that the feeling was mutual, and was sincerely happy to meet again. As soon as she received her message, she hurried to them without delay. Their mission is to bring Princess Olivia home. The boy was confused and surprised. The girl promised to reveal all the secrets as soon as they set sail. The woman invited them to come aboard the ship. The man noted that he understood. The 5-year-old child had corrected a mistake their family had made. He noticed that the eldest son of the family, Reinhard, had an extraordinary character. The girl willingly supported her grandfather's opinion, and then showed off the gift that the boy had given her. The Count wondered why everyone wanted to see the youngest son as the second heir. He sincerely did not want the promises already made to be broken. The old man asked the girl to keep it a secret. He said that if you set out on a 2-day journey by sea from there, you could probably come across an entire continent. She needed to know what kingdom lay in those lands. The people of Exiled are a majestic kingdom, surpassing them in science, technology, and military might. The man assured that Olivia is not just the heiress of a large trading company. She speaks on behalf of the state, and even more so, she is the daughter who personifies the state itself. She is the second princess of this state. The boy and girl looked at each other in surprise. She asked her son for forgiveness for hiding this from him. The boy asked in surprise why the princess of such a powerful state agreed to become the wife of the head of the Reinhardt family. The woman admitted that Chris scared her, but the girl calmly replied she was only doing what she had to do. The mother apologized and explained that she couldn't tell him about it yet. The boy replied that he understood everything. It was the first time he had seen his mother so cheerful. It's much nicer than seeing her sad expression every day. Chris approached Olivia and asked if she had received the star crystal from the Reinhardt family. The woman nodded, confirming that her own son had given her the jewel. The girl replied that she trusted her. That was why she treated him with such caution. Chris said that if you give a star crystal to a person of the opposite sex, it will mean a declaration of love. The guy understood why Klein reacted that way. He asked in confusion how he should be now. But in reality, he didn't mean anything bad. The woman just shrugged, admitting that she didn't understand what was going on, but added that the guy seemed very friendly to her. Olivia asked the girl when they would finally reach the capital. She replied that after arriving at the port, they would transfer to a water express, so they would be in the capital at around 11 in the morning. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he learned that trains existed in this country. The girl smiled and explained, "This transport is called a water train here. Its movement is provided by steam, which is created by heating water with the help of magic water stones. The young man finally understood. The train moves thanks to the steam it produces. Compared to the kingdom, Heim's level of development is at a completely different height. The girl enthusiastically remarked that he had a great understanding of how everything worked and called him a model student. The boy modestly replied that he had just read about it in a book. Olivia smiled and added that he really had a sharp mind. The protagonist realized that he had almost given away the secrets that had been kept within him after his rebirth. Chris suggested that they rest, as there was still some time left before arriving in the new country. There are many amazing things to find in this country. In addition to scientific achievements and technological innovations, there are many creatures that live here that are half-human. Ishtalika was a melting pot of cultures, with humans and other races living side by side. It was at this point that Chris announced that they had reached their destination. She said that the vice-captain of the Imperial Guard, Christina Wernstein, had returned. He thought the girl looked really cool. The woman remarked that although Christina was very formal, she was still a bit awkward. She warned the boy and Olivia to be careful and watch their steps carefully. It seemed to him that even if she pretended like nothing had happened, he still wouldn't be able to forget it. Olivia asked what the girl had told her father about her return. In response, she admitted that due to the extreme urgency of the news, she had not even had a chance to talk to him about it. However, everyone was told to treat Olivia as if nothing had happened. The girl explained that Marka was making sure that her father did not get distracted from work. She added that any noise could disturb the king. Olivia decided that she was angry with her. The boy asked who exactly she was talking about. The girl replied that she was talking about a maid who had looked after her since childhood. Although she seemed strict, she was actually very kind. Later, the girl promised to introduce them. Chris announced that the king was in the conference room. The man remarked that it would be inappropriate to interrupt them during their discussion. Chris then suggested that he greet the king later. Olivia entered the house and informed her father of her return. The boy met the gaze of the king of the country himself with surprise. The king's incomprehensible aura made the man anxious. He finally couldn't stand it anymore and asked what was going on here and why this woman had appeared if she had been married on another continent for a long time. After that, his gaze shifted to the boy. The guy suddenly panicked. Anxious notes appeared on his face and his hands trembled involuntarily. He said he was pleased to meet you and introduced himself. He said he had once belonged to the Reinhardt family. The king solemnly introduced himself and announced that he was his grandfather. The knight assured that both he and the king were looking forward to meeting him. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and in his excitement, he called himself Lloyd. This man was a distinguished marshal of the country, loyal and devoted to the point of being ready to give his life for his master. The boy politely remarked that he was glad to meet him. Meanwhile, the king confessed that he was troubled by one thought. He joked that his hearing didn't seem as sharp as it once was. The woman admitted that she had divorced her husband and had no desire to return to him. The king turned to the knight with an unexpected request, to strike him in the face. The knight confirmed that he had heard the order perfectly clearly. Silverd could not resist asking her. She wanted to know why everything had happened in this way. She admitted that she didn't think her son was happy in this place. The king announced that the meeting would have to be postponed. Everyone was strictly forbidden to discuss what had happened there. You turned to Chris and Astrid, signaling for his subordinates. Their presence was necessary. This had to be discussed. Leonardo claims that they are ordinary fruits, although they look more like poisonous berries. The prince decides to test them for poison and try to absorb it with the power of his magic. Olivia turned to her father and assured him that there was no reason to worry. She reminded him that no one would dare attack them. They were protected by a promise made by the first king. The princess admitted that it had never occurred to her that a hero could be rejected simply because of an ability he was born with. The woman asked if the older sister agreed with what she had said. She answered in the affirmative, but noted that he still didn't want to listen to her. The boy was convinced that the talking cat was the first princess. Olivia asked if she could tell her son everything now. He replied that she had the right to do so, since they had kept their promise. The Prime Minister has requested permission to do this. The main reason Olivia got married there was that Heim had sea crystal, which her country needed so much. The boy asked if this crystal was the remains of a mineral. He was told that it could be. It turned out that these crystals were formed from the bones of sea monsters. In their country, such crystals were used to create magical objects. The young man admitted that he had only seen something like this once or twice. He was explained that these were ordinary magical artifacts. In other countries, sea crystals have been abandoned. They prefer to make things from magical stones that can weaken the owner's powers. Instead, this country has managed to invent a unique way to use sea crystals to tame witchcraft power. Thanks to this, every resident has free access to magical items and services without paying a penny for it. However, all the crystals in the country had long been mined, and finding new ones was becoming increasingly difficult. So, with no other choice, they were forced to turn to other countries for help. The boy realized that his mother had married for the welfare of the people. She explained to him that it was her duty to the country. The man replied that in return for the stone, they would guarantee protection, and Mr. Ain would become the Earl of the Heim Kingdom in the future. The king declared that he considered this the best way out. He wanted to protect his daughter and grandson from the wrath of the sea dragon. Then the knight turned to him and remarked that perhaps it was time to go in search of a new magic crystal. But the woman objected. There was no need for this, for she assured that she had already learned about potential suppliers. Even if she acts at her own discretion, this does not mean that she ignores her duties as a princess. Olivia worked with the magic and adventurer guilds to find suppliers, and eventually her efforts were crowned with success. She found the right merchant. Confidently handing the necessary documents to the king, Olivia noted that now he could personally verify everything she had told him. The text referred to a country located north of Heimhav, but by now they should have checked everything out. Sea crystals, previously hidden at great depths, suddenly began to appear in shallow water. The man said that a girl, very similar to someone he knew, was conducting secret searches under the protection of an organization of magicians. Her achievements were simply amazing. The boy was convinced that only he knew how much effort and sleepless hours his mother had devoted to this matter. She perfectly coped with the role of the cat's wife. The inhabitants of the town sincerely respected her and even called her a saint. But as soon as Grint was born, everyone suddenly seemed to forget about her. Despite this, she continued to greet everyone with the same friendly smile. Despite her busy schedule, she always found plenty of time for him. He couldn't even thank her. The king was amazed to learn that she had managed everything on her own, and asked her for forgiveness. The woman admitted that her son is the most precious thing in her life. No matter how difficult the circumstances, she is ready to do anything for him. She admitted that she was very happy to have it. Chris noticed that Olivia had not only become prettier, but had also become much stronger. The king suggested taking a break to properly reward her for all her efforts. The man turned to his interlocutor, who assured him that he had already received the consent of the queen herself. He, along with Warren and Mr. Lloyd, officially confirmed the legality of the decree. The man turned to the king. Sylvia announced that from now on the main character would be recognized as a member of the royal family. He was born into a family that ruled a kingdom much smaller than this. No matter how much effort he put into training, no one recognized him. In fact, he was even denied the right to be the heir. The king appointed him heir to the throne. The townspeople began to spread rumors that Princess Olivia had returned home. They said that her son had returned with her. They wondered what kind of person the main character was. The boy engaged in a duel with a knight, who noted his remarkable skill with a sword. He noted that the main character put a lot of effort into his training. The guy thanked him, but admitted that he still doesn't consider himself worthy. Even now, his younger brother, who has only recently started training, easily beats him. He made every effort to gain the recognition of his father and his entourage, but in the end he despaired and fled to another country. The young man wondered bitterly, would there be anyone who would be able to accept such a worthless heir to the throne as he? The main character sought to master a more perfect skill. They turned to him, noticing that his clothes were torn. Knight asked him to remain still. He noted that his ability was called sewing, and asked if this skill was considered completely unacceptable for a warrior. The knight admitted that it was quite embarrassing to possess such an ability. However, thanks to hard work, he managed to reach the heights of martial arts. He emphasized that no matter how powerful the innate ability was, without constant effort, it would lead to nothing. If he puts in enough effort, he can transform into anyone. If the main character continues to work hard on himself, he will soon realize that none of his efforts were in vain. Kadima appeared before Habani, Lada Habe Tapi. She reported that she had come across a boy and asked the knight to lend him to her. The main character asked why she needed him. She replied that Olivia asked her to find out. Chris noted that they quickly found a common language. The young man replied that the princess was easy to get along with. Couldn't he also ask her to show him her characteristics? She was surprised. With such a high status, he still had not become the heir to the family. The hero himself was amazed by his promotion. In addition, he had acquired a unique ability to absorb. Kadima stated that this proved beyond a doubt that he was Olivia's son. This ability was a racial trait of dryads. The boy looked confused and surprised. The girl asked if he knew anything about it. She suggested that he should also try to turn into a plant, as Olivia had done. This news was heard for the hero for the first time. The royal family tree is a mixture of many different races, so it is not uncommon for children to have traits from distant ancestors. Until a baby is born, no one can predict which race they will belong to. She asked if his level had increased recently. The boy replied that he had been training diligently, but such a sharp jump did not explain it. The girl nodded, saying that everything was clear. She shared her guess. The boy had obviously absorbed energy from the magic stones. He asked her why she thought so. The princess replied that monsters could increase their power by absorbing each other's magic stones, but humans were not able to do so because it was harmful to them. However, if they could learn to decompose poisons, it was possible that humans would also have a chance to use this power. She asked him what he thought about it. He replied that he had first noticed the magic stones when he was a little boy, going shopping with his mother. They looked so appetizing that he even accidentally licked one of them. It was just a small pebble. The guy didn't believe it could have any effect on him. Since then, no more stones have come his way. Chris shared the feeling that Mr. Ain was absorbing the energy of the magic stone hidden inside her. He assured her that this was simply impossible. To this, the girl replied that she was actually an elf, and every demi-human must have a magic stone. Only now did the boy realize that he too must have such a stone. She admitted that she felt it on the way to the capital. Later, the girl realized how exhausted she was, and almost lost consciousness. The young man admitted that at that time it seemed to him as if she was about to faint because of her clumsiness. He asked what had happened to her magic stone and if she had been seriously injured. He was assured that she was fine, just needed some rest. Now it was time to test her guesses. She took out several boxes of magical stones. The first contained simple, inexpensive gems, while the second contained rare, precious stones. The young man decided to start with the simplest tasks. The princess noticed that he coped with them surprisingly quickly. The stones faded, losing their color. He was handed another stone and the boy wondered what it tasted like. Everyone started asking at the same time if he was okay. He replied that it tasted like walnut, which he didn't like at all. They explained to him that this guy couldn't just absorb energy from a magic stone. The girl assured him that she would tell him everything in detail right away. It is worth realizing 2 points. The more valuable the stone, the higher its position will rise. However, each type of me can only absorb a certain amount of energy for its development. It turned out that everything was not as simple as he thought. The girl noticed that he had already absorbed enough energy. The boy replied with delight that he had gained a new skill, to which she explained. This was possible thanks to him absorbing the power from the crystal of a high-level monster. Chris came closer and asked if he was feeling well. He replied that he was fine. But when he first used the ability to decompose poison, he had a severe headache. The guy was surprised that now everything was gone, and he felt fine. The girl explained that this was due to his unique talent for learning. Thanks to this gift, his body became stronger and his immunity stronger. At that moment, his mother entered the room. She confessed that she had not seen him for a long time. The princess assured her that there had been no difficulty. The woman called her son to join her. Together they approached the king, and she sincerely apologized for keeping him waiting. The man took the main character to the royal treasury and showed him all its wealth. The young man curiously asked why they had come here. Grandpa replied that Olivia had asked him to give her a valuable gift for his outstanding services. It was the country's national shrine, a magic stone. More than 500 years ago, a demon king appeared on the continent, and Delan became one of his servants. With the help of this ball, he could divide heaven and earth. In black armor, the invincible warrior Delan wrote his name in the annals of history. The woman told them that their ancestor, a mighty king, had defeated all the monsters and founded his own kingdom. The whole world revered him as a true hero. The main character felt his heart clench with excitement. It didn't matter if it sounded like a fairy tale. The king turned to the girl and asked if she would change her mind. She replied with a slight smile. Perhaps this thing is called the property of the whole country, but for them and their family it is, first of all, a family heirloom. The king stopped her with a gesture, warning her not to come any closer. The strong magical energy could harm her. The poison spread around the main character. The king was amazed to realize the power of the young man. Meanwhile, the boy realized that this stone was special, because he felt incredible power in it. He just touched it with his hand, and before he could even absorb it, he felt energy immediately fill him. The king was amazed at such strength. He remarked that if the boy couldn't handle it, he should stop. The hero was surprised to realize that his body was full of strength. The girl looked up to the sky, dreaming of the moment when she would be able to see Ain again. The girls remarked that if he had disappeared immediately after giving the gift, it would have looked dishonest on his part. The maid came over and said that the master had asked her to review the work that had been done. The girl said that all the documents were on the bedside table, and she could take them to him right away. Klein replied that she had been working full-time for the past 2 days and had managed to complete everything on time. She joked that I should tell her father to give her a more difficult assignment next time. The maid promised to pass on this request. However, this was not enough for her. She had to become even better. The next time she meets the main character, her strength and support should become a real support for him in difficult moments. The girl received the letter. Throwing herself on the bed, she wearily asked what awaited her this time. The maid advised her to prepare a reply for him. Klein asked why she was only talking about it now, since it was much more important than any other matter. She immediately began looking for a sheet of paper. The girl objected. Ordinary paper would not do. She needed the best, truly high-quality paper. She could not decide what to write to him. The maid only laughed at her hesitation, and laziness whispered not to take the matter up. The girl confessed that it was the first time she had seen her in such a confused state, and suggested that she first meet with the owner. The client assured her that he would do it. She was told not to rush. The boss wouldn't disappear anywhere. If only the main character knew how much she wanted to tell him. She was so curious. What did he really do? The king declared complete success. He wished to know the state of the boy who had risen to heaven after absorbing the power of the stone. The mother replied with a smile that he had become even more outstanding. The king warned the hero, "Don't let the numbers make your head spin. Remember this and train hard so that your body can fully learn to withstand this force." The man wondered if everything was going exactly as Olivia had planned. The person closest to the protagonist certainly knew about his abilities and asked why the girl was hiding it. He suspected that she had planned everything from the very beginning. The girl admitted that at first she was guided only by duty to the royal family. However, after the death of their most loyal ally, the former head of the family, she herself began to worry about the future. The girl never dared to get close to Logan. Later, she gave birth to a son, although their relationship remained like a dry advertisement. The woman admitted that he was right. She confessed that it had all been her plan from the beginning, and asked his forgiveness. The king replied that he had something to discuss with his mother, so he asked the boy to go ahead. The boy nodded in agreement. The princess admitted that she had been thinking about this since she first read about the senior branch of their royal family. Perhaps the decision to send Olivia to the boar was a mistake on the part of their country. That was the end of her thoughts, but the hero could not resist and asked what this rooting was. They explained to him that this was the usual way of conceiving children, and they pointed out to her that it could have been phrased a little differently. Unlike ordinary cases, the Ladari connection, which arises at the stage of birth, has a much deeper meaning. Only once in a lifetime is Uriah able to choose a single companion with whom he will share his life energy. Such an indissoluble union is called rooting. The young man asked if this was true, and the girl followed up by remarking, "Is it necessary to ask any other man?" Then the young man clarified, "If the mother has already decided, then why ask him too?" It is here in the conversation that one of the characteristics of the dryads first appears. Simply put, the boy named Sun is Olivia's only child. He has no father. He was born from her branch. When the moment came, she hesitated, but as a member of the royal dynasty, she was obliged to leave behind an heir. The man is sure. It was not easy for Olivia to decide on such a step. Besides, dryads have the ability to heptosis, so it was not difficult for her to deceive her husband. Most likely he did not even suspect anything. Everything fell on Olivia so unexpectedly that she is left with hope. He will be able to forgive her for this deception later. The young man admitted that he was even glad that his mother did not linger near his father. The main thing is that she was not in danger, and the opinions of those around him did not worry him at all. Although this path is not very popular, she is sure that Olivia has put a lot of effort into it, and the Reinhardt family has not kept its promise that he will be the next head of the family. They didn't believe that anyone would decide to trade Olivia. The guy was relieved to hear these words. Now he wanted to have a bite to eat. They noticed that his nerves were stronger than they seemed at first glance. He was advised not to enter the guest room because among the decorations there was another national relic kept, the magic stone of the Demon King, the same Demon King who was once defeated by a dragon. The girl said that there is an assumption. When a demon gets hungry, he involuntarily absorbs the energy of stones that are nearby. So he is strictly forbidden to even approach such places. When it came to the first king, his mother would say that her son's strength was legendary. Everyone called him a hero. But in response, she was often told that in this country he was valued not only for his strength, but also for his generous heart. He was truly an outstanding man. This means that the fame of a hero equal in power to the king himself will spread far beyond his own state. Even in kingdoms like Haim, he will be talked about. His name will resound throughout the world. The young man has long thought about how many times his mother gave everything for him. But despite all her sacrifices, he still hasn't been able to repay her with even a fraction of those efforts. He wants to prove to everyone, and his former family too, that he is worth more. But the boy understands well that the road ahead will not be easy. He aspires to become as great a king as the first ruler. The man approached him and offered his help, promising to do everything in his power. He said that Chris and Lloyd would be better at teaching fencing, but he was ready to leave everything else to the boy. In response, the boy asked him to take care of him. The girl explained that from now on she must test his abilities and investigate their nature. She asked him to demonstrate the power he had gained. A few days passed, and summer came. He had been in a foreign land for 8 months. A man approached him and told him that today during training he would have to fight forest monsters. These creatures, unlike the castle soldiers, would try to kill him, so he had to be extremely careful. A forest rat stood before him. She tried to tell him how to overcome it, but the boy refused her help, assuring him that he would figure it out himself. This was his first fight. Razor-sharp claws and sharp fangs, something Best never encountered in person. He knocked down the rat with one movement and confidently declared that it was a trifle for him. After that, he defeated a whole horde of rats. The knight laughed, declaring that there was not a single monster left nearby. The girl noticed that the hero was able to confront several soldiers from the castle at the same time. At the same time, they praised him for his excellent results, but reminded him not to lose his vigilance and always remain collected. This was the power of the dollar hand, a ghostly, invisible palm. This is the art of the Black Knight, which he has mastered in these 8 months. Thanks to the power of magic, he can sacrifice length and strength. Thanks to this, YouTube receives the power of spheres from stones, even if the creature is still alive. He called it the Black Link of Doom. However, it tasted worse than anything he had ever tasted. Licking the stones themselves was much more pleasant. The man noted with admiration that he was impatiently waiting for his own future growth. And the girl confessed, she already feels fear before the main character, armed with this chain. They noticed a famous magic stone shop. That's where they bought all the jewelry for the castle. The man suggested they take a look inside. He asked the girl to watch over him, as he was too easy to spot among the others. He advised the boy to refrain from licking the stones, warning him against this bizarre trick. A friendly salesperson met them at the entrance and invited them into the store. The young man said that he wanted to visit a magic stone shop, not some strange shop for lovers of exotic things. The girl laughed in response. Although the owner really makes a bizarre impression, his shop is well known throughout the district. There is nothing to worry about here. The owner of the establishment is extremely friendly and good-natured. He greeted them, smiled, and immediately realized what he had already guessed. They had come to make fun of him. The girl apologized, saying they had simply not seen each other for a long time. The man asked if she was looking after a guy. She confirmed this and suggested that they leave the conversation. The man remarked that in that case they had come for magic stones. The boy replied that in fact they had come here only to admire the magical gems. The seller, smiling, said, "No matter how amazing your hobby from your student years was, I am sure that you will easily be able to find a common language and become friends." He advised him not to be shy and to examine all the stones carefully. However, he warned him that it was better not to touch the magical gems and sea crystals, as they could harm him. Thanks to his training in poison absorption, he can barely detect scents, even among the many magical stones. Previously, even the cheapest of them had given off such a seductive aroma that it made his head spin. The boy noticed a strange stone, the same magical relic known as the magic stone of the White Waver. A man approached the boy, offering the meat of the monster, which is usually valued as a delicacy of beef. He asked if the young man was interested in such a trophy. The boy nodded in response, although he did not admit that he only dreamed of eating delicious meat. The man noted that since they were already acquainted with Chris, he was ready to give the magic stone for 30,000. The main character admitted that his grandfather had recently given him some money. The girl advised him to spend it on something truly useful. At the same time, she asked him to keep it a secret that he was the heir to the throne, and also not to reveal his magic, which allows him to absorb magic stones. The boy started collecting colorful stones that he liked so much. The man promised to pack everything carefully and asked him to wait a bit. The main character came across a stone, which in these parts is called the Cursed Gem. It is said that this artifact haunts its owners in their dreams, and the display case was created specifically to forever lock away its dark power. The boy could indeed feel a strange energy emanating from it, but it did not seem sinister to him. He wondered if the princess would be able to learn more about this magical stone. The guy asked if he could buy this magic stone from him along with the display case. The girl pleaded with him to stop. All was not lost. There was still time to give up before disaster struck. One man remarked that he didn't seem to have tamed the thing anywhere near. He added with a smile that he intended to sell it, along with the display case, for 300,000. If anything happened, they would simply turn everything back. The girl reasoned that she could no longer change anything. She was sure that the king would not object, because it was the merchant who had put the seal. The man promised to give it to them right away. The boy said that in the meantime he would examine the other magic stones. The seller added that at first he thought I was the new heir to the throne. A brave prince. Chris replied that she didn't understand what was going on. In response, he told her that if she was going to pretend to be innocent, she could have tried harder. The man added that she had framed herself. The girl asked him to keep it a secret. The guy assured her that he wouldn't tell anyone, but she wasn't very good at keeping secrets herself. The guy asked why her eyes were so red. She replied with a calm smile that it was just a grain of sand. They knocked quietly on the boy's door and politely asked permission to come in. He agreed. A woman approached him and said she had come to help him change clothes. The young man admitted that he had no idea how to tell her about this, but emphasized that he was quite capable of changing clothes himself. The girl replied that she was Olivia's personal maid, and therefore also took care of the landlady's son. The guy asked if she had any other important responsibilities. She assured him that there was nothing to worry about. He promised to listen to her words. The maid made an unexpected statement. She had something to tell him. They handed him a letter, which made no mention of the sender. This letter came from a noble nobleman from Cham, but it was delivered through a third kingdom. After the events that happened to him in Olivia, the kingdom decided to completely sever relations with Cham. That is why the message had to be delivered by a roundabout route, through another country. She didn't consider the letter to be anything significant, since it came from Hail Havrach. So, if he didn't even know who could have sent it, she should throw it away as soon as possible. And he decided that it was unlikely that anyone would go to such trouble just to humiliate him. The girl wrote to him that she had experienced such an exciting day that evening, that even the most luxurious and expensive jewelry lost its shine next to him. The guy was convinced that besides his mother, he had only given a flower to one person, and it was impossible to make a mistake in that. She apologized that she couldn't leave her real name here. The guy understood. This meant that Klein was going to his country. The woman asked if he would answer her. The guy confirmed that he would. After all, she had treated him well. However, he added that it would probably be difficult for her to get from her country to his. She suggested that it was quite possible, especially if the girl had a good relationship with Olivia. The young man noted that he was glad to hear that. The days passed unnoticed, and autumn came. The wind grew cooler with each passing day. The knight was inspired by the support of friends and family. This time he confidently declared he would be the main contender for victory. However, the man put a sword to his own throat and admitted defeat. The boy was beaming with happiness after the victory. His mother encouraged her son, noting that he had given his all, although he had not been without scratches. But on the battlefield he looked truly heroic. The main character thanked the knight and Chris for teaching him fencing. The girl admitted with a smile that she had been watching him for a year and a half and was sincerely happy about it. The knight emphasized that it was their duty to protect the prince, so they had no right to be weaker than him. Before the sun set, he ordered them to gather and make another circle along the city walls. The boy objected, saying that he had only won thanks to his ability to absorb magic stones, so there was no point in demanding the same harsh treatment from others. He replied that one of the hero's abilities was his talent for learning, a power that allows him to become more powerful the more diligently he trains. It was this ability that helped him cope with the previous threat of poison. It turns out that he achieved true strength through his own perseverance, and not through magical skills. Based on this, he is constantly on the alert. So he announced that he would start as soon as the main character was ready. This surprised the guy quite a bit, and the man, without wasting time, challenged him. "Then fight me!" Local residents had already begun to suspect that an earthquake had occurred. Knight noticed that the boy had managed to recover from the attack. Step by step, he confidently closed the distance that separated him from one of the kings. The girl handed the boy some water. He thanked her and advised him not to get too close to him for now. The boy was exhausted to the point of exhaustion, so it was possible that he would involuntarily absorb part of Chris's magic stone again. The knight suggested finishing the training for today. Returning to Olivia, he remarked that he was sure that the hero would definitely be able to handle such a level of strength. Olivia hurried to agree with him. The woman noted that the main character would be 7 this winter, so it was time for him to begin his studies. He wondered what exactly she meant. Olivia explained that he would be entering the academy. The boy had only imagined himself as the heir to the throne, studying at the academy, when his heart immediately pounded with excitement. Chris approached him and suggested they go for a walk if he was free right now. The entrance exam was scheduled for tomorrow. She asked him what major he intended to choose. The boy replied that he was leaning towards fencing. The girl noted that this was not the best decision, but she was sure that a true hero would definitely win. The boy only sighed in response. I would like to believe it. However, one thought did not leave the boy. He was eager to know, would Chris be able to defeat his father Logus in a night duel? However, as soon as he asked this question, he immediately apologized, realizing that he had no right to ask such a question. The girl assured him that she understood him and asked to be given the opportunity to show him something. She said that she would now throw the sword to the ground and asked him to watch her, without taking his eyes off her, until the blade touched the ground. The girl disappeared from sight. With a light touch to the hero's shoulder, she whispered that she was still nearby. Chris noticed that she had moved at the very moment the ball touched the ground. She was sure that it was unlikely that anyone would be able to track her movements. Therefore, she decided, the man understands perfectly well how telling this is. The boy realized that he had done the right thing by deciding to become stronger than any king. However, now he realized that to achieve this, he would have to surpass Chris and Lloyd. The girl promised to do her best, and the boy sincerely thanked her for her support. The girl's ribbon suddenly came untied, and she quietly apologized. They were walking down a busy street, where the crowd was literally roaring. She explained that this was Academic Street. It was always crowded and noisy. However, among the passers-by were not only students. Security guards and a few scientists were often seen. The boy assumed that this projectile would fly even further. The girl encouraged him, urging him to give it his all. He saw a guy who had just jumped over a wall. He was told, if you don't want to fight, go home. The examiner was rude, abruptly asking who was next. During the entrance exam, it was forbidden to reveal names. This procedure was introduced to ensure complete impartiality of the assessment. During the exam, of course, you are allowed to use a sword. However, no one forbids you from using martial arts as well. You can also use your skills as long as they are not ranged attacks. However, due to the special nature of his ability, he is in no hurry to use it. The examiner called the boy over, inviting him to come closer and try to overcome him. The guy reasoned he should act faster. It was important that the enemy did not guess his next blow. Use his speed, suddenly find himself behind the enemy, and deliver an unexpected blow. The examiner noted that he was too arrogant, and that he lacked even a shred of the necessary skill. This man surpassed the knights in strength. The boy replied that this did not mean that he had no chance of winning. Moreover, it was only an exam, and he did not have to win. However, the man smiled contemptuously and said, with such a technique, he was quite sure that this boy's teacher was worthless. He asked if it was time to end the test. However, the boy said he wanted to continue the test. He was reminded that as an examiner, he had no right to even think about leniency. The man mockingly declared that a worthless man like him, who didn't even know how to use his abilities, could only have grown up in a family of such losers. After that, he boldly called him closer, promising to teach him a few important lessons himself. The boy asked if he could use this skill if it wasn't magical or remote. The man nodded in the affirmative. Then the boy decided that he couldn't just leave it like that. The examiner was not ashamed to insult not only all his fencing instructors, but also his own mother. The man insisted on an explanation from the boy, but the boy only replied in confusion that he didn't remember any such rule. He admitted that he had no idea what this ability was, but if an extra pair of hands would give him strength, then so be it. Without wasting time, the man resolutely launched into the attack. The researcher confidently dealt with the phantom hand. The boy charged again. The man noticed his fatigue after the swift attack and clenched his hands tightly, answering the challenge. He asked if he should take matters into his own hands in this situation. The examiner watched the child with curiosity, not understanding what was wrong with him. He had never met such an unusual person before. It was all his first time. The guy smiled and admitted that he was glad to hear that and suggested moving on. However, the man remained adamant. There was no point in continuing. He admitted that he had never before remembered an exam area being so thoroughly trashed during an exam. "We'll have to find another place for our next classes." The man began to apologize, admitting that he had been unable to control his anger. He understood that no matter how it looked now, he had indeed made big mistakes. His own words had angered him so much that his desire to win at any cost became uncontrollable. The man replied that he understood perfectly well. His words irritated him, so he simply kept quiet and moved on. The certificate attests to the successful completion of the exam. The young man admitted that he had behaved condescendingly towards him. The examiner responded by suggesting that they keep it between themselves. The girl greeted him, and he, as if in passing, asked if she was angry. She angrily admitted that the boy had used his skill again, even though he had promised not to do so. She could feel his aura even from a distance. The boy apologized guiltily. Although the boy knew it was just a test, he couldn't stand it when someone spoke disparagingly of his service among the knights. The girl reproached him that he had no right to reveal his special ability. This power should not be demonstrated to everyone he met. He admitted that he had seriously injured the examiner. The girl reassured him. There was an experienced healer working at the academy, so he was always prepared for such cases. In addition, the examiners were former seasoned adventurers who were distinguished by their extraordinary endurance. Such a large-scale incident would certainly reach the king himself, so he was advised to remain vigilant. The man suggested that they stop at this place. The boy quietly apologized. The girl remarked that he shouldn't be so strict. He noted that it had not been reported before, but the boy was now 7 years old. It was time to accustom him to his new role and teach him to behave like a true heir to the throne. So the plan was to send the boy to gain experience in one of the port cities. This will be his first task as heir to the throne. He was surprised to note that the ships were so huge. The girl smiled and explained that this was the basis of national security. This port city is one of the 3 largest in the country. Every morning the market is filled with fishermen returning from their sea voyages, and a little further on lies the bustling seaport. The equipment is installed there. The town square is bustling. Since his mother has made a deal to supply magic stones, he goes to see which ones have been brought this time. The man asked permission to first demonstrate the magic stones, which were not yet processed. The guy considered it a real miracle and still didn't understand how the girl could do such a thing. The magic stone resembled an ordinary lump of salt. The man announced that the community's business was complete for today. The boy remarked with admiration that everything had been extremely interesting and thanked him. They told him that if they had some time before they left for home, he would like to pick out a souvenir for his mother. At the time, she was upset that she could not go with them because of his many social commitments. After reading his letter, she let him go without hesitation. It was decided that the guy had an important meeting today. The man suggested they rest before heading into town and even promised to help rent a room. However, the boy refused. He would much rather sit on the pier and watch the waves of the sea. The girl insisted that she could not agree, even if the port seemed safe. The threat still remained. Grandfather asked her to calm down. She was offered to wear an amulet made of earth-hardened stone. This jewel was mined from the dragon itself and gives its owner reliable protection. It was warm and sunny outside. If the boy hadn't been a prince, he would never have come to this place. He figured the prince hadn't been announced yet, so perhaps this was his last chance. Carefully positioning himself between the wooden crates, he hid in wait. The girl wondered what he would say when he woke up. The guy happily said he was glad to see Klein. At first, she was surprised to learn that he belonged to the royal family. The guy in response admitted that he himself had not expected this. The girl said that she had heard about his departure to another continent and was convinced that there would be no more meetings between them. He asked if she had come alone. Klein replied that she had arrived with her grandfather and a few servants. She pointed to the Archduke, emphasizing that he was a worthy man. The girl added that his grandfather had grown so old that he had handed over all affairs to his father. Since the great count was going to a country with which diplomatic relations had been severed, it was necessary. He asked for forgiveness. Klein assured him that there was nothing to apologize for. Chris finally felt free. Now the king took over all the work. The young man said that he wanted to introduce Chris to the girl. She assured him that she would forgive him just this once. They were leaving for the city, and suddenly she asked if the girl would like to join them. Klein approached the heir to the throne and asked to be allowed to join him. The prince replied that it was a great honor for him. The girl sincerely thanked her mother for the warm welcome. The woman replied that she had long since gotten used to the role of second princess. The client approached Olivia, expressing a desire to speak with her. She assured him that it was just them, and there was no room for secrets between them. The girl had gone to the village for this very reason, but Olivia's question made her think. Klein admitted that she had not yet thought about what the future held for her. The woman asked if she wanted to stay in their country for the rest of her days. The girl replied that she was ready for such a step because she had already left August's estate. Olivia enthusiastically responded that it was simply wonderful. The girl will go to school next spring. However, she and the main character will study at different schools. The woman promised that she would prepare a place for Klein where he would shine like a precious stone. She would become the best, a true jewel that everyone would admire. People would only be amazed, unable to find words for their admiration. To improve her skills, she asked to be allowed to help with this matter. The girl happily agreed to fulfill the request. The maid warned the main character not to overexert himself. Today's lesson is over. The girl approached so quietly that the main character didn't even notice her appearance. It surprised him quite a bit. She explained that she had just finished her work. In response, he said that he would be happy to talk to her if he had the opportunity. The boy was already thinking about throwing a party to celebrate his mother's soon return. The girl shared the news. The king had invited them and their grandfather to visit. The boy asked the girl if she was going to bed, but the girl replied that she wanted to take a bath first. The client suggested they go together. The guy was confused and hurried to refuse. The girl explained that she had to leave for a short while, which was why she was late. The young man smiled and assured her that everything was fine and that she looked simply incredible in that dress. The party was wonderful, and the girl never stopped admiring everything around her from the moment she arrived in this country. The stand with the magic stone looked impressive. It organically fit into their everyday life. Klein admitted that he was worried, because there was nothing like this in her native country. He reassured her, if she didn't touch him, everything would pass peacefully. Since he had not yet been officially awarded the title of prince, this was his first such solemn reception. He promised to announce it in the spring before they went to school. The girl advised me to think it over carefully, and the boy confessed that he admired the king. The men talked among themselves, wondering why people from the opposite side had come to the festival. The girl distracted the boy, cheerfully saying that she wanted to continue enjoying the holiday. She assured him that they prepared incredibly delicious dishes there and promised to bring them especially for him. A man approached the boy and asked where the girl was. The young man replied that she had gone to get some food. The old man wished him a good time. The king was deeply alarmed by the situation in the state. One of the guests suddenly attacked Klein with reproaches. He said that there were cruel aristocrats among those present at the party. The guy blocked the girl's way and abruptly asked what they needed from his guest. The man complained that the boy had interrupted him. He assured me that he had no idea who the young man was, and if he really loved his country and thought so much about it, he should know. Aristocrats do not tolerate foreigners. Of course, they can't repeat Olivia's feat. They are just wild barbarians, and nothing more can be expected from them. The main character replied that if they had any dislike for foreigners, then he was ready to listen to all their claims. He remarked that they were probably upset that the prince had been treated so unfairly in this country. The man asked them not to irritate him with unnecessary words. Once upon a time, the boy sincerely apologized to everyone for his own weakness. But now, everything was different. The guy claimed to have the power to defeat demons. He asks who here thinks that the pride of an entire country is just an empty sound. The young man loudly declares to everyone, like a true last prince, that he aspires to become the king who can lead his country to prosperity and well-being. It was on that day that he finally became the heir to the throne of his country. The girl praised the boy, saying that he had done a great job. He thanked her for her kind words. The king noted that everything had happened too unexpectedly for him, but he was glad that everything had gone smoothly. The man noted that the nobles incredibly appreciated the main character, and he was convinced that this event at the reception would quickly become public. The bishop noted that under other circumstances, he would certainly have punished him, but this time, he had to restrain himself. The speech that the young man delivered turned out to be a verbatim reproduction of the speech that the king himself had once delivered. The king was genuinely surprised, as he had never mentioned her to this man before. The old man assured him that Lady Klein was trying her best, and if she continued like this, she would be enrolled in the girls' academy next spring. He advised her to get a thorough education in all sciences so that, like a queen, she could possess knowledge and influence people like a true princess. The woman asked if they had checked in their luggage yet. They said yes, they will go to different academies. The girl insisted that they should make every possible effort. The woman suggested that they visit the academic quarter to support the hero. Chris noted that Olivia's appearance in a crowded place would certainly cause quite a stir. Meanwhile, the woman admitted that she was extremely worried about her son. The girl reminded them that it was time for them to leave. Mom gently warned, "Be careful." She advised him to appreciate his school years and get real pleasure from them. The boy noticed that there were even more people here than during the exam. He couldn't imagine how he would endure walking through such a crowd every day. The girl replied that the only inconvenience was the crowded street. From today on, the boy will study at this academy, and during his stay here, another person will supervise him. He bowed to the prince and said with admiration that it was a great honor for him to meet such a high-ranking person. His name was Dil Galizia. He was the son of Lloyd and Marseille. Although he is still a newcomer among the knights, he has long surpassed his peers. The girl is sure that Dil will be able to protect him on the territory of the academy. The boy was surprised to learn that they were married. The girl replied that they both served in the castle. The young man admitted that he had not even suspected this. Dil gratefully said that it was a great honor for him to be chosen as a bodyguard. In response, the interlocutor sincerely noted that he was also happy about such a choice. The girl noticed that the guy shouldn't act too formal and shy when communicating with Dil. The boy said, if he would always be there to protect him, then he could call him by his name. The young man explained that he had to refuse because he was only performing his duties as a security guard. In response, the girl promised to stay here and wait for him while he was at class. The protagonist wondered if he was really so hopeless that he was constantly getting into trouble. He turned to his guard, asking if he was wrong that the academy did not hold meetings for newcomers. The guard replied that classes would end at noon, and after lunch he would be happy to give him a short tour. The guy said that the hero needs to enter first grade. A massive, impressive gate stood before them. He wondered why it was so strikingly different from the doors of the other classrooms. In response, he was explained that only those who achieved the best results studied behind this barrier. This place is created for those whose talent will serve the good of the country, regardless of their origin, the boy assured. If so, he will make every effort. He stopped in front of the door, confused, not knowing how to open it. There was no handle. Since there are very few students here, he has to find a common language with everyone. Otherwise, everything will lose its meaning. The professor entered the classroom and introduced himself. He said that he worked here as a magical engineer and would be their teacher from now on. At first, he had no plans to become a homeroom teacher, but when one of the teachers unexpectedly retired, he took the job. Since this class was unusual, he subconsciously expected something special from these students. The man stated that only by demonstrating the best results would they be able to gain freedom. He explained that as long as they show results, they can skip classes, but they still have to take exams every 6 months. If they suddenly need anything, they can just contact the teachers or staff of the academy. The boy wondered if it was really allowed to have so much freedom. Then he greeted her, noting that he was taking an exam to become a magical engineer. He replied that he was taking a fencing exam. This surprised Wolf quite a bit. He was completely confused by such unexpected news. Although this festival test examiner is now retired, he has considerable experience as a desperate adventurer. Rumor has it that he defeated one of the strongest opponents and almost destroyed the arena in the heat of the battle. But that's bad. Now everyone will think of him as someone who can easily get angry if something goes wrong with him. He himself said that they might laugh at him, but during the meeting with the examiner, he gave it his all. Dil stepped into the room. The werewolf immediately announced that he was the son of the Grand Marshal. Dill turned to the boy and remarked that he had completely forgotten about the introduction of free education this year. He offered to give him a tour of the academy. The guy pushed her to move again. He said that his escort had promised to give a tour of the academy and invited her to join them. He replied that he had to finish some paperwork, so he wouldn't be able to join. Dill gave him a short tour of the academy, showing him all the key places that every newcomer should know. The new acquaintance sincerely thanked him and noted that there really is no shortage of interesting corners here. The guard noted that sometimes he would not be able to accompany him, but promised to do everything possible to reduce the time of absence to a minimum. The guy replied that this was not necessary, because he was not in control of his own time. He wondered what kind of girls this guy liked. The guy thought it was the easiest way to get close to another person, even if they seemed quite distant. He was sure that they would be able to establish contact. The guard asked why he needed this information. The man explained that he wanted to get to know his companion better. He admitted that he dreamed of a summer that would be stronger than himself. At that moment, the main character thought about Chris. He noted that he needed someone about the same height as his father, and with a strong build. Dill admitted that his friends always make fun of him when he brings it up. They are convinced that it is simply impossible to find such a person, so the sincere words of support brought him real joy. The main character invited him to have lunch together. He promised to keep a close eye on everything happening around him so he could enjoy his dinner in peace. The girls approached the heroine and invited her to take a walk with her brothers. Klein thanked them for the invitation, but modestly admitted that she came from a simple family and could not afford to be associated with the aristocracy. However, she was told that this did not matter at all. She thanked her sincerely, but noted that if anything happened, the Prime Minister would be responsible. The girls immediately began to apologize to her. The knights carefully examined the door and noticed that it was designed in such a way that it could not be opened without a special magical key. However, they had no idea who could have cast such a spell. The man ordered a message to be sent to the castle immediately and a list of all the knights currently there brought to him. The fugitive turned out to be a former adventurer, a real serial killer who ruthlessly took the lives of many people for profit. The guard asked the prince if he had any complaints. He just smiled and assured him that everything was fine. However, he added that since he had free time, he sometimes had thoughts of doing something educational. The main character asked what had happened to the teacher. He was told that this matter should not be discussed in public. It turned out that the man had serious contradictions between his beliefs and actions, which is why he was fired. Previously, he had repeatedly found himself at the center of high-profile criminal cases involving commoners, thereby grossly violating the rules of the academy. The guard also helped to check, but there was not a shred of noble dignity in him. The boy asked where this man was now. He was told that he had been sent to the knights to look after their welfare. Dill admitted that he actually deserved punishment. The main character stated that he belongs to the royal family, but he is convinced that it is wrong to humiliate and exploit others based on high status. He sincerely believes that in the future he will never allow himself to do so. The young man suggested addressing him informally. Dill replied with a smile that as his bodyguard, he could not afford such familiarity. Chris turned to the hero and said that she had some business with the guards, so she asked to leave her alone for a moment. He nodded in return. After thanking her, she promised to return soon and asked him to stay put. The men approached the girls and noted that it was too risky to walk around without protection. They gallantly offered their services as protectors. The young man stood up for the girls and ordered them to run away. The men turned to him and asked why he was interfering. One of them decided to teach the boy a lesson. However, the young man cleverly dodged the attack. The men noticed that the young man was wearing the uniform of the Royal Academy. The boy responded by sincerely apologizing, demonstrating his guilt. The hero defeated his opponents. Chris praised his action, calling it worthy of respect, but reproached him for warning her first. She noted that if he understood everything, then that suited her, and asked again why he was constantly giving her trouble. The guy in response admitted that he could not stand aside and silently watch as someone tried to harm her. The hero's mother admitted with excitement that his actions this time worried her too much. Chris, turning to the girl, asked her to scold him too. She replied that it was quite possible. In her opinion, it looked cool. A dagger lay before the boy, its blackness absorbing even the slightest light. He was reminded that he was a crowned prince and should take care of his appearance. He was asked to take up the weapon. The boy sincerely thanked his grandmother for giving him the amazing dagger. The hero said that his grandmother had given him this dagger. The girl remarked that the weapon suited him extremely well, and the boy sincerely thanked her for the compliment. They started talking about the cursed magic stone that the hero had recently purchased from a store. He asked if she had learned anything new about him. The princess replied that she had never been able to solve it. The boy suggested visiting the royal library. The girl replied that she had already read all the books on magic stones. She said that she had a nephew with a very hot temper. He was forbidden to do bad things. The boy apologized for his behavior. The girl suggested trying to suck out the stone. The boy wondered in surprise if that was what he had been called for. He was assured that nothing bad would happen if he simply touched the stone. In case of danger, the room could easily be completely sealed and the magic stone destroyed. The boy confidently replied that he had brought this artifact, so let him try it. The magic stone turned to him, searching for something familiar in his gaze. The voice that suddenly rang out startled the girls. They immediately asked to turn it back into a magic stone. The princess advised him not to waste his strength on illusory hands, but simply to return the stone to its place. The hero's body felt heavy, as if a burden was oppressing his every movement. It was explained to him that this was a result of using the ghostly hands. The boy was speechless with surprise. The girl was outraged that the boy had learned more than she allowed. But he assured her that this was not true. This usually only happens between special stones, although even beings who carry magical stones feel a certain connection with their own kind as long as they are alive. In ancient times, people observed how, when two such stones came close together, a powerful wave of energy would suddenly rise. The cursed magic stone that the prince acquired did not come to him by chance. The princess noticed that Chris would probably be angry. The girl hurriedly tried to stop her, making the excuse that the room was a bit of a mess right now. She noted that there was a noise again. The princess wondered what was in her box. The girl noticed that the book had a luxurious cover, so it must be worth a lot. The client asked what edition it might be. This book was written by a renowned elf who dedicated his entire life to studying and describing a wide variety of topics. This text is written in an ancient, complex elvish language that few even among the elves understand. The worst thing is that it is almost impossible to find someone who can read it. The princess doubts that Krisa lived in the capital, so she is unlikely to be familiar with this language. The man in the portrait could have been a Dulyakin. His features were strikingly similar to the main character. Chris looked into the package and noticed a book inside. Taking it in her hands, she began to carefully study the contents. The protagonist came across an announcement about a competition being held on the academy grounds. The werewolf explained that it was an annual event designed to strengthen relationships between students from different academies on campus. The young man asked what discipline their class would be participating in, and was told that they were not participating this year. At the Royal Academy, there is a noticeable gap in ability between the first and second year students and the rest of the students of that age. Classes have just ended, and the hero decides to use the time to practice. The man asked if the hero had warmed up yet, and if he had put on his armor correctly. He noticed that the boy already knew about this, and although the summoned monsters could not kill him, their blows generated a powerful blast wave capable of knocking the opponent out of battle. The man was indignant. No one dares to attack a red buffalo with their bare hands. However, the other only shrugged his shoulders. There are times when there is no choice. You have to go forward, not looking back at the fear. He noted that the training had been surprisingly grueling. He also added that he would not be able to participate in the competitions held on campus. The girl joked that it looked like he would have to compete in public, against the winner of the fencing tournament. The girl thoughtfully replied that, remembering now, it was somewhere there, in the same place where the crown prince had recently saved her. Chris looked closely at the hero. Soon it was explained to her. Since Klein often visits the palace, could she not tell them some interesting stories about the prince? She replied that this guy can be a real hassle at times, but he always takes care of everyone around him. The girl can't even find words to describe her joy at being able to stay by the prince's side. They replied that they expected nothing less from the prince. He was truly full of nobility. Chris asked if he was so ashamed that she could stop it. The guy replied that he needed to gather his courage and deal with it himself. Having gathered his strength, he approached the girl and asked her to stop. Everyone was amazed by the appearance of the prince. The girl turned to him with a request to let her thank him for saving her. The guy only modestly noted that he had done nothing special. The main character asked the girl if she was heading to the castle. She replied that she had to do her homework there. The young man immediately offered to accompany her on this journey. In the heart of the field, a gigantic coliseum rises majestically, over which the deafening roar of the crowd spreads. The host solemnly calls out the names of the participants. In the center of the arena, The knights have come together in uncompromising duels. The dark-haired boy gazes at the arena with admiration, amazed by its scale. It even occurs to him that an entire castle could fit inside. The prince's companion bows politely and announces that he must leave. In response, the prince, with a smile, promises to cheer for his servant in the sword tournament. The prince asks Dill why he is so excited. Dill looks confused and surprised. The prince smiles and says that everything is obvious. The servant lowers his eyes, filled with shame. The prince admits that he feels a strange relief when he sees his guard's confusion. When Dill asks about his address, the prince openly declares that he doesn't mind being called by his first name. However, the guard refuses. After all, he is only a servant. The prince promises that he will try to convince the guard again next time, although he notes that the answer is unlikely to change. With these words, he leaves, genuinely surprised by the servant's frankness. The girl with the sword is happy that the prince and his guard have established a good relationship. However, the prince himself is upset because the servant does not want to address him by name. Then the girl offers to take the prince to his home. But the boy modestly asks to visit the academy first. The sheet of paper said that he had forgotten his grandfather's pen in the classroom. The girl, noticing this, offered to help, because there was still a lot of time left before the performance, and she could have gone with him. However, the boy refused, assuring that he would be back soon, and hurried to leave. The prince headed for the door, mentally noting that he had taken too long a route to the auditorium. The deserted corridors of the academy seemed even more spacious and unusually empty to him. Suddenly, his guard was raised, and the boy stopped abruptly. Glancing towards the fountain, the prince suddenly senses a strange aroma, which combines many unusual shades. He guesses that this smell is coming from the cafe, but suddenly notices a rustling in the bushes, which instantly attracts his attention. The vampire pins the bound werewolf to the ground, and ironically asks if he's on vacation today. Sighing in annoyance, he calls his opponent a real nuisance. The frightened werewolf complains that he forgot his things in the classroom and cannot understand why he is tied up. The vampire comfortingly assures him that he will soon be released, and the werewolf breathes a sigh of relief. But a sly smile appears on the vampire's face. The vampire suddenly declares that he has changed his mind and is now going to take the werewolf with him as a trophy after completing the task. Without wasting time, he grabs the werewolf by the neck. The vampire, with a barely restrained smile, admits that it has been a long time since he tasted living blood, and promises to make up for it today. His gaze is burning with curiosity. He has never known what werewolf blood tastes like. The vampire asks if the werewolf himself is eager to find out. The vampire claims that he can suck all the blood out of a werewolf and kill him with it. Without letting go of his bound opponent, he bursts into a loud, sinister laugh. The prince appears in the room and immediately wonders if the vampire is to blame for the tense atmosphere prevailing in the academy. Turning to the vampire with a stern expression, he menacingly asks what the vampire has planned for his friend. The man frowns and squeezes the werewolf's neck and asks what happened to those who remained outside. The prince calmly replies, "They tried to attack him, so he had to neutralize them." The prince looks the enemy straight in the eye and firmly orders, "Let his friend go immediately." The vampire is surprised to see that his subordinates have been defeated by a child. Sighing, still holding the werewolf by the neck, he mutters in displeasure that he can't stand unnecessary trouble at all. The vampire is burning with rage. His eyes are wide, anger burning in his gaze, and his fingers are clenched into a fist with claws curling menacingly. He breaks into a scream, blaming the prince for all his troubles and not hiding how much it annoys him. The prince frowns and assures that there will be no problems if the vampire surrenders. Hearing this, the prince abruptly jumps to his feet and shouts that he will catch the vampire himself. He strikes his enemy, and after that, the vampire is forced to let the werewolf out of his hands. The prince picks up his frightened friend. The vampire lands softly on the pedestal, sighs in relief, and notices that the prince is moving incredibly fast. The prince watches him carefully. The prince turns to the vampire with a stern look, wanting to hear what his intentions were regarding the academy. On the floor, bound with ropes, the werewolf, breathing heavily, tries not to betray his fear. The man replies that he has received a task from a noble lord who hired him. When the prince inquires about the identity of this lord, the vampire only cryptically says that it is time for him to go. The vampire exclaims in despair that he will be in big trouble if he is caught after all this. He waves his bandaged hand, and a sphere suddenly appears in his palm. The vampire throws a bomb, and the room instantly fills with smoke. He confidently declares that he was once a traveler, so he learned long ago to ignore who stands in front of him. The vampire mercilessly punches the prince in the stomach with all his might. He is not deterred by the fact that he is facing only a child. The prince is forced to writhe in acute pain. The prince deftly jumps aside. The vampire is completely enveloped in a dense curtain of smoke. The prince turns to himself, admitting that he is used to fighting in the open, and now in front of him is complete darkness, where nothing can be seen. If this is not stopped, he will certainly be defeated. The boy remembers how the girl warned him not to flaunt his strength unnecessarily. He agrees with her mentally. It really could turn into disaster. But at that moment, the image of his wounded friend, who was wronged by a vampire, stands before his eyes. The vampire, with a furious cry, rushes at the prince, swinging his sword. He swears to cut off the young man's head and quench his thirst with his blood. But suddenly his face is torn by a painful blow, and he freezes in shock. A long, black, ghostly arm shoots out from the enraged prince's back. The prince strikes again with a powerful blow, shattering the wall into small pieces. The wall collapses with a crash. The fragments fall to the floor. A cloud of dust covers the entire hall. The vampire, having jumped a considerable distance from the prince, looks at him in surprise. The prince frowns, steps forward, and addresses the vampire, berating him for the terrible things he did to Ronaldo. Now, he says, the prince must catch him. The vampire chuckles in response and warns the prince not to be too cocky just because he managed to land a hit. The vampire grabs a huge block and hurls it straight at the prince. The man asks with bitter irony whether it is proper to speak so boldly to adults. The prince skillfully repels the attack, shattering the stone block into small fragments. Suddenly, a vampire appears from the shadows and shouts that he does not need the prince's blood at all. The vampire, consumed by rage, is about to strike the prince with a fatal blow. But suddenly something stops him. A second ghostly hand suddenly grabs his wrist, squeezing it tightly where the sword is held. The vampire freezes in shock, not understanding what has happened. The ghostly hands strike the vampire one after another with powerful blows. He screams in pain. Surprised by the boy's strength, the vampire asks himself in confusion how this is possible. With growing anxiety, he admits, the situation is becoming extremely complicated. The defeated vampire sprawled on the floor of the hall. The ghostly hands that had been reaching for him gradually dissolved into the air at the prince's command. The exhausted lord exhaled deeply and heavily, feeling the fatigue in every cell of his body. The prince wakes Roland. The werewolf cries out in alarm and asks warily what happened to the man, meaning the vampire. The prince smiles gently and assures him that he simply knocked him unconscious. The boy is relieved to learn that his friend is unharmed. However, he is still turned off by the very thought of who the vampire's next victim could be. The prince recalls the vampire's mysterious words about the job he was hired for. Meanwhile, the boy cannot forget the servant's strange story about a man who was fired due to old troubles. A faint smell wafting from outside makes him gradually guess the true state of affairs. The prince asks the werewolf to come outside and bring a girl named Chris to the cafe. Roland calls out to the prince in confusion, but the boy quickly disappears from sight. The prince rushes headlong to the riverbank. There he notices a man sitting thoughtfully on a bench and turns to him, asking if it is really possible to relax peacefully in this riverside cafe. The prince recognizes him as his teacher, Magnus the Wolf. The former teacher is genuinely surprised that the prince managed to expose him during their first meeting. However, the prince only shrugs and admits it was only his guess, because no one else could hire a vampire for such a job. When the prince directly asks about the strange approaching aroma, the teacher evasively looks away, avoiding an answer. The prince reaches out his hand towards the lake, pointing to it. He says that magical stones are hidden in these waters. After thinking, he speculates about his former mentor's intentions. Meanwhile, bubbles appear on the surface of the lake. An explosive device exploded in the depths of the lake. The princess, looking around with fear, guesses her former mentor used the same stones to create a powerful weapon capable of destroying everything around. In response, Magnus only smiles calmly. The prince, smiling, admits that his friend does this all the time, and he is not averse to taking advantage of this habit. The former teacher is impressed by the boy's intelligence. He cautiously asks if the prince thinks that the academy and the government are rotten through and through. The former teacher is convinced that such people grow into real monsters, so there is no boundary for them. neither among themselves nor with those like himself. He asks the prince a frank question. Is he really capable of protecting and holding everything on his own? Sarcastically advises him to announce this to the whole world, without hiding his intentions. The former mentor suggests telling his father, brother, and everyone involved in the academy who is really the worst. The man insists on raising his son according to his beliefs. The prince notes that the teacher himself is involved in these matters. He is embarrassed to say these words. The prince confesses his love for Ishtalika and the academy, stating that he must stop Magnus. He resolutely draws his dagger. The teacher assumes that the prince is embarrassed by his misunderstanding. He notes that the bell brings him good luck. At this time, Magnus notes, the force of the explosion will correspond to the force of the stones. After that, he turns to the prince with a question. What will happen if so many stones explode at the same time? He says that the academy is about to explode. The teacher warns, the device will soon work, and it will be impossible to stop it. The prince is seized with horror. The former teacher raises his hands and solemnly vows to tear everything down to the ground to build a new Ishtalika. His voice booms over the crowd, convinced that this will be a truly historic moment. The prince understands that Magnus is preparing a coup, and therefore the explosion must be stopped to save the townspeople. The teacher agrees with the prince's assumption, and adds that thanks to his efforts, Ishtalika will discover a new path of justice for herself. The prince, with insistence in his voice, demands an explanation from Maestro Magnus, and the next moment, unable to contain his rage, rushes at the man with the dagger, exclaiming that he is deeply mistaken. The former mentor only smiles madly, deftly dodges the attack, and throws a handful of small balls into the air. Several powerful explosions are heard. The prince defends himself with his hand, stepping back. A thought flashed through his mind. It must have been a shockwave, or some kind of magical artifact. The boy, in despair, shouts to the teacher that staying here means getting hit by an explosion. He asks if the boy really wants to die like this. The teacher calmly replies that he has no intention of dying. Former teacher Magnus tells the princes that the magical stones he carries will protect him from the explosion. He plans to observe the revolution in Ishtalika from a special, safe vantage point. The prince with the dagger rushes at his former mentor. Magnus quickly lowers his hands, trying to use the magic stones, but the prince with a deft movement cuts the chain on which they were held. Once again, the roar of numerous small explosions is heard all around. These are the magic stones. The prince rushes into the attack, loudly declaring that without these artifacts the teacher will no longer be able to resist, and demands that Magnus surrender. The teacher restrains the prince, emphasizing that there are still many important things ahead, and is about to use the magic stones again. But the prince suddenly knocks the magical objects out of his hands and rushes forward. The prince strikes his former teacher with the hilt of his dagger. The man, bent over in pain, exclaims in surprise, not understanding where the boy got so much strength from. The boy coldly replies, Magnus's wish never came true. Former teacher Magnus lies helplessly on the floor, his arms outstretched. He has been defeated. The prince resolutely approaches him and ties him up. Without wasting a second, the boy begins to take off his clothes. Time is not on his side. Magnus, watching anxiously, asks if the prince is going to defuse the bomb, warning that if the young man makes even the slightest mistake, everything could explode much earlier. Without hesitation, the prince dives forward. The boy dives to the very bottom, looking for the bomb. A massive 2-block structure appears before his eyes, and the bomb itself sparkles brightly, emitting light in the darkness. At first glance, the device seems indestructible. However, if the magic stones really serve as a source of energy, the boy with his abilities may find a way to deal with this problem. The prince holds his breath and carefully places his hand on the magic stones embedded in the explosive device. The glow of the bomb flares even brighter. The boy listens in confusion to the taste of the pebbles. Individually, each one seems incredibly delicious, but when you mix them together, the taste becomes terrible. The glow fades in an instant. The prince has coped with the task. The boy emerges from the blue water. The prince is breathing heavily, lying on the ground, greedily gulping air. Chris and the guards rush to him. The girl is worried, asking if he is okay. The guy assures that everything is fine, it's just that the stones have squeezed all the strength out of him. Meanwhile, the guards capture Magnus's former mentor. The former teacher notes that the boy managed to defuse the bomb, which is what one would expect from a true heir to the throne. The guards lead him forward, and Magnus, barely able to catch his breath, breathes heavily. The girl calls Magnus annoying and tells the guards to take him away. Chris asks the prince to tell the whole truth. The boy replies that the teacher planted a bomb to destroy everything around. The prince ponders Vovk's words. Blowing up the academy with a bomb would be a futile endeavor. It wouldn't help achieve the goal. After all, if the teacher really wanted to destroy everything, he would have to strike at the people. And today, on the day of the competition, everyone had gathered here. The perfect target. Ain ponders Chris's words about the king and prince waiting for him. His memory vividly flashes back to the conversation with the young servant who promised to cheer him on at the competition. The prince guesses that the wolf has hidden more than one bomb. He glares at the teacher, who is leaving, escorted by security. A sly smile lights up Magnus's face. Former teacher Magnus turns sharply and exclaims to the prince that such an assumption was quite expected from the heir to the throne, but he himself is powerless to change anything. Chris angrily asks where the rest of the explosives are hidden. Magnus bursts into wild laughter in response. The prince suspects that the bombs are planted in the arena itself. Chris insists on fleeing, but she is determined to stay. The prince stubbornly holds his ground because only he can defuse the explosives. The boy understands that if he escapes alone, danger will hang over not only him, but also over his grandfather, Lloyd, Dill, Clown, and other loved ones. Chris looks at the boy with anxiety and declares that he will also risk his own life and go with the prince. The girl urges him to hurry. A fierce battle rages in the heated atmosphere of the arena. A dark-haired swordsman charges at a lightning speed against a fair-haired opponent, and the host announces the score in his favor. The winner triumphantly raises his sword in the air. The king wonders in astonishment how these two can possibly score a single point. His guard looks on indignantly at Dill's behavior. The king soon asks if Dill's opponent is his friend, and admits that it was unfair to force them to fight. The prince's servant is holding his breath after a grueling battle. Glancing around the arena, he notices that 2 of the 4 chairs where the prince should have been sitting are empty. The servant searches the arena in search of the prince, but his trail has gone cold. He remembers how the prince assured him that he would cheer for him. The servant reflects that the prince is not one to break his promises. The servant realizes that something has happened. On the one hand, there is no reason to worry, because Chris, as expected, is next to the prince. Meanwhile, the master solemnly announces the beginning of the next round. The duel begins. The opponents clash with swords. The servant frowns in concentration, his jaws clenched tightly. His thoughts are occupied with his master. Meanwhile, more and more spectators gather around the arena. The villagers watch as the prince and Chris rush past, breathless in shock. The main gate is packed with people, so they have to quickly find their way to the back entrance. The prince is lost. He has no idea where they are. The boy is curious about the back gate. Chris explains that it has not been used for a long time, since the station was built. There is now a park near the gate, and next to it stands a bronze statue of the first king. Hearing this, the prince is convinced. This is where he should be. The prince catches a sharp smell and turns to the girl, indicating that the source is hidden in the bushes behind the bronze statue. There is an explosive device hidden there, next to which lie giant stones. The bomb glows menacingly, flashing with bright flames. The prince clutches his face, covering it with his hand. The explosion is inexorably approaching. Everything is about to fly into the air. This is a real catastrophe that must be stopped immediately. No explosion can be allowed now. Chris rushes forward, sending a whirlwind of rocks and leaves around the princess, spinning in a wild dance. The girl cries out to the boy in anguish, "Do it!" The boy rushes headlong towards the giant shining stones. The bomb flashes brighter and brighter. The prince must make it. He stretches out his hand forward. The fight in the arena flares up with renewed vigor. The dark-haired young man swiftly rushes at his opponent, not missing the opportunity to reproach him for his inattention at the start. In his eyes is impatience and a thirst for the first victory. The dark-haired boy is preparing to defeat his opponent and win the title of the strongest. But the servant is suddenly distracted again. His gaze is drawn to Chris and the prince, who are standing on the balcony and calling Dill. The prince and the girl stand on the balcony among numerous spectators. The young man challenges Dill to a duel, urging him to win. The servant confidently declares that this time victory will be his. The dark-haired swordsman freezes, shocked by the sudden turn of events. Dill strikes the dark-haired swordsman, who loses his balance and falls forward, arms outstretched. Dill, leaning on his left leg, slowly lowers his sword. The king and his guards step forward, carefully observing the events. The prince rejoices for his loyal servant. The girl next to the gray-bearded man freezes, as if frozen. The host declares Glacier the winner and gives him a point, causing a wave of admiration among the audience. The hall explodes with loud applause. The king and the man with the long beard smile, and the girl next to them enthusiastically applauds the winner. Meanwhile, the servant and the prince walk towards each other. Dill looks around anxiously at the prince. He has carefully covered up his bruises, but the boy's clothes are rumpled. Despite this, the boy smiles. The river is surrounded by mountains, and a long black shadow slowly floats on the surface of the water. In Ishtalak, Chesmak, snow gently envelops the palace, roads, and homes of local residents. The lights are on in the store. Clothes are hung neatly on hangers, and others are folded in neat piles. The prince and two girls go shopping. Grandfather, in gratitude for his exploits with Magnus the wolf, finally allows the boy to leave the house. The boy and his friends are walking leisurely along the sidewalk. The prince is smiling calmly, and the girl walking next to him is looking at the winter city with delight. The prince is amazed at how many clothes he has bought. Chris assures him that everything suits him, but the boy looks at the price tags in confusion. Ain remarks that as the heir to the throne, it is inappropriate for him to wear cheap clothes. The boy involuntarily shivers from the cold. The girls worry that the prince might be cold. The wind is blowing quite noticeably. One of them, in a dress, asks if he has a scarf. The guy admits in response that he wouldn't give up such warmth. Meanwhile, Chris quietly notes this little thing. The boys enthusiastically discuss the beauty of their home harbor, whose crescent-shaped shape looks especially picturesque. Meanwhile, Chris draws attention to the many reefs stretching out towards the open sea. Chris explains that when these lands were discovered, the mainland extended into the open sea, and the unusual shape of the harbor was due to attacks by sea monsters. Ain and the girl watch Chris in fear with curiosity and surprise. This requires an extremely high rank. But only one creature, a giant monster capable of controlling the waves of the sea named Sea King, can truly accomplish this. A storm raged around the giant sea dragon. Lightning split the sky, and the roar of thunder spread over the sea. The monster, baring its sharp teeth, glared predatorily at the prince and the girl in the festive dress, forcing them to hold their breath and swallow a ball of fear. The sea dragon is so huge that its power was able to change the very shape of the continent. The terrible monster claimed the lives of tens of thousands of people. In terms of the number of victims, it is second only to the demon lord. The girl asks if the dragon has been tamed. Chris replies that he has, but every century or two it makes itself felt again. Chris looks into the distance and remarks that he wouldn't be surprised if the sea monster reappears soon. The girl clenches her fist in fear. Chris tries to calm the boys, assuring them that now they have the ability to protect everyone, because science and technology have advanced rapidly since then. Chris apologized for the scary story, but the guy just smiled and assured her that everything was important and nothing terrible had happened. The prince asked with interest where they would like to go, and the girl unexpectedly replied that she would like to go to the store. The girl winks at Chris and mysteriously says that she's looking for something herself. Chris timidly admits that he's also looking, while the boys head to the store. Numerous jewels shine in the shop windows, and new shoes sparkle in the light. The girl examines the items with admiration, searching for her perfect pair among them. The prince's grandmother simply adores this shop. It has a unique, magical atmosphere. While the girls go to explore the second floor, the prince himself stays downstairs, on the first floor. The salesman, holding a towel in his hand, smiles at the prince. The prince is slightly confused, but after a short pause, he decides to buy something from the store. Night envelops the city. High in the sky, a bright moon shines. His Majesty raises his glass and shouts, "Hooray!" The hall is filled with a festive atmosphere. The king laughs, emphasizing how joyful this day seems. The prince notes to himself how much effort his father has put into making everything happen just like this. At this moment, someone catches the prince's attention. A woman and a girl are holding boxes decorated with bows. She hands the boy a pen with a coat of arms, and the girl gives him a silver bracelet. The woman asked where Chris was. The prince replied that he had not met her. The mother called Olivia shy, and the prince himself was left clueless. The girl carefully places the prince on the balcony. Seeing the boy's surprised look, she and the woman playfully wink at him, adding that they just felt that way. Intuition never fails. Ain goes out onto the balcony. Snowflakes are quietly circling outside. Suddenly Chris appears on the balcony. The girl is clearly confused and embarrassed. When the prince asked where Chris was, the girl replied that she was helping Masa with her things. However, Masa is busy today, and the prince quickly realizes that the girl is lying to him. The guy laughs, guessing not only Chris's true intentions but also his lies. The girl trembled, her cheeks were burning, and her embarrassed hands were tightly clasped in front of her. She timidly looked back at the prince. The girl narrows her eyes shyly, leans towards the prince and throws a large scarf over him. Her cheeks are flushed, and she cannot utter a word. The prince asked if the girl had recently bought a scarf. Chris tried to come up with an answer, but the words got stuck in her throat. The guy understood the whole situation immediately. The girl admits that she had never given gifts before, so she was overwhelmed with excitement, and she spent the whole day hiding from everyone. The boy laughed, admitting that he had thought the same thing. The girl asked him not to laugh, and at that moment the young man handed her the necklace he had bought at that store. The boy sincerely thanks the girl for taking care of him. In Klein, he bought more jewelry for his mother, but first of all he gave them to Chris. The girl tries to refuse, but the prince insists. A gift from a person of royal blood cannot be rejected. The girl agrees, and the guy promises to wear the scarf every day. Chris accuses him of insincerity, but the guy admits in response that he can't do anything else when he's with Chris. The girl looks at the gift with delight, her face lit up with a smile. The prince notices how she blushes. The girl assures him that it is just from the cold. The prince is honing his skills, skillfully training with bats. Suddenly, something in the air quickly approaches the flock, and he instantly flies up, crushing the enemy in an instant with a powerful blow. The boy expresses admiration for his friend. Betts is delighted and notes his incredible agility. Leonardo modestly notes, "It's all thanks to the prince." An event at the academy led 4 boys to an island near Ishtalakafiesdana. A month earlier, the teacher had told him about the upcoming trip, and the boy had imagined it would be an exciting adventure full of fun. But the teacher immediately warned him. This excursion would be completely different from the others. The boys will have to split into teams and cross the island in 3 days to reach the finish line. Along the way, they will be ambushed by terrifying monsters, and will also need to find food and water on their own. Magical weapons are prohibited. They cannot be taken with them. The guys have to form teams on their own. The main requirement is that there should be no more than 4 people in the group. To stay in the lowest class of the academy, you need to survive. But after recent events, this task no longer seems the most difficult. Meanwhile, someone calls the prince. The bats, Roland and Leonardo, wonder if the prince has his own team. When they learn that he doesn't, they happily offer him to join theirs. The young man agrees, much to Betts's delight. The guys walk through the forest. Betts is sure that the professor was just trying to scare them, because for such a strong and united team, no danger seems too scary. Dill warns the boy not to lose his vigilance, because the forest is not only dangerous for monsters. Leonardo is visibly concerned by his companion's sincere, good-natured attitude. Leonardo notices that it is getting late and suggests they stay overnight. The prince silently agrees. Then Leonardo raises his right hand to the side and makes a triangle gesture. The prince admires his friend's skill in creating protective barriers. The boys decide to cook a caught rabbit for dinner, but their search for clean water is fruitless. All the springs are polluted. Roland suggests purifying the water with magical artifacts. Dill points out that they shouldn't have brought these things to the island, but the guy just smiles mysteriously and promises to deal with purifying the water immediately. The boy suggests processing the magic stones that fell from the monsters and dropping them into the water to purify it. The princess, having her own tent, nevertheless agrees to his idea. The stone purifies water. Roland explains that he changed its density and added minerals. Bates is delighted with the taste, and Leonardo calls his friend a genius. Dill notes that creating such a tool is not easy at all, but Roland has managed it. The prince believes that together with Bat, they will become the vanguard, protecting the squad from monster attacks, while Roland and Leonardo will cover their rear. The boy smiles sincerely, radiating genuine joy. The prince mentally notes that together they will make a great team. Meanwhile, the boy adds, as if in passing, that he found food on the way, and pulls out of his bag the roots of some plant that seem poisonous. Leonardo claims that they are ordinary fruits, although they look more like poisonous berries. The prince decides to test them for poison and try to absorb it with the power of his magic. The prince places his hand on the striped fruit and confidently declares that there is no poison in it. Roland exclaims in surprise, not believing that the prince is able to distinguish a poisoned fruit from a normal one. The prince remembered that he had seen these fruits in a book and knew that they were not poisonous. The friends were happy because now they had even more food. The guide smiled easily. The team was already preparing to feast on the prey. A hunted rabbit is already sizzling on the fire, spreading its delicious aroma. Bat remarks with admiration that the dish looks incredibly delicious, while Roland invites his companion to join the table. However, Dill refuses, explaining that he has his own rations with him and asks not to worry about him. The boys try to plead with the knight. There's so much food around that it would be a shame to throw it all away, and they can't possibly handle such a mountain of meat on their own. They smile slyly, glancing at Dill. Dill is embarrassed, but he cannot refuse, because the prince himself is addressing him, so he finally agrees. A servant joins the conversation and solemnly offers the boy tea leaves, which he has raised from himself. Leonardo is alarmed by this, as it seems to him that it is against the rules of the academy. However, Dilrius reassures him, saying that such incidents happen every year, and the academy usually turns a blind eye to such things. Betts is worried, as he has always followed the rules of the academy. However, Roland and the prince try to calm him down. They say that nothing bad will happen. For now, they should just enjoy their tea. But suddenly, the conversation turns to Leonardo's engagement. The guys curiously ask their confused friend who his chosen one is. He stubbornly refuses to tell, and his friends, pretending to be offended, begin to tease him. A group of students and their mentor gathered around a campfire, engaging in lively conversation. They savored the fruits they had found and slowly sipped the warming tea offered to them by their hospitable hosts. The fire has gone out, and the second day of our expedition has begun. The forest is shrouded in thick fog, so we have to make a lot of effort not to lose each other. The four disciples, step by step, plunged deeper and deeper into the forest. Roland felt the fog growing thicker and thicker, as if enveloping them from all sides. Leonardo suddenly noticed that the fog was so thick that he could not see his own feet at all. He turns to the dog boy, wondering if he has any means to dispel the fog. The boy replies that he lacks the necessary ingredients, but adds that his friends are probably well prepared for such cases. Suddenly, the dog boy trips and starts to fall, but a second hand manages to grab him, and now Rolling is hanging over the precipice, holding onto the edge of the abyss. The prince tensely pulls his friend out of the dangerous trap. He breathes heavily, trying to recover from what he has experienced, and sincerely thanks his savior. Then he turns to Dill with anxiety. He asks to be careful, because the fog is even more insidious than it seems at first glance. However, the escort has disappeared without a trace. The boys start calling out to him, turning to the darkness of the night, trying to figure out where he has gone. Suddenly the bats notice something unusual. Betts shouts to the prince, begging him to stop. The boy suddenly has an epiphany. All the boys instantly draw their swords. Betts worries that they might not make it in time. The boys beg Roland and Leonardo not to leave them alone. Suddenly, a powerful roar comes from the fog, and the bats jump out in panic, terrified by the monster hiding in the mist. Monsters that look like giant, creepy butterflies emerge from the mist. They clearly have no place on this island. Dogboy and Leonardo are frightened, their eyes filled with anxiety. Prince and Betts, swords drawn, prepare to defend themselves and their companions. The journey suddenly takes a new, unexpected turn. The boys watch in amazement as a flock of huge butterfly monsters flutter in the air with lightning speed, and their eyes glow mysteriously in the misty haze. These are raven butterflies. They pose no more of a threat than the red buffalo, which Dill has already defeated. However, their true strength lies in their numbers. Terrified, he watches every movement intently. The prince remains calm, preparing to use an illusory technique as soon as the monsters get closer. But that moment has not yet come. Bat warns his friend to stay away from the monster's tail, which is where the monster paralyzes its victims and lays eggs. Together with the prince, he quickly prepares to retreat, covering his comrades. The friends manage to break free from the chase and stop to rest and catch their breath. Bat remarks that it is dangerous to shout in such circumstances. The prince, in response, admits that he called out to Dill out of his own concern for him. The guys conclude that Dill is fine, because he is the strongest among all the students of the academy. They understand that there are no monsters on the island. Assuming that Christina is wandering around the island somewhere, they hear from the prince that the girl has already left here with his mother. The guys are forced to move on, because the thick fog is the domain of monsters, and they can be spotted at any moment. There is very little left to the goal, and soon the adults will appear here. The prince decides to use the last 2 days to hone his skills, and suggests they continue on after a short rest. The friends agree and set off. They race through the forest, deftly overcoming rocky obstacles, while the butterfly monsters relentlessly pursue them, tale after tale. The heroes are tired from the long journey, so the prince suggests they rest in a nearby cave. However, the bats circle around the entrance in confusion, as the fine gravel seems suspicious to them. The purple gravel melts underfoot, a clear sign of muscle. Such caves often harbor ancient magic or a monster, making them particularly dangerous for children. The poison of the miasms is dangerous only to those who first cross the threshold of this cave, both humans and monsters. The princess was especially surprised that this poison is not harmful to monsters who enter here for the first time. Thanks to his father's countless battles with terrible monsters, Bat gains unique knowledge about monsters and their weaknesses. The man passes on everything he knows to his son, raising him to be constantly prepared for danger. Stopping near a dark cave, the boys set up a small camp, preparing for a short rest before new challenges. The prince is worried about Dill. How could he simply disappear from the boy's sight and not notice the monsters? After all, the professor assured him that this journey was completely safe. The boy sits by the smoke-filled fire, lost in thought. He ponders what is happening and can't shake the feeling that this island is somehow strange. Suddenly, a strange noise is heard from the bushes, and the boy becomes alert. He quickly looks around but does not notice anything suspicious. And it is then that he is overcome by an alarming premonition. The prince wakes up the dog boy to tell him about his suspicions. Roland decides it's time to change the guard, but the prince suddenly becomes interested in a stone that has collected dust while cleaning the water. Roland explains that this stone is capable of accumulating not only dirt, it can absorb other things as well. The prince asks permission to take the magic stone. Carefully taking it in his hands, he turns to his friend with a request to rest a little longer. Turning aside, he prepares for action. Giant butterfly monsters attack their friends again. The guys are forced to flee. The attack has been going on since early morning. The creatures are beating their tails furiously. Meanwhile, the prince turns to Leonardo. He asks if he can give him a moment. The prince asks his friend if the barrier will be able to protect him from poison. The friend replies, "The barrier will only withstand a weak poison." After this phrase, the prince stops abruptly. Aine distracts the butterfly monsters and asks Leonardo to create a protective barrier. Bats is confused and tries to understand his friend's intention, while Leonardo examines the traces left behind with amazement. The prince and Bat desperately fight the monsters. Meanwhile, Leonardo prepares to build a protective barrier. After listening to Bat's story, the prince suddenly has a brilliant idea. When the bat momentarily loses its vigilance, the eerie ghoul butterfly deftly grabs him by the tail and wraps itself tightly around his body. The boy starts screaming. The prince saves his friend by bravely hitting the butterfly on the head. It was falls and shakes, but they are fine. Leonardo apologizes for his slowness, but the barrier is finally set. The barrier keeps the butterfly monsters from going any further, so the boys can finally rest behind the protective wall. Leonardo is relieved that he saved them at the most crucial moment. The prince invites his friends to take a break and refresh themselves with a sip of water. Meanwhile, he takes a magic stone and approaches the very edge of the barrier. In a moment, he will use it to destroy the monsters. Aine rushes headlong into a flock of giant butterfly monsters. The startled creatures immediately rise up after the boy, and he throws a rock at them with all his might. Meanwhile, his friends, filled with anxiety, shout loudly after him. The prince throws a stone in a fit of rage. It flies straight into the heart of a flock of giant butterflies, and suddenly explodes loudly. The frightened monsters rise into the air and scatter in all directions. Everything around is shrouded in thick clouds of dust. One by one, the butterfly monsters fall to the ground. The friends watch this spectacle with admiration. The clouds of dust gradually disperse, and the prince's head appears through them. The boy gives his friends a thumbs up, encouraging them. They are surprised by his idea to use miasma to scare away the butterflies. The prince turns out to be immune to the poison. Leonardo begs the prince to never do something like that again, because he was genuinely worried about his friend. The boys decide to move on. They soon realize with delight that they have finally reached their goal. Dill and Christina were already waiting for the boys at the designated place. Knight reported that everything had been organized in advance and discussed with the boys' parents. All of this was done to help the young men improve their skills. Ayn sighs and looks at Dill reproachfully, admitting how worried he was about him. This surprises the guy quite a bit. Dill just shrugs, saying it was all for the sake of his friends. In response, Ayn promises, if something bad happens, he will always be there. Dill solemnly assures him that this will never happen again, because he is the prince's personal escort. However, the boy admits that he does not want to divide them into superiors and subordinates, and asks Dill to promise never to make him worry again. Dill agrees. Ayn again insists on being addressed by his first name, not his title. Dill hesitates, considering it disrespectful, but hesitantly asks permission. The knight, placing his hand over his heart, addresses the prince by name with a sincere smile, and asks him never to quarrel. The boy freezes in surprise and looks confused. The prince, moved to tears, joyfully watches his friend's sincere smile. Then he wipes his eyes, which are wet with excitement, gently takes Dill by the hand, and says that he forgives him. The journey is coming to an end. The boys stand by the water, impatiently waiting for their ship. Chris announces that it is time to leave. They climb aboard the huge vessel and head for the capital. The prince wonders if Chris was at the scene of the battle. The girl admits that she hid with the help of magic. She does not hide her surprise when their eyes meet. The prince admits that he smelled a familiar scent then, which confuses Chris. Suddenly, the ship begins to rock violently. One of the crew members bursts into the cabin and, gasping, reports, "There's a monster overboard." A huge crack splits the surface of the water. Chris quickly gives the order to load the guns. The kraken takes a powerful blow to the head. The prince notices the giant fins and massive mouth. Suddenly, a huge crater appears, pulling the kraken in. Chris watches the spectacle in bewilderment. The water was raging furiously, and suddenly a giant dragon emerged from its depths. In its mighty jaws, the defeated kraken writhed helplessly. The dragon's mighty body floated to the surface, raising waves. The dragon seed lets out a deafening roar that makes everyone's hearts clench involuntarily in terror. Chris hugs the prince tightly, pleading for everyone to leave the place immediately, while the terrifying beast devours the kraken with rapture. The dragon swallowed the kraken, and the capital was immediately informed of this terrible event. However, the sea monster did not pursue the ship, and in the following months, it did not appear even for a moment. 6 months have passed since the seeker first appeared. The terrifying monster has never made itself felt again. The boys have devoted those months to studying and doing important things. And now the time has come. They say goodbye to the prince. I knew she was only 9 years old. Chris said he had fencing lessons and whaling lessons waiting for him at the castle. The prince asked for a short hook, but Chris politely declined and apologized for the refusal. She leans over to the prince, carefully straightens his tie, and notices that he is wearing it crookedly. The prince involuntarily becomes embarrassed, and the girl, having skillfully adjusted the accessory, smiles with satisfaction, admiring the result. The guy sincerely thanks her. Security guards run up to Christina, and one of them whispers something quietly in her ear. She nods, signaling that it's time to leave. The security guards begin escorting the guests to the exit. Chris asks them not to go around and suddenly runs away. The guy frowns. He doesn't understand anything, so he persistently demands an explanation from the girl. Meanwhile, the guards bowed to the prince. The guard reports that a monster has appeared, equated to a national disaster, and Christina's presence is urgently needed. The boy guesses what this could mean and asks where the king is. He is explained that His Majesty is now in the large conference room. The hall is filled with tense silence, and several of those present, pale with fear, hold their breath. The boy already unmistakably senses the true seriousness of the events. Suddenly the door opens, and the prince rushes into the conference room, loudly announcing his return. The eyes of the king and his advisors immediately turn to the boy. The boy asks worriedly what happened. His mother, not hiding her anxiety, looks at him intently. The king asks not to interrupt the meeting, approaches his son and quietly announces, "A sea dragon has appeared in the port city of Magna." The hero was furious, It had been 6 months since the last appearance of the monster, so the protection should have been more reliable. The mother could not stand it and burst into tears. Then the king solemnly said, "There are actually 2 dragons." He recalls the devastating dragon attack that occurred 6 months ago. He is stunned by the discovery. There were 2 monsters. The king explains that he sent Chris to the scene of the tragedy precisely because of her brilliant command skills. If no action is taken, the city of Magna may be underwater. The boy exclaims that Chris alone is not enough, and that more reinforcements must be sent immediately. The king replies that most of the army has already left for the scene, while Lloyd and the knights remain in the castle for safety. The man trembles with fear, the memories of the sea monster's attack still fresh in his mind. However, the desire to act prevails. He resolutely turns to his grandfather, the king. The guy remembers the happy moments spent with Chris, her gifts, sincere words, warm hugs. He fervently wishes not to lose this friendship. In his thoughts, the bright smile of the girl appears, warming his heart. Then he firmly declares he will go to Magna and fight the sea dragon. Lloyd clenches his fists, his palms are white with excitement, and his mother, holding her breath, clutches her heart. The grandfather, overcome with anger, calls Ain foolish. The counselors present in the hall are stunned by these words. Lloyd tries to convey to the boy that as heir to the throne, he no longer belongs to himself. The boy insists on his own choice. He is sure that if the first king had been in his place, he would have done the same. But his mother cannot allow her son to embark on such a dangerous journey. Filled with determination, the prince insists on being allowed to accompany Christa Magna. Everyone holds their breath, awaiting the king's verdict. Sitting on the throne, the monarch sighs heavily and admits that he understands the young man's feelings perfectly. Lloyd suddenly strikes the boy in the neck. As his eyes slowly close, the last thing the boy sees is the figure of his grandfather, who with a sad smile says that his grandson mistakenly believed himself elusive. The king, feeling uncomfortable before the knight, only answers restrainedly, "It is his duty." The mother quickly snatches her son from the knight's arms, rebuking her father for his unworthy behavior. The king orders the maid to take Olivia to her chambers, and orders Lloyd to escort the boy to his room. The maid quickly takes the noisy Olivia away. Lloyd gently lifts the boy and carries him to the bedroom. He understands that he cannot be allowed to embark on such a dangerous journey. Ai Ying knocks on the door, demanding to be opened. He is overcome with irritation. Without the ability to summon ghostly hands, he is powerless against this obstacle. Gritting his teeth, Ai Ying realizes 2 C-class dragons are waiting outside the door. Ketima, noticing his tension, asks him to stop. Kitsi explains that there is a seal on the room that completely neutralizes magic. He sincerely understands the little prince's feelings, but insists that now it is necessary to pray for the well-being of Chris's expedition. While the prince is praying fervently for Chris's recovery, a ghost suddenly appears in the room and tells him to take a closer look around. At that moment, the boy is engulfed in a wave of gas. The prince remembers one of his battles. He slowly gets up and approaches the table, behind the glass of which is a stone hidden. Suddenly, Ketsi shouts and warns him. She says that a terrible curse lies on that stone. The prince sadly realizes that he is forced to act this way. Kadima tries to stop him, but all her efforts are in vain. The prince touches the stone, and suddenly ghostly hands burst from his back. Kadima is stunned to see magical hands come to life in the room with the seal. He warns that the nature of this stone remains a mystery and tries to stop the prince, but suddenly feels his body paralyzed. The boy with the stone in his hands finds himself in the gentle embrace of the ghost. He is filled with an unexpected feeling of warmth and care, reminiscent of a mother's love. The ghost thanks him and sincerely welcomes the prince. The prince swallows the magic stone, much to Kadima's astonishment. The prince still harbors regret in his heart. Keiichi watches the events with alarm, fearing that the stone's power will get out of control again, as it did before. The prince raises his hand, points to the door, and assures them that everything is under control. At that moment, debris flies everywhere. Kadima is gripped by genuine horror. Ine has destroyed the magic seal. Kadimak, despite everything, does not give up trying to stop the prince, but is hit on the head with a fragment. He asks the prince to wait and leaves. Ine heads for the door, where a stranger meets him. Klein appears before the prince and asks if he is really going to leave. He answers in the affirmative. The girl uncertainly wonders if he will stay if she asks him not to go. The prince once again calmly confirms his decision. The prince passes by the girl, assuring her that he will definitely return. The girl calls out to the boy, and when he looks back, she tenderly kisses him. The young man instantly blushes profusely. The girl jumps back, and the boy instinctively grabs his cheek. Klein explains with a smile that this is a blessing from the goddess, and wishes the boy a safe journey. Klein asks the fleeing prince to return home safe and sound. The young heir dashes down the corridor, but suddenly someone stands in his way. This man turns out to be Lloyd. He stands among the armed guards, calmly holding his hands behind his back and looking confidently straight at the boy. Lloyd wonders where the boy is going. The boy explains that he just decided to take a walk. Suddenly, there is a sharp noise. The guards freeze in fear, and Lloyd looks up anxiously at the source of the noise. The knight declares that he will not allow the kingdom's most precious treasure to be taken. Iron insists on this, and Lloyd reaches for his sword. The boy suddenly lunges forward, arms spread wide. Lloyd and the guards remain chained to the spot. The power of the magical bonds tightly binds them, not allowing them to take a step. The knight realizes that the young man has become noticeably stronger, and that there is no stopping him on his path. He lets the prince go, reminding him of the important responsibility he must bear on his shoulders. The boy turns around abruptly and runs away. Lloyd tenses all his muscles, grits his teeth and growls angrily, his eyes tightly shut. The ability to move returns. Lloyd explains to the knights that they will be able to move once the prince is far enough away. The knight bows to the ground. The knight recognizes that the prince is an exceptional person. Meanwhile, the boy runs out into the street, confused about what to do next, when suddenly someone calls his name. Dill leads the horse and invites the boy to sit next to him. He realizes that he is powerless to stop the young man, so he decides to help him in any way he can. The knight declares that he serves Ishtalitsa faithfully, but above all he is the prince's servant. He would be grateful if Isama were to deprive him of this honor. They gallop forward, spurring their horse bravely. Dill suggests going to White Rose Station, as the journey to Magna will take a long time unless you use the water train. Besides, the king has ordered the prince to be kept in custody. However, Dill has another idea. The prince is granted the right to issue a royal order, capable of overturning any ordinary order. The exact purpose of this privilege remains unclear. However, if it is used inappropriately, the prince will be in great trouble. The boy could be banished from the kingdom. However, Dill does not want to resort to such a decision and asks to find another way out. The prince agrees with him. The prince insists on using the command option, the only step that gives them even a shadow of a chance of starting the water train. Dill grits his teeth, and the boy nods gratefully to his friend for the tip. Apparently, it's 5:20. The train's wheels are moving smoothly. The iron monster is on its way. Dill and Prince are heading towards Magna together. The cannons roar at full power, but this does not stop the sea dragon. It rushes forward, despite the wounds that do little harm to it. Chris loudly orders not to give up his position and points out that the monster's stone is hidden right in its forehead. Chris inspires the warriors not to give up. Although only half of the army remains, the only thing they have managed to achieve is to wound the monster. To win, the dragons must be destroyed. Meanwhile, a single monster emerges from the shadows, and the soldiers, having gathered their will into a fist, prepare their weapons for the decisive battle. The dragon cuts through the water when suddenly a monster rises from the depths, looming just above the soldiers' heads. At Chris's command, the cannons roar loudly, beginning a heavy barrage. The projectiles hit the dragon directly in the head. The monster screams in unbearable pain. One eye is bleeding, and the magic stone that protected itself in its skull is also damaged. The S-Dragon is defeated. The soldiers rejoice that they have managed to defeat the terrible monster. However, there is no time to rest. 2 more creatures are ahead, and the army must be ready for a new attack. Suddenly, the Dragon Sea emerges from the depths and charges in. With its jaws wide open, it grabs the warship, and with one mighty bite, it breaks the vessel in half, sending up huge waves. Warships sink one after another, and suddenly, in the middle of the endless sea, a strip of land appears, and in its very heart lies a mighty sea dragon. The dragon dies, and with it the warriors fall. They were one with Timothorn. Half of the damaged PDs remain on the battlefield. Chris watches in awe at the power of this monster, but suddenly he remembers with fear that there is still a second dragon left. Suddenly, another dragon appears. It attacks from behind. Chris turns, eager to hear Ainza's voice one last time. She calls the dragon to battle and activates her sword. Suddenly, a thick layer of fog envelops the dragon. The girl looks around in confusion, not understanding where this haze came from, and when the fog gradually dissipates, an incredible picture appears before her eyes, which shocks her to the core. Chris notices Ain and asks in surprise who he is. The young man explains in response that the thick fog around is the result of his skill, which limits visibility to a minimum. However, the girl is interested in something else. She resolutely asks why the guy is here and insists that he return to the capital. Hearing this, the guy turns his gaze to Chris. The boy displays the power of the royal order, solemnly announcing that he is entering into battle with the monster and asking everyone to support him. This surprises Chris quite a bit. The guy insists that the girl obey his command because it can't be otherwise. Chris catches his eye and, despite everything, doesn't give up. She still resists. The prince solemnly appoints Dil as the ship's captain, and the boy respectfully bows his knees. But suddenly, a sea dragon emerges from the waves, and the boy exclaims in despair that now this creature has become his enemy. The sea dragon roars, vibrating the air. A multitude of ghostly hands suddenly grow on the prince's back, like shadows. With the fingers of each one, he directs an invisible force directly at the monster. Hands grab the monster. The dragon furiously attacks the ship, slamming its powerful head into it. The knight on board groans and desperately tries to defend himself. The boy engages in a duel with the dragon. The knights struggle to stay on their feet. Chris notes with surprise that she has never heard that the boy intended to fight alone. The prince assures her that he never said such words. Ghostly hands grabbed the dragon's jaw, and the monster suddenly stopped. Chris watched in amazement that the prince was actually capable of such a feat. The boy noted to himself that those grueling training sessions with the red buffalo had not been in vain. A boy climbs onto the head of a sea monster, deftly using his ghostly hands. His plan is to swallow a magic stone using a mysterious, so-called pity of darkness. The stinger pierces the dragon's head. The beast roars in pain and begins to thrash its legs wildly. Chris screams in fear. The dragon jerks, breaks free, and dives headlong into the water, while waves rise around it, gradually burying it in the depths. The boy holds his breath as he steps into the water. He expected nothing less from the sea dragon. Although he can't feel the stone swallowing him, he's not going to give up. The prince is inexorably losing strength. The air is running out, and the power of his ghostly hands is fading before his eyes. He almost gives up, but suddenly he realizes, here it is, the power he needs so much, right next to him, in Dragonstone. The boy plans to turn the power of the Dragonstone into his own power. His greed knows no bounds. He absorbs more and more energy, feeling it fill him from the inside. The dragon roars dully, announcing the last minutes of the battle. The forces remaining for absorption are almost exhausted. The monster tries furiously to throw the boy off, and it is increasingly difficult for the prince to stay on the beast's back. The boy breaks away from the monster's head. Seeing his pendant on his chest, he suddenly remembers his family and friends. In his imagination, they look at him with warm smiles. The boy grits his teeth in rage, his gaze burning with hatred for the dragon. He is too young to die. Gathering all his courage, he sharply brandishes his dagger and shouts defiantly at the monster. The prince drives the dagger straight into the sea monster's head, where the magic stone is hidden. An icy expression of torment breaks out on the dragon's face. A sharp dagger shatters the stone. The young man's strength disappears, and he involuntarily releases the hilt of the weapon. The wounded boy slowly rises to the surface. The dragon breaks free with a final piercing cry. A menacing roar rises above the ships. Dil anxiously asks Chris if it's a sea dragon, but when he looks around, he doesn't see the girl, only her empty armor. On the shore, the townspeople joyfully celebrate the rescue. The wounded soldiers greet each other, embracing in a whirlpool of happiness. Chris, wet from head to toe, shines with joy and tightly hugs the unconscious prince, the hero who saved her life at the cost of his own courage. The ship is heading for the capital. The prince, with his characteristic satisfied smile, is resting on the bed. His hands are tightly wrapped in bandages, and it seems that he will no longer be able to use them. Dylan and Chris are shocked to the core by this discovery. The boy feels his hands go numb and he can't move them. Dil dreams of helping in some way, but the boy realizes what a blessing it is to come back alive. Suddenly Chris points to his chest. Wallen's pendant is shattered to pieces. The stone is endowed with magical power and awakens only when its owner is in mortal danger. This means that Ain is literally one step away from death. Chris, overcome with despair, falls to his knees and begins to sob. The prince's eyes widen in surprise. Chris carefully takes the boy's hand and with tears in his eyes begs him not to do such things again. The prince nods, apologizes, and agrees. Trying to change the subject, he remarks with a smile that the sea dragon stone turned out to be surprisingly tasty. It reminded him of seafood delicacies. Chris freezes in shock, and Dill puts his hand to his face. The prince laughs merrily. The guards enter the room and announce that the ship has almost arrived at the capital. The girl asks if the boy can go alone. He replies that he can. Dill understands perfectly well that for disobeying the royal order he will be punished with death. But, despite this, he remained loyal to his prince and has nothing to regret. The young man is even proud that he was able to help his master at least in small ways. A carriage for the prince and his companions is already waiting at the entrance. The royal advisor invites them to follow him, noticing at the same time how tired the boy is. The friends arrive at the palace with the prince. The young heir bows to the king and announces, "He has returned." His Majesty notes that he has many questions for the boy, but he postpones them for later. For now, he cannot help but admit, the young man has accomplished an extraordinary feat by defeating the sea dragon. The boy managed to deal with a terrifying dragon, the value of whose body exceeds the entire state budget. Thanks to his courage, the inhabitants of Magna and the rest of the military remained alive. The king expresses his sincere gratitude and admiration to his grandson for his remarkable feat, but the royal water train and the Iceman family's ship are nearly destroyed. The king realizes that the boy did not act alone. Dill insists that this is his business. Lloyd asks if Dill knows about his fate, to which he calmly replies that he is prepared for everything. The prince defends his friend, explaining that he forced the boy to do so, citing the royal family's orders. The boy insists on punishment for himself and abruptly cuts off the servant's objections. Lloyd watches the scene in confusion. The marshal falls to his knees, begging for punishment. He, a soldier, failed to stop the boy. Young Glazer is stunned. His gaze is fixed on the king. The king orders the play to stop immediately. He understands that Dill could not disobey the order, and the prince has shown true courage, so he decides not to punish anyone severely. However, Ain still receives a punishment. 2 months of house arrest. The king appoints Lloyd as his personal servant and promotes Chris to the rank of marshal. The tired ruler finally rests. The advisor reports that the boy has calmed down too soon, because he still has punishment from his mother and Klein ahead of him. Klein stands on the balcony, lost in thought. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turns around, her eyes shining with tears. The girl is sincerely happy that Ini is back home, because he promised and kept his word. The guy asks if she really cried, but Klein shakes her head in the negative. Suddenly, the girl punches the boy in the chest with all her strength and, even more moved, bursts into tears. She begs him to go to Olivia immediately, insisting that it is extremely important. The prince approaches the door and knocks with his transparent hand. He carefully opens the door, informing his mother of his safe return, but stops on the threshold. The entire room is buried in tree trunks, stems, and a variety of flowers. The boy asks what it is, and the mother replies that she was terribly worried about her son, so she asks him not to look at this scene. The prince thinks that such behavior is typical of dreadlocks. The woman finally calms down. From now on everything is fine, because her son has returned home safely. The woman gently cradles the boy's head in her hands, and suddenly tears flow from his eyes. Even he himself did not expect such a reaction. She hugs the boy tightly to her chest, enveloping him with warmth and care. The woman calmly reassures him. There is nothing to be afraid of. Now the boy can give free rein to his feelings. They are alone in the room, so the prince can cry without fear. The mother gently hugs her son, and he finally bursts into loud tears. He has completed his task. Now he is allowed to show weakness. Katima visits the prince to make sure he's okay. Ketsi chides his highness for always acting on his own, ignoring advice. The prince awkwardly apologizes, smiling slightly guilty. Gradually, sensitivity returns to his hands, and Ain can now hold a spoon and eat on his own. Chris is ready to join the princess's help and feed him. Katima thinks this idea is ridiculous and calls Chris stupid. Meanwhile, the cat asks the prince to show him his status card, as the boy has swallowed both the cursed stone and the sea dragon stone. The prince takes the card without hesitation. His defenses, agility, strength, mana, and health all increase dramatically, much to Chris's surprise. This was no surprise, as the prince had eaten 2 national relics at once, so his development was now occurring at an incredible rate. The prince is fascinated by his new abilities. He received the sea current from a dragon, and the majestic dark magic, according to Katima, once belonged to a great demonic witch. Chris explains that the witch possessed dark magic, and that extremely powerful spells of this kind could only belong to an ancient lich. The boys look at her with wide eyes in surprise and ask how she knows this. The girl notices that the elven inscriptions from Katima's books seem familiar to her, so she decides to read them. The cat complains in disappointment. It turns out that the linguist was there the whole time, and his work is in vain. After that, he asks the girl to read the book about the elder lich and the elves. It turns out that Dayulahan was the husband of an older woman, the owner of great dark magic. Together they supported the demon king and helped him develop his possessions. The prince suddenly realizes that he has absorbed a stone that belonged to Dayulahan's wife. The illustration in the book depicts a dagger that is strikingly similar to the prince's weapon. Once upon a time, an elder lich used her essence to forge this artifact and gave it to her husband. The dagger's power was so powerful that it could rival the power of a real demon. All this is suddenly realized by Katima. The boy realizes that it was Dilan's power that combined the dagger and the curse at the stone. Thus, the magic lover's stone was born. The boy remembers the mysterious words that rang in his head as soon as he swallowed the stone. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door. Someone is looking for Chris. Krona enters the room and apologizes for interfering in the healing process. Katima reassures her, saying that they have just finished the session. The girl tells the boys that they should go to the port with Lloyd. A representative of the trading company has just arrived there to supervise the dismemberment of the dragon carcass. During the dissection, they unexpectedly find an egg. The boys exclaim in surprise, asking each other about the find. There is a real buzz on the pier. Workers are working tirelessly, separating the dragon's body parts with the help of amazing devices. It is at this moment that Lloyd, the escort, approaches the merchant representatives, accompanied by Marshal Chris and a detachment of brave knights. The escort, the marshal, and the representative exchange greetings. At this moment, the prince also announces his presence. The merchant expresses doubts about the find. He is not sure that they are real dragon eggs. He invites the military to follow him. Chris and Lloyd freeze in place, overcome with unexpected feelings. 2 dragon eggs lie side by side. One of them suddenly begins to crack, and at the same moment the marshal roars the order to take up arms. The knights quickly draw their swords, preparing for the inevitable battle. The maid orders Chris not to let the prince near the eggs. The girl nods obediently, and the boy confidently declares that he already knows everything. Meanwhile, the second egg begins to crack, and instead of a shell, a small horn breaks out of it. 2 tiny, cute dragons had just hatched from their eggs, and a loud squeak was heard. The marshal, the servant, and the prince froze in surprise. Finally, the little dragons hatch from the eggs. They climb out funny, crawl awkwardly, and squeak. The prince asks anxiously if they are really going to destroy them. The marshal confirms this without hesitation, and the servant already takes out his sword. In response, the little dragons squeak softly in his direction. The little ones start to tremble as Lloyd approaches them. However, the prince has a completely different idea. He leans towards the dragons and gives them a friendly smile. The servant of honor hastily warns, "You should be careful, because they are dragons after all." However, the young creatures seem only happy to meet him. The dragons hug the boy, and he finally understood. After the magic stone ended up inside him, these creatures took him for their father. The guards, Chris and Lloyd, just stared in shock, unable to utter a word. The prince asks the servant if he can destroy the dragons. The servant confidently answers, "Yes, it is possible." Having made sure that Dill and even the castle guards can easily cope with the small creatures, the prince asks to give him some time. He wants to keep the dragons to himself. The Princeton clients are beaming with smiles as they play with the little dragons. Ein tries to feed the tiny lizards, while Client stands nearby, laughing out loud. The boys are comfortably nestled among the bushes in the castle courtyard. The little dragons are happily feasting on the pieces of meat that have been brought to them. The princes do not hide their pleasure, watching as their pets devour the delicacies with great appetite. The boy had to argue with his grandfather for a long time before he allowed him to keep the babies. Finally, the king agreed, and the prince chose names for the babies. He called one Elle, and her brother L. Klein watched the little dragons with emotion. Klein holds back the dragons with one hand and hands them a piece of meat with the other. The guy looks at the girl intently, and when she notices his gaze, she becomes embarrassed and hastily assures him that nothing happened. The girl hands the prince a magic stone, thinking that his appetite has been whetted by watching the dragons feast on food. The prince takes the stone, savoring its bright, sweet, and sour taste with pleasure. In the evening, Ayin spends time in the gym with his mother and grandfather. The woman carefully combs her son's hair, wondering if his hand hurts. The boy hastily assures her that everything is fine. He has already had fencing training today, and will be able to handle the comb perfectly on his own. However, his mother stubbornly refuses to hand him the comb. The woman insists on combing her son's hair herself. The king laughs merrily, because it is useless to argue with Olivia. His Majesty solemnly declares that the boy's house arrest will soon end, and they will soon receive their first official assignment. The king decides to send the prince to Euro to conclude an important deal regarding sea crystals, a unique raw material that powers local technology. Since the monarch's trip will be a sensation throughout the kingdom, he turns to the heir to the throne with this special assignment. Grandpa decides to assign a bodyguard to the prince, led by sales representative Chris Dillon Warren. He is worried that the young man might act recklessly, but the prince himself tries to calm Grandpa down and convince him not to worry. The woman, who is watching their conversation, laughs softly. The guy can't wait to meet Euro. Meanwhile, Katima sits in the office, engrossed in reading a book, and nearby Marshal Chris is carefreely dozing. Katima holds a sheet of paper in her hands and enthusiastically reads the lines about a girl named Archa. She is called the Mistress of Demons, and as the text states, a real nightmare for envy. Katima doesn't believe that this girl is a heartless demon. He reads the story of the powerful girl, and how she, Delahan, and his wife were ultimately defeated. But soon 2 of his close associates begin to suspect something. Dola's wife Hanan did everything she could to protect her people. She desperately tried to delay the battle, preparing to accept even death with everyone. Another close associate of the Demon Lord deserves special attention. It was the Red Fox that everyone blamed for the changes in the demonic lord. Previously, he was not distinguished by such belligerence. That mysterious woman, who loved to turn into a human and seek entertainment among people, brought with her many changes. Rumor has it that she angered the Demon Lord. Ketsi remembers, a person with that name is honored in the Euro. Suddenly, Chris wakes up abruptly, which scares Katima very much. After apologizing, Chris hears Katima's advice. It's better to stay home and rest. Ketsi asked Marshall where they were going on a business trip. The girl replied that she was going to the Euros with Jan. Ketima sincerely wished them all the best. In the arena of the neutral trading city of Bardland, there are loud cheers and ovations. The crowd enthusiastically supports their favorites. A mustachioed man attacks his opponent. He raises his hands with a sword and delivers a decisive blow, but the opponent skillfully dodges. The man with the long tail notices that his opponent has noticeably grown stronger. However, these words sound more like a teasing hint. Edward replies that his old, exhausted body will not easily achieve victory. Edward rapidly spins his spear. The weapon whirls in his hands so fast, it seems as if it is in different places at once. Suddenly, the man leaps and delivers a powerful blow to his opponent. Whiskers suddenly starts coughing. Edward from Euro is solemnly declared the winner, and he extends his hand to the loser. The loser admits that he has been racking his brains over how to defeat him. The son of the fallen knight, consumed with rage, shouts from the balcony, watching the duel. He swears to his mother that he will certainly avenge his father's death. She quietly replies that she will wait for this day. The woman reveals the truth to her angry son. He is the chosen one, endowed with the power of the sacred knight, and his bride Shannon will become his support. Meanwhile, night envelops the castle. A man crashes through the door. He reports in despair that he has never been able to find the girl. The man in the tailcoat asks the prince to calm down, as a report is about to arrive. However, the prince is unable to cope with his anxiety. He is worried about the lack of news about Crone. He does not understand how the interlocutor manages to remain calm, since the situation concerns his father and daughter. The minister kneels and reminds himself that he must endure this ordeal and demonstrate indomitable strength. A conversation with his father comes to mind, where he says that it would be much better for Krona to stay in Ishtolik. He finds it surprising and unexpected that the girl has so quickly become attached to the prince after just one meeting. The minister recalls how Krona once begged him and his father to let her go to Ine. He feels guilty about Prince Tigris's feelings. A guard rushes into the room and announces that they have tracked down a carriage, which is likely to contain the minister's father and daughter. The prince enthusiastically urges them to rejoice, as the man will soon meet his dearest ones. The minister kneels again and promises that upon his return, he will make the father and daughter personally thank Prince Tiger. The prince laughs merrily and declares that he wishes to marry Kroni. The minister agrees without hesitation. The pleased Prince Tiger orders Grint to be summoned, declaring that from now on he will become his personal bodyguard. At the same time, lost in a dream, he cannot take his thoughts off the charming crown and fervently desires to meet her again. Prince Ain sits comfortably on the sofa, beaming with a sincere smile. Meanwhile, the son of the knight who was defeated in the arena frowns grimly, and Prince Tiger, sitting on the throne, also smiles, confidently and smugly. A giant destroyer named the White King arrives in the Duchy of Uro, a machine created specifically for the needs of King Ishtaliki. The king is worried about his own appearance, but his advisor assures him that everything is fine. Meanwhile, guards line up along the ship's gangway. The king and advisor are confused, trying to figure out who is getting off the ship. Ain introduces himself as an envoy from King Ishtalika and greets King Uro politely. They exchange brief introductions, after which the king invites the young man and his companions to accompany him to the palace. Advisor Ed looks at the prince wearily. Answering the king's question, he notes that the heir is not holding back his strength, so a giant monster appears behind him, very similar to a defeated sea dragon. Ed notices that despite Chris's incredible strength, the boy is noticeably superior to her in the battle with monsters. He is overcome by curiosity. What is the princess's true power? Meanwhile, the Duke insistently urges everyone to go to the castle. Prince Tiger suddenly appears at the door. He asks in surprise if the Duke has begun negotiations without waiting for his personal presence. The Duke calmly replies that there was no agreement between them. The prince emphasizes that he is here on an official visit. Grint's gaze meets hers, both clearly not expecting this chance encounter. He clutches the package in his hands and, raising an eyebrow in surprise, watches her intently. The Grinch suddenly declares that Ain is his real older brother, who ran away from the Roundheart family. The boy confidently points at Ain, attracting the prince's attention. Everyone present is astonished. Ain turns to his brother, urging Chris and Dill to lower their swords. Wallen rebukes the prince for his tactlessness, but Ain objects. According to the law of the First King, unprovoked attacks are strictly forbidden. Ine expresses a desire to listen to the Tiger Prince and tells the Duke that now is not the time for negotiations. Grint strongly advises him to be polite to the third prince, but Ine objects, emphasizing that he is the crown prince and therefore in a higher position. He sharply demands that Grint be quiet. The Duke asks what such urgent business has brought the third prince to Uro. The prince replies, there is only one reason for his visit. The third prince loudly announces that he has come for his promised bride, Krona Augusta. Ain does not understand what is happening. Chris and Dill are shocked by his appearance. The prince insists on an investigation to find Krona and her grandfather. The third prince accuses the Duchy of Uro of betraying Krona and her grandfather, all in order to gain Ishtalika's trust and establish diplomatic relations. The Duke and his advisor Gabe are stunned by this unexpected statement. Warren informs Anna that Uro has been charged with human trafficking, and as allies they cannot remain on the sidelines. He reassures the third prince that they have nothing to do with this crime, and, answering Tiger's questions, introduces himself as Minister Ishtaliki. The third prince insists that the minister explain what happened to Cronin or to his grandfather. The minister coldly replies that they are not going to spend money on an investigation, since their country does not maintain any diplomatic relations with Heim. He concludes, it is just a matter of a profitable deal. The minister reports that Heim has broken off relations with Ishtalika of her own free will. In exchange for a few heads, he offers the third prince valuable information about Krona. The minister demands that the third prince's associates be handed over to him, but the young man flatly refuses. Then the minister declares that the negotiations are over. Grant, unable to restrain himself, calls his brother pathetic. Grint wonders if it's shameful for the future king to shift his responsibilities onto his subordinates. But suddenly Dill intervenes, calling Ain a true hero who defeated the monster, and adds, "Grint has no right to speak to the prince in that tone." Dill accuses Grint of being characterless. The atmosphere noticeably heats up. The minister, realizing that there is no time to waste, immediately voices his proposal. The minister suggests a fight between Dill and Grant to test their strength. Prince Sign exclaims indignantly, but the minister quietly explains that this way they can speed up the negotiations and clearly outline their position. 3 people have gathered in the castle courtyard: Prince Ain, Marshal Chris, and Minister Warren. Duke Euro stands next to them. They all stare blankly ahead, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Dill easily dealt with Grint, who was weak and gasping for air, hunched over with fatigue. Chris remarked that Dill was the best swordsman in all of Ishtalika, and his skill was growing. Ain remains calm, as his swordsmen have taken into account the age difference between the opponents. The third prince calls Grint to question the swordsman. Dill agrees to a rematch. The Grinch straightens up and calls upon the power of the Holy Knight. Radiating determination, he charges headlong towards Dill, confidently promising to impress him with his skills. The audience is stunned by the hero's unexpected courage. Grint rushes at Dill, covering him with himself. The sword flies up. The decisive blow is struck. Everyone holds their breath in anxious anticipation of the final battle. Grint is defeated, and Dill decides the battle is over. He approaches Ain and Niall, dedicating this victory to his prince. Ain responds by sincerely thanking the brave swordsman. The swordsman notices that, despite Grint's young age, he possesses extraordinary talent. The boy has strength worthy of a holy knight. Deep down, he hopes that Grint will not regret his words. The minister quietly admits that he was very worried. Warren advises Duke Amore to return to the negotiations and informs the third prince that he will soon deliver written information about the crown that he has in his possession. Ain asks the minister what exactly he intends to reveal. The minister reveals a secret. In the letter he noted that Ain is one of the most important figures in Ishtalik, and also hinted at her relationship with Krona. Upon hearing this, the third prince is furious with indignation. Negotiations resume, and the parties finally reach an agreement. The huge stone is pulled out of the water with a net. Meanwhile, Aim and Chris leisurely stroll through the streets of the city. Chris asked why they were out for a walk. Prince Ain replied that he wanted to find out what was lacking in the euro so that he could start trading with them soon. For example, the euro had no wheat at all due to the invasion of seaweeds. The Kingdom of Gymes sets a high price for wheat, as they are the main producers. Aim decides to offer the euro wheat at a reasonable price and deliberately sells them huge quantities. As a result, the euro have so much surplus that they are forced to sell the grain themselves, gradually bringing their own economy to bankruptcy. Chris remarks that the prince's proposal would put all of Jaime's farmers out of work. The prince doesn't object, but adds that it would be great if euro had its own wheat. Ed escorts the group to the ship and reports that the Duke was satisfied with the negotiations. He asks to accept the gift. When asked about its contents, the man replies with a smile that the box contains a statue of a divine patron. A statue of a crimson fox appears before them. Chris explains that this mysterious creature protects the locals and brings them good luck. The minister does not hide his concerns. The prince interrupts the minister, noting that this is one of the red foxes. Warren nods, confirming that this is exactly what he meant. Chris remarks that the fox servant has incurred the wrath of the Demon King. Ain only scoffs, realizing that he was wrong to accept this girl, thinking she was simply lonely. The witch is acting suspiciously. Marshall tries to intervene, but he is bound by magic, preventing him from moving. The girl begins to tremble. Princeton grabs his head, and suddenly a blinding light explodes from him. His dagger sparks and begins to sparkle, scattering rays of incredible brightness around. The prince swung his sword decisively. A certainty flashed through his mind. This was the woman who had tried to break their bond from the very beginning. Without hesitation, he threw the statuette into the air. The boy waves his hand decisively. The minister and the marshal watch him intently, their mouths open in astonishment. At that moment, the statue of the headless man falls to pieces. A powerful explosion occurs. The minister and the marshal grab their faces, protecting themselves from the shockwave. They look around in confusion, not understanding what is happening. A powerful explosion reaches the ship, engulfing it in flames. The armor of the destroyer, the White King, cracked under the blow of Ainz's hand. The young man fell helplessly to the ground, losing consciousness. Blood gushed from his mouth. Behind Prince Ane, two people stand silently. A young man with blonde hair and a girl with dark locks. The boy, with his eyes closed, clenches his fist tightly, as if holding back strong emotions. Arkua Yadalai lies on the lap of the woman with dark hair. Somewhere singing is heard. The prince feels that he cannot move. He has no idea where he is or whose voice is floating in the air. The woman apologizes for the inconvenience, gets up, and leaves. The guide tries to stop her, asks questions. The prince returns to his room with a look of fatigue and tension in his eyes. He immerses himself in memories of the recent mission to Europe, reliving every event that happened there. However, the further development of events is shrouded in a fog of forgetfulness for him. What happened next, he cannot remember. There are bandages around his right arm, engraved with a forbidding spell. The boy notices this with surprise and is about to call someone first. The prince's mother and the marshal rush into the room. The young man is sincerely happy to see them, and, not hiding his surprise, admits that he has no memory of how he ended up here. The dark-haired woman hugs the boy tightly. The women cannot hold back their tears, sobbing one after the other. The marshal repeats the boy's name over and over. The prince looks around in confusion, not understanding what is happening. The boy's grandmother covers his mouth, and the grandfather beams with happiness upon hearing his grandson's voice. The child himself is confused and tries to understand what is happening, only to hear that he has not regained consciousness for 6 months. The grandmother, wiping away her tears, says that the boy will soon be going to the 4th grade. The king takes the women aside, suggesting that this conversation be postponed to another time. Ain sadly recalls that the last thing he saw was the statue of the purple fox. Ain gently squeezes his hand, and he, confused, tries to understand what has happened. Meanwhile, Chris pushes the carriage with the prince forward. Katima, the king, Lloyd and the minister are already waiting for them. His Majesty notices that everyone is already gathered and solemnly invites those present to the throne room. When the prince asks about further plans, Katima replies with a smile. Now he will see everything with his own eyes. Suddenly the warrior notices with surprise that he cannot move. Katima persistently asks him to try again. She needs to make sure to the end. Meanwhile, the prince, confusedly watching the petrified Chris, sees how he tries in vain to move. A strange, multi-layered sphere suddenly appears in the air, immediately warning, no one should approach. The minister and the king frown warily, and everyone else watches this mysterious phenomenon with amazement. The ball suddenly flashes with a bright, almost unearthly light. A blinding glow bursts from its depths and heads straight for Chris. Katima breaks into a scream, calling for the girl and the prince to run away as quickly as possible. The ball flies straight at them, but the girl manages to grab the prince and jump to the side, holding him close to her. The king admits, Katima has dedicated herself to this research for a reason. The prince wonders what's going on, and Katima explains. The reason for everything is the stone of the demon queen Arche, which repels the prince. This mysterious artifact is located right in the throne room. According to the book, co-translated by Katima and Chris, Archie was a surprisingly shy queen. Her family consisted of only 2 people, the eldest Lish and Doricon. They traveled together, discovering new lands and building small settlements that eventually grew into magnificent cities. The girl eventually became queen. Ain realizes that this path to the crown was not instantaneous. Just seeing the fox, Duragend immediately lost his power. After the queen absorbed the cursed stone, she began to push the prince away. It was because of the red fox that the attack on the demon queen took place. The voice that had sounded earlier also cast off the prince. Ketima, without hesitation or asking permission, looked at the young prince's status card, and was surprised to discover that certain letters on it were distorted. Prince Ain asks with a hint of anxiety if he could have been cursed in Euro. The minister replies that if that were the case, the duchy would seriously damage its relations with Ishtalaka. Gautama, listening to the signs, says that everything indicates that the prince is gradually turning into a monster. Katima needs to conduct research, which requires her to examine the prince. The king assures her that he will seek help from the guild, Kaiser, and the adventurers. Everyone is sincerely worried about the boy. The marshal congratulates the prince on his brilliant performance in the exam, but reminds him that he still has 6 months to make up for what he missed. She is genuinely glad that the Kaiser has sided with them, although she notices his concern that the crown prince might have become a monster. The guy asks if they are headed to the Majolica store. The man nods in the affirmative. They need to buy tools. Once inside the store, they notice that it is completely empty. Not a single customer is in sight. Suddenly, Mayuliki appears, noticing that there are almost no customers in the evening. The princess is frightened by such a surprise, and Chris reproaches the woman for her strange pose. The man suggests closing the shop and discussing everything in private. The man notices that a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. She suspects that he has been resting all this time, and wonders with doubt, who is he really? A man or a monster? Outraged by the seller's words, Chris emotionally denies. He is well versed in seal techniques, and immediately noticed that the prince's aura does not resemble a monster at all. It is the power of a person who has swallowed magic stones. The prince invites Malolika to reveal all the secrets. The merchant, in turn, compares him to the world tree, the same one from which the dryads were born and which devours monsters. The seller advises going to the city of East, which has become a shrine for fans of magical artifacts, or to visit Bart, the famous place where a giant monster was defeated, to search for answers there. Chris doesn't want the prince to go to Bart. She's been there before and has sensed the monster's sinister atmosphere, so they decide to go east. The salesman promises to help and write a letter of recommendation. Chris offers to buy his unique camouflage equipment. The prince immediately notes that he needs 3 of these devices. However, the saleswoman names a sky-high price, to which the marshal agrees without hesitation. This surprises the prince quite a bit. He suddenly realizes that Chris and Majolica have known each other for a very long time. Chris says her older sister was on the same team as Kaiser and Majolica. She notes that although her sister was often plagued by anxiety, she was actually surprisingly strong, even stronger than Lloyd. The boy asks to tell Chris about her sister, but she apologizes. It is impossible at the moment. He gently runs his hand over her head, and Majolica jokes that she looks like a tamed animal now. Meanwhile, the prince dreams of a future journey to the east. Krona sits next to him, displeased and upset. While the prince was unconscious, she and 2 others were constantly on duty at his bedside. But as soon as he came to, she is about to leave again, without even giving them a chance to have a proper conversation. Pronia thinks the prince is just joking. She smiles and notes that their dragons have grown so much that they can no longer fit in the narrow corridors of the palace. In response, the prince asks the girl to take care of these powerful creatures. Crony gives the boy a magical communication stone that allows him to send voice messages. The girl's grandfather has improved this artifact, and now it has even more capabilities for transmitting messages. The prince asks his beloved, what would happen if he suddenly turned into a monster? He hesitates whether her attitude towards him would change, but the girl confidently answers, no, her feelings will remain the same. The boy is amazed by her answer. The girl, noticing his excitement, asks him to make her a promise, even if he becomes a monster. The girl asks him to promise. When he turns into a monster, Ain will give her a star crystal. Her dress flutters magically in the wind, and a gentle smile blooms on her lips. The boy blushes awkwardly, carefully takes Kron's hand and promises, if something like that happens, he will definitely do it. Having given his word, the boy sets off for the east. People are crowding the station. Some are greeting friends, others are intently searching for their platform. Amidst the commotion, several passengers try to wake Katima, but she resolutely refuses to get up. The prince asks in surprise why she is here. The cat replies that she is going to put the knowledge she has gained into practice. Dill adds that the girl secretly entered the room with her luggage. Hatima takes out her glasses, which are to be her disguise. The girl eagerly awaits their arrival, but the prince restrains her enthusiasm, warning her not to rejoice prematurely. Hatima indignantly demands that she not be treated like a child. 4 people emerge from the train, dressed in camouflage cloaks. They look carefully around the city, as if assessing their surroundings. First and foremost, it is the heart of magical research. Despite the fact that the city is not the capital, it is here that the most advanced achievements of magical science in all of Ishtalik are concentrated. The Tower of Wisdom is a place where the most advanced scientific and magical activity is in full swing. It is extremely difficult to get here, as the entrance is open only to those who are able to pay a considerable price. Even the government is not allowed to interfere with the work of local researchers. They actively use sea crystals in their experiments. The prince is convinced that his mother was forced to take Heim for the crystals. He is annoyed that such valuables are now being wasted on nothing. Dill instantly catches the prince's mood and suggests they go to the hotel. Meanwhile, the prince decides to write a message to Krona. Eni notices that the city is cold and the tower rises to an incredible height. Dill warns that once they remove their cloaks, their disguise will be broken. The boys arrive at the place Maholika indicated. Before their eyes is the school at the Great Academy of Magic, where the main laboratory is located. The guard at the gate inquired about the purpose of their visit. He demanded to see the letter, noting that adventurers often tried to slip through with forgeries. Having carefully studied the writing, the man slowly read the letter from beginning to end. The guard insists that the head professor be summoned immediately. Majolika seems to have considerable influence. He apologizes and asks to wait a little longer. The prince does not hide his surprise. The guests are greeted by the head of the academy, Professor Oz. The prince politely apologizes for the unexpected visit, but Oz only smiles warmly in return, expressing his sincere gratitude for such attention. He is especially happy to see Professor Emeritus Majolika again. The prince listens with surprise to the unexpected news. The man in glasses politely invites the guest to follow him. In the spacious office, numerous books are lined up on the shelves, and a stone pedestal rises under the glass cover. The professor comfortably settles down on the sofa. The professor apologized for having addressed them as ordinary guests earlier. There were strangers on the street, so he could not speak openly about the contents of the letter. In response, the Crown Prince officially introduced his companions. Chris solemnly introduces himself as a marshal. Dill announces himself as the princess's escort, and Ketsi Curtsy elegantly bows and expresses deep respect on the occasion of meeting Professor Oz. The princess is impressed that Katima is behaving like a real princess. The marshal explains that Katsi is none other than the first princess. The professor and Katima are delighted to meet and are eager to share their knowledge. Professor Oz apologizes with some embarrassment. He seems to have gotten a little too carried away. However, returning to the main reason for their visit, he nods to the prince. And the heir to the throne, without hesitation, confirms. It is about his body and the mysterious Crimson Fox. Professor Oz is a renowned expert on magical stones. He quickly realizes that the prince has absorbed the stones of the Elder Lich and the Doulahan. Oz is about to uncover a truly fascinating mystery. Oz shows the chest. He reassures the children, assuring them that the room is reliably protected by a powerful Majolika spell. The professor adds that it is in this chest that something is hidden, that the heir to the throne needs so much. Marshal Chris gently takes Prince Anne's hand. Professor Oz approaches the chest and gently opens the lid. At that moment, the prince's gaze falls on two shining jewels. These are the same magical stones of the Crimson Fox. Prince Ain and the first princess, along with a night watchman named Chris, were stunned by the appearance of the Red Fox's magic stone. Lost in bitter memories of past battles, Chris did not notice how her mood changed. The prince noticed this change, and, unexpectedly for the warrior, gently placed his palm on her arm. I smiled gently and assured Cree that everything was fine. Chris, confused, replied that they should do as the prince said. Keeping a smile on his face, the prince thought it would be a good idea to have such a stone with him. After all, as the Elder Lich had warned, this jewel could restrain the Doulahan. Ain turned to Mr. Oz and remarked that this exhibit was indeed of great value, as Majola Kassad had remarked that the professor was well versed in red foxes. To this, the scientist happily confirmed that he had recognized the tracks left at first sight, and added that this stone was the only one he had managed to obtain for his research. Ain asked the professor to help him study the features of his own body, seeking to learn the results of scientific research. Professor Oz gladly agreed to support the prince's wish. Professor Oz assured him that it would take him a few days to prepare all the necessary documents. The prince just nodded in response, saying that this would not be an obstacle for him. The prince started talking about a reward for helping the professor, and Oz noticed it immediately. The professor, with a sincere smile, refused any reward, because in his opinion, nothing could compare to the priceless opportunity to communicate with His Highness. Suddenly, Knight Chris intervened. He noted that outsiders might unfairly suspect that Prince Ain had taken advantage of his position. Chris asked permission to express gratitude on behalf of everyone. Professor Oz, placing his hand on his chin, thoughtfully replied that he would agree only if they insisted. The professor asked anxiously if he could ask for anything other than money or a reward. The prince countered with a question. What exactly did he mean? The professor, with a sad face, began to tell us that there had been several cases of kidnapping of small children during the Easter period. The professor continued his story, explaining that the victims were orphans from the poor areas of the city, so the case was not taken seriously. Putting his palms together, the professor regretfully noted that his heart ached for them, regardless of who these children were. Here the professor again addressed His Majesty. Professor Ozbud jumped up, and unable to contain his excitement, shouted to the prince to immediately order more knights to search for the murderer. His unexpected initiative stunned everyone present. Surprised, Prince Ain spoke up and named the professor. The prince watched the man bow his head in reverence, wondering. This man seemed to be more likely to lend a helping hand to the orphans of the slums than to accept a well-deserved reward. That was what made him truly worthy of respect. After a short thought, Ian replied to the professor that he completely agreed and would personally see to it that the knights passed on the decree. Hearing this, the professor was happy to thank His Highness. Prince Ain unexpectedly announced that he would personally join the search, which greatly impressed everyone present. Chris, jumping up from the sofa, began to loudly object. Even if there was an entire army of guards next to the prince, it was simply impossible. However, Ain, closing his eyes and crossing his arms over his chest, calmly replied that he did not want to just give orders. The prince, opening one eye, told Chris that they still had some free time while the professor was collecting materials, and asked her opinion. Chris stared at the prince silently, not saying a word. Unable to withstand the prince's pressure, Chris finally agreed with him. She admitted that it was better to be with him than to try to restrain him, and sighed heavily, unable to find peace. In response, the prince remarked with a smile that he already understood perfectly well what she was thinking about him now. The agitated professor turned to Knight with anxiety in his voice, asking if she really agreed to this. To which Christ calmly replied, "This is a common thing, and there is no point in paying attention to it." The professor rose from the sofa, shook His Highness's hand, and assured him that he would contact him as soon as all the necessary information was gathered. The prince, in response to the handshake, promised to wait and make every effort to catch the criminal. The prince's group was almost at the door when the professor rang the bell. Oz explained that he would ask the guard to escort them and order him to put hoods on everyone. The professor went to the desk and began rummaging through a drawer, muttering that he had almost forgotten to give the prince something. At that moment, the prince was watching his movements closely and did not miss Oz searching for something. The professor solemnly handed the prince a sealed envelope. The princess wondered what was hidden inside the envelope. The professor, with a serious expression on his face, replied that East held ancient materials, remnants of secret research that should be hidden forever. He added that perhaps the prince would be able to find an important clue there. The prince once again sincerely thanked the professor for all his help. When they were already standing at the door, the guard asked the professor why they were looking for a meeting with him. The professor ordered the guard to escort the honored guests. The guard immediately carried out the professor's order. Finally, the guard handed the letter to Oz, and the professor thanked him for it. The guard invites the detachment accompanying the prince to follow him. Professor Oz bowed deeply to his guests once again in farewell. When the professor was left alone, he unfolded the letter. With anxiety on his face, he began to read the letter. Returning to the window, the professor calmly said that the time had come. 3 people, along with their footprints, left Professor Oz in a frozen state. Chris advised the guys to return to the hotel and get some rest after the exhausting journey, and Amy happily supported this idea. The first princess casually announced that she would go shopping. Her companion was surprised and addressed her by name, not understanding her decision. Knight rushed after its mistress, begging her to stop and wait for him. The rest of the company were talking about them animatedly. The prince asked if they would be all right. To this, Chris, thinking soberly, remarked that there was nothing to worry about, for Princess Katema was not nearly as reckless as the prince himself. Aim and Chris returned to the hotel. There was a commotion at the counter. A man was indignantly demanding to know why his usual number had been taken. I paid attention to the commotion. The man was breathing heavily and angrily, letting out his irritation. The girl behind the counter apologized and explained that another guest had moved into the room as of today. The man cursed louder and louder, unable to contain his anger at her. The man offered to pay extra, but he made it a condition that all the other guests be evicted and he be put in their place. The confused girl replied that they couldn't do that. Aina asked Chris if the man really meant their room. Chris reassured her that even if there was no reservation, There was nothing to worry about. The man angrily slammed his fist on the table. Unable to bear it any longer, the man exclaimed that he had had enough. He would never cross this threshold again. The girl pleaded with the man to stop. However, he only loudly ordered his men to follow him while he hurriedly left the place. Chris, covering Ina with her body, warned her that someone was approaching them, and asked the prince to stand behind her. Vi's account held its breath for a moment as it passed the prince. As he left, Vika muttered that they would regret losing a client like him, the patron of wyverns and krakens. The prince looked at him intently. Chris suddenly held his breath. Chris recognized this man and began to tell the prince. His name was Sage, and he came from an ancient Viking family. The prince wondered if they had anything famous to boast about. Chris immediately assured him that their family was a most illustrious one, with a respectable history. She added that the prince's predecessor had been an outstanding man, and His Majesty would certainly have found a common language with him. Ain explained in detail what the man meant by patronage. He wondered how to interpret it correctly. Chris began to tell me that there was a trading company that traded monsters, and some nobles even kept monsters captured for adventurers as pets. Chris added that the monster would be severely punished if it caused serious harm to a person. The prince listened carefully and agreed with what he heard. Chris spoke thoughtfully, expressing doubt. It seemed strange to her that after his appointment as head of the Viscount's affairs had declined, and he could hardly afford such a luxurious hotel. The prince only listened to her words in silence. Late at night, in her room, the first princess could not understand one thing. The prince, comfortably seated on the sofa and immersed in reading documents, suddenly guessed and asked his relative if she was talking about him. Supposedly, if she was referring to his sleepless nights. However, the cat shook her head in denial and replied that no. That was not what she meant at all, not forgetting to add her characteristic no at the end of the phrase. The princess uttered her playful Naya again, talking about Chris, who had settled on her lap. Ain replied with a smile that Chris was also tired. The princess immediately objected, saying that where is it seen that the marshal would fall asleep on the lap of the heir to the throne, not forgetting her favorite Naya. At that moment, Chris, with a happy smile, was peacefully dozing on the lap of her mistress. The princess skillfully shifted the conversation to another topic and asked about the documents, to which the prince suggested that she personally familiarize herself with them. The first princess raised her eyebrows in surprise. The prince spoke about experiments on mixing races with demonic blood, explaining that the purpose of this research was to artificially create a demon. In other words, it was a chronicle of experiments on humans, and he wanted to make sure he understood what he read correctly. The first princess replied that she had heard rumors about it before. The prince, in turn, remarked that now it was clear why Professor Oz had insisted on keeping this research a secret. The books constantly state that this experiment is extremely simple. All you need to do is dissolve the stone's energy in the body of a creature from another race and force it to artificially evolve. The princess replied that other races were once considered demons too. Spiced up her speech with her usual no. She added that if a demon gains power by consuming a magic stone, then it's entirely possible that other races could gain the same power in the same way. Suddenly, the prince addressed the princess by her name. She trembled slightly from the surprise. The distraught prince replied that this was exactly what he was doing, absorbing the energy of the stones in the same way, becoming more and more powerful. He went on to tell of the research, during which 99.9% of the subjects died, and the rare ones who survived and gained power lost control and were subject to destruction. The prince admitted that if the demonization process continues, the moment will come when he will personally take the lives of those most dear to him. The prince frowned and bowed his head, and the princess watched him silently, carefully studying his emotions. Keith warned him not to let that happen, so they shared the story of the research. The princess asked Ayun what he thought were the disadvantages of being transformed into a monster. The prince, in turn, asked her to explain what exactly she meant. Imagining the cat monster, Ain wondered why it couldn't talk, and that confused him. The cat admitted that he had been wrong in his guesses. She explained that even if he had suddenly evolved, he would never have turned into a mindless fish that couldn't even understand language. The princess mentioned the Dullahan and the old lich, noting that when they were dressed in ordinary clothes, it was almost impossible to tell if they were demons. The prince thought for a moment and agreed with her words. The cat smiled defiantly and remarked, if it came to that, they would simply register the prince as a representative of the new race as soon as he evolved. The prince heard this, and for a moment he froze in confusion with surprise. Shivering with rage, Ayn cursed his kinsman. Ayn laughed so heartily that tears welled up in her eyes, and barely able to catch her breath, admitted that she had gone a little too far with her jokes. The relative reassured him, saying that a backup plan would be useful, but that he shouldn't dwell on it. The prince replied that he was already feeling much better. Ayn stood up, carefully placed a pillow under Chris, and warned her that he was going to the bathroom. Kautama sipped her tea leisurely, as if dissolving into the peace of the moment. Suddenly, the cat urgently asked Chris to keep what he had heard a secret, and not share it with anyone, adding that if necessary, she herself would tell everything to her father. Chris slowly rose from the pillow. Chris was puzzled by the princess's announcement that she had already woken up. Suddenly, Chris clutched her face, burning with shame, and spoke of her embarrassment. Realizing that she was lying on the lap of the heir to the throne himself, she was confused and had no idea how to get out of this awkward situation. Returning to her usual state, Chris admitted that her position did not allow her to keep this secret a secret. If His Majesty asked, she would not be able to remain silent. The princess raised her paw, and, waving it vigorously, assured her that everything would certainly happen exactly as she said, and then promised to make her task easier. Chris watched this in surprise, and although she did not understand anything, she still decided to remain silent. The first princess rose from the sofa and, turning to Christina Bernstein, solemnly announced, "Princess Katima von Ishtarika is issuing a new royal decree." The princess strongly ordered no one to disclose any information related to Ini's obsession, which they learned while in Istia. Finally, Katema sternly warned, no one should know about this, not even members of the royal family. It was at this moment that Chris dropped to one knee and obediently obeyed the order. Ketema stared at Chris for a few seconds, his gaze full of seriousness. When Chris raised her head, Katim regained her usual indifferent expression. The princess admitted that she was tired of the constant seriousness. Chris noted that she did not even think that she would have to resort to a royal decree, Katema replied, adding a ringing "Nia" at the end, and explained that it was all for the sake of her brazen nephew. At that moment, the prince was in the bathroom, admiring the amazing faucet from which water was pouring incessantly. When the prince returned to the girls' chambers, he noticed that Chris had already woken up. The embarrassed knight immediately apologized for her behavior, while Katima was leisurely sipping tea, comfortably seated on the sofa. The second day of the search began. The prince stopped in front of the mirror, almost completely prepared to go out. He headed to the dining room, greeted everyone, and politely apologized for his tardiness. Chris, having carefully prepared breakfast for me, wished me a good morning and a speedy return. The girl began to justify the prince, saying that he had sat with the papers until dawn, and advised him not to exhaust himself like this any longer. However, the prince stubbornly replied that he should make even more efforts to catch the criminal faster. The prince looked around the room and asked Chris where Dilla and Kadam had gone. The knight replied that they had gone to the store for food, to which the prince responded with sympathy for Dill. Ayn warned Chris that she would get to work right away, and in the meantime, the girl offered to cook something delicious. Suddenly, the prince's attention was distracted by an unexpected message that had arrived. The girl's magical letter brought him news. She was sincerely glad that everything was okay with him. The girl was happy to see that the prince was feeling well, and she sincerely wished him health and hoped that he would not catch a cold. The girl remembered that her grandfather had been there. Hearing this, the prince remarked loudly about him. She advised him that if he happened to meet his grandfather, he should definitely talk to him. Finally, the girl asked him to tell her to call her as soon as he heard the message, and she would wait. Ayn smiled gently, tightly clutched the magical artifact from which she had received the letter, and sincerely thanked her for the news, promising to do her best. The princess and the prince, hiding under their hoods, set off through the city to investigate. Noticing the large number of people around, Chris noticed that the East District was always full of tourists. The prince thought for a moment and noted that finding the information he needed would be extremely difficult. People often disappeared in that place. Chris nodded in agreement. Chris began to lecture the prince, insisting that even this would not make her stop, and urged him to be more careful. The prince responded by quietly agreeing, humbly acknowledging her rightness. When the couple reached the alley, it suddenly dawned on them that they were lost. Ayn noticed that there were many alleys around. Chris, overcome with despair, suggested moving straight ahead. Suddenly that way you could find a way out. The prince guessed that there must be a Tower of Wisdom somewhere nearby. In the distance, shouts could be heard. A man was shouting at the thief, ordering him to stop. The princes looked back at the source of the strange sounds and noticed. A crowd of men was rushing after a little girl in a torn dress. The men shouted at the girl, telling her to stop, and threatened that from now on she would not be able to escape from them. The girl exclaimed that she was innocent, but at that moment, one of them abruptly grabbed her by the hair. The frightened girl begged to be let go, but the man, satisfied with his prey, only threatened that she would certainly be held accountable for all her actions. Another man approached them and reminded them that they needed the girl alive. The one who was holding her agreed with him without any objections. The guy, holding the girl in his arms, said that they should turn back. Suddenly the boy rushes after the girl, who is frozen from the unexpected attack. Chris walked past them resolutely, her sword tightly clutched in her hand. The girl burst into tears from fear. The prince wondered what was going on here. Ain approached the girl and asked how she was feeling. She replied that she was fine. Ain added gently that she should not be afraid of him. Suddenly the girl fainted, but the prince managed to grab her in his arms. Chris assumed that the girl was terribly exhausted and had lost consciousness. The prince added that it was good that he had managed to show up just in time. Anne, somewhat confused, described Chris's girlish clothes and asked if the girl was an orphan. However, Chris could not give a confident answer. They were still in the alley, so the prince suggested that she go with him to their room. Chris did not object and agreed. It was already evening outside. The girl was lying in bed. Gradually, the girl began to open her eyes. The prince stood nearby and asked if she had woken up yet. The girl was about to ask him a question, but the prince interrupted her, loudly announcing to his group that she had finally come to her senses. Chris brought the food, and the girl and the guys were already seated around the table. The prince asked if the stranger was hungry and suggested that they first get some refreshment and then rest a bit. On the table were 2 sandwiches, an egg, and a portion of salad. The girl paused for a moment, hesitating, and then quietly said that she had no money to pay for the food. Ain just laughed and assured the girl that all these dishes were prepared especially for her. The little stranger suddenly bursts into tears. The girl, trembling and filled with tears, sincerely expressed her gratitude to them. First, the girl carefully took a small bite of the sandwich. The girl thanked the prince once again and, smiling, took a bite of her sandwich. The stranger sank to the floor and bowed her head, saying quietly that she had received such good food from them that she was now in their debt. Aim quickly jumped up from his chair and began to reassure the girl, assuring her that the food was free. He gently invited her back to the table, and she took her place again. The prince wondered what made those people pursue her. She never understood the reasons, because when she returned home, these people were already waiting for her there. The girl continued her story. According to her, they captured her sister, and she herself miraculously managed to escape. The stranger trembled again and burst into tears. The prince was deeply saddened by this story. Under the table, he clenched his fist in anger. The young girl turned to the prince, pleading with the Lord to save her sister. The stranger admitted that even after receiving so much kindness from him, she was aware of the audacity of her request. Warm prince lightly and gently embraced your palms. Ain reassured her, assuring her that he was ready to save her sister. Chris was pleased to see how lively the young prince was responding. The stranger thanked him again sincerely. Ain added that from now on this room would belong to his girlfriend, so she could use it as she pleased and relax as she wished. Chris and Ain left the room where the little stranger was. Chris wondered how such children could end up on the streets. The prince only noted with a smile that she was surprisingly resilient and able to overcome any difficulties. Suddenly, a knock came from the hallway, and Ani turned at the sound. Dill returned and immediately announced his arrival to the boys. The prince warmly greeted his friend and asked if he had achieved any results. Knight began his report. He reported that those who had pursued the little girl were hired thugs. Dill said that a witness had seen the boys slip down a side street toward the Tower of Wisdom, and that their specialty was picking people off in alleys. Chris and Fitting were stunned by what they heard. The prince thought for a moment, and then Chris suggested, perhaps the Tower of Wisdom would be their refuge. Aim looked out the window in surprise, trying to understand what was happening. He looked closely at the tower and noticed that something bad was definitely happening there. The next day, the city came alive with a new morning. People were already comfortably seated at tables in the open air and exchanging calm conversations. The princes, Chris and Ain, gathered together, sitting together, awaiting the results of the interrogation. Ain wondered if they had learned anything new today, although he sincerely doubted that the investigation had made any progress. Chris suggested that Warren Sama handle the matter. Ian would support her, as he had already promised the child that he would handle the matter that way. Chris silently watched the prince, whose gaze showed desperation. Knight did not lose hope of learning something else important, and trying to cheer up the prince, suggested that he return to their room. Ain pondered Chris's proposal. The girl said that this establishment prepared exquisite new dishes for all the inhabitants of the city. Ain guessed that they went hunting at night, but it was possible to meet them during the day. Chris admitted that she hadn't had a chance to explore the city and its attractions yet, so she suggested taking a walk around them right now. On the horizon, the man noticed the silhouette of the stadium. Inside were teeming with all kinds of monsters. Chris watched the spectacle with pleasure, and Prince Ain did not hide his delight. The prince turned to the girl, and pointing to the giant horned monster, admitted that he had never met such a terrifying creature. Seeing another monster, Chris noticed that it reminded him of a dragon. The prince noted that this stone monster was by no means weak. Chris added that the creature looked terrible and was truly frightening. Ain noticed that it was very small and asked if it could be a baby. The girl replied that it all depended on the conditions in which it lived. Suddenly, a creature appeared before the heroes, much larger than the previous one, and they could not hide their amazement at this gigantic monster. The prince and the knight exchanged glances, weighing their strengths and assessing their opponent's capabilities. The prince remarked that he now looked even more terrifying than the monster. Chris nodded in response, and added that this was the first time he had seen such a refusal. The girl suggested going down and looking at them up close, assuring us that it shouldn't cause any difficulties. They went down, and the prince was amazed to see how huge the place was. The monster himself noticed their presence. Horror gripped him. Wyvern unleashed the full power of his magic, and its incredible power caused the prince to freeze in genuine amazement. The monster glanced at the prince, stirred restlessly, and growled angrily in his direction. Suddenly the wyvern trembled and fell into a stupor again. Others also noticed the strange behavior of the monster. The prince suggested leaving the place, but Chris assured them that he could feel their power. Suddenly, the unscrupulous owner appeared and asked in surprise who had scared his wyvern so much. The fingerprints identified the face of a man who was staying at the hotel. The people walking behind whispered, "This is Viscount Sage himself." They bowed their heads in gratitude and thanked him for coming to the play. Vian gestured to one of his servants for a whip. In a fit of rage, he lashed out at the monster, sharply ordering it not to stand still. He constantly ordered him to join the battle. The Viscount shouted at the monster, reminding him of how much money he had paid him, and ordered him not to stop and to beat without any respite. Wyvern Shrank tried to cover his mouth with his wings, as if hiding from view, and his master only sighed heavily in response, exhausted by his own efforts. The confused Viscount asked who had given him the medicine. The man standing behind him ironically remarked that such frightened behavior looked extremely suspicious. Suddenly the Viscount turned his attentive gaze to the prince and his companion. The Viscount approached the boys and remarked that he had seen them examining his wyvern. The prince did not object. He confirmed the Viscount's words and explained that they had just arrived. The Viscount ordered his knight to open the boy's hood. The prince glanced displeasedly at the hand reaching out to him. Chris waved away the knight Viscount's hand and said firmly, "There's no need to raise your hands." The girl cast a brief glance in the direction of the Viscount. Chris pulled her hood up and quickly turned away. The Viscount licked his lips disgustedly. Viscount Sage noticed that forceful methods were useless here and offered to accompany him. Extending his hand to the girl, he assured her that if they obediently followed him, no threat would threaten them. Chris found himself surrounded by Viscount's fighters. She cast a careful glance at them, and suddenly the prince ordered them to stand up. Ian explained that that's why she's always by his side, because she's the closest person to him. Her mentor's words pleasantly surprised Chris, causing her unexpected joy. Ian, overcome with anger, sternly warned his enemies. If they dared to do this to her again, they should not expect forgiveness from him. The Viscount exclaimed in confusion. "How dare he talk to me like that?" The villain decided to accept this and ordered his unfaithful henchman to be locked in a cage. The couple stood motionless, watching intently as Count Vi counted. Suddenly the prince grabbed Chris's hand. Ian suggested going home, noticing suspicious strangers in the crowd. Chris mumbled something in response and followed him silently. They walked forward, not letting go of the girl's hand. Breathlessly, the girl talked about that hand. The prince continued to walk silently, not listening to her, and barely restrained anger was visible on his face. Chris, her eyes wide with surprise, stared at the prince in amazement, her mouth involuntarily hanging open. The girl, embarrassed by the prince's behavior, smiled awkwardly and lowered her eyes. The couple walked leisurely down the street, lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly the track stopped. The prince turned to Chris and, without hesitation, let go of her hand. Chris looked sadly at his hand, which Anna was holding tenderly. The prince turned to the girl. The prince asked Chris about Viscount Sage's financial situation. She replied that things had deteriorated significantly. Then, cautiously continuing his questioning, he suggested that this could have negatively affected the state of the wyverns. Chris began to think, if you take into account the costs of food and care, it would be about 5 million. and if you add the amount they get for their performances, it would be even a little more. And here I am curiously asked the question, where did he get the money for this? The prince had a fresh thought. Ain glanced at the tall tower while talking about it. Chris opened his umbrella and began telling stories about the place. The girl said that when a special moment comes, this place awakens the northern lights, and then the whole sky lights up with bright colors. The prince remarked with admiration what an amazing sight it was. Ain wondered if this structure was really the same symbolic Tower of Wisdom. The prince was lost in thought again. The girl turned to Ainu. Ain wondered if the Viscount could have been somehow involved in this tower. Chris replied that the creator of this place was undoubtedly an intelligent and educated man, and therefore there could be no connection between the Viscount and this tower. The prince continued to think aloud. Ain suggested that all these kidnappings could well be organized deliberately, and the girl, not letting him finish, quickly picked up and completed his thought. People are kidnapped for the purpose of trading them and making a profit. The girl came to her senses and cried out. Continuing his story, he gathered all the evidence. The carriage always went to the tower, and whoever had access there was certainly involved in the kidnappings. So, of all the nobles who could afford it, the Viscount was the culprit. This time, looking at the tower, the couple contemplated it with a serious, concentrated expression on their faces. Meanwhile, children were sitting in the tower under the majestic castle. Little girls, in torn clothes, sat in a cage like broken birds with no hope of escape. One of the girls sat with her knees drawn up to her chest, her lips tightly pressed together. The girl could not hold back her tears, remembering her younger sister. Meanwhile, the first princess, along with her friend Dil, was returning from shopping. Kaukima carefully cooled the tea, repeating Ainz's idea. He intended to inspect the Tower of Wisdom, as it seemed suspicious to him. The prince positioned himself opposite the princess and politely asked her for royal permission to enter. Katema, however, discreetly remarked that this was not the best idea, adding the phrase "no" at the end, as there was a possibility that he might be deemed unworthy enough to issue a decree. The princess advised Ainu that if he wanted to get inside, he could simply slip inside unnoticed. Katema's words surprised Ainu quite a bit. After a moment of thought, the prince suggested that the Tower of Wisdom held many secrets, and wondered if he was right. He also noted that the tower was probably heavily guarded, so it would not be easy to get past these ruthless guards. The princess opened a notebook with a diagram of the tower in front of him, and, beaming with delight, began to explain that the first thing they needed to do was disable the security system. Kautama went on to explain that the energy powers all of the tower's functions, including its defense, and that it itself is generated by a huge seal of magical stones hidden deep underground. Ain happily replied that now everything was clear to him, mentioning once again the seal of the magic stones. The princess echoed his words, nodding approvingly in support of his plan. The prince continued his story, but this time about the destruction of this seal. But before he could finish, one of my relatives hit me on the head with his paw. She immediately corrected him. In fact, he would only temporarily disable the seal. After all, if it were destroyed completely, the number of victims would reach unprecedented proportions. Gautama called her nephew a fool. The beaten prince sank to the floor and asked the princess what he should do next. Katima came closer and leaned towards him, beginning to whisper her plan right into his ear. Kutema, Aine, and the little stranger gathered around the table. Upon learning that her sister might be in the tower, the girl turned to the prince to ask about her. Ain confirmed her guess with a smile, but immediately added that it was just a guess, although it could still be a chance for the girl. The stranger, suddenly filled with tears, exclaimed, if there was even a hint as to where her sister was, it would make her feel better. Then she would be able to calm down. Katima asked the girl for her sister's name, as this information could significantly facilitate the search. The girl, having calmed down a bit, gave her name, Verla, and also told about her missing sister May, adding that she herself was only 6 years old. Verla decided to find out who her rescuers really were. She understood that they were representatives of the nobility, but their real names remained a mystery to her. The prince introduced himself as Ain, and called his relative a cat, Katima-san. She reacted indignantly, firmly denying, she is not a cat, but a real kite-sif. The princes insisted that they were not really nobles, but explaining this to her would not be easy. Ain stood up from the table and headed for the exit, indicating that it was time to say goodbye. Kitama personally handed over the responsibility of protecting the princess to Dil, to which the cat nodded approvingly. The girls were left alone. Unable to bear the tension, Verla dared to ask again who they were, because these people had saved her life, and she must know her saviors. Katima supported the girl, agreeing, such things should not be kept secret. Katima announced her own title, followed by her rank as prince. The girl froze in surprise. Eventually, she regained control of herself, shuddered in shock, and quickly put together all the pieces of this puzzle. Verla wondered again if this man was the crown prince of their country. Katima rushed into Dill's room. Knight rose from the sofa, greeting the princess. Katima exclaimed briskly that now was the best time for business. The knight asked what tasks were in question. Katima noticed that Ain was, as usual, lost in his own thoughts. He thought that he should think things through before rushing to save the kidnapping victims. The cat began to explain that the first thing they should do was contact the police and see if there were any missing persons reports. Then they should call a healer in case anyone was found injured in the tower. And finally, they should take care of a whole armful of clothes. Katima was about to continue, but the knight interrupted her, suddenly turning to her. Dill dropped to one knee and pleaded with his mistress. He asked for help and begged her to take him with her. The princes froze in silence, waiting for the princess's answer. Katima sighed in relief, peering into the peaceful night. The cat approved his request, and without wasting time, suggested that he write a few letters on behalf of the Gully family, since no one should know that the Ainanshi were now in Ishti. Dill readily agreed and assured him that he could be relied on. A carriage was being prepared in the city. The bald man turned to the count, saying that he had already completed his work. The count nodded in response and said that it was time to leave then. The count incredulously asked the prince if he really intended to go there. The prince simply took off his hood and confidently replied, "Yes, that is exactly what I intend to do." Chris expressed a desire to return to the inn immediately. The prince reassured her, assuring her that this time everything would be different than during the battle with the sea dragon. Ain sincerely thanked the count for his support, rejoicing in his presence. In response, the count laughed and, with a hint of surprise, remarked that he had never imagined that expanding the August Seals Canal would bring them so much benefit. The count explained that the boxes with the magic stones should be taken to the basement immediately. Ain agreed, confirming that this order suited her. Chris thoughtfully analyzed what was happening now. The girl continued, thinking aloud that perhaps she should go there herself instead of the prince, because he should not risk his own safety at all. Prince Aini smiled gently at Chris. Ain responded to Chris's request by stating that she was no longer able to forgive them. In his imagination, he relived the events related to Verla, and angrily recalled those who kidnap children, separate them from their families, and then laugh mockingly as if it were something trivial. Aim clenched his fist. The prince, with a serious expression on his face, declared that, as the heir to the throne of this country, he was simply obliged to know about the existence of such people. Chris, having confusedly uttered her master's name, stood nearby while the count silently watched the prince. Chris got down on one knee and bowed her head, saying that she understood everything. She firmly promised to protect him with all her strength from now on. Aim thanked the girl. The princess looked dreamily into the distance and spoke. On their way, they came across that very tower, and the prince announced that the moment had come when it was time to begin penetrating inside. At this moment, Augustus is on his estate. The girl sat on the bed, listening intently to Ain's message. The prince told her that he had some business to attend to in Ishta, and promised to contact her as soon as he was free. The girl listened carefully to the message, and looked sadly at the magical means of communication. The girl, relaying Aina's words, said that she had a few more things to do, so his return would be delayed a bit. In her imagination, like a living picture, the scene of the conversation between the prince and Chris appeared. She admitted that she is very jealous of Christosan, because she herself dreams of spending more time with Ain. Suddenly the girl came to her senses and reminded herself that she shouldn't think like that, because Ain was in Ishta right now to resolve a really important matter. The girl became cheerful again and thought about her next steps. While pondering her response to the letter, she decided to go shopping with Olivia Sama today. However, none of her thoughts brought her peace. The girl sat down on the bed in the room again. She stared silently at the ceiling. Thinking aloud to herself, she sadly acknowledged her own helplessness, and realized that she was no longer able to contain her feelings for Ain. The girl tightly clasped the magical artifact in her palms, and admitted that she now admired herself as she once was, because she had previously endured all the difficulties associated with this object for so long. In her memories, she relived every moment she had spent with Ain. Reaching her hand toward the ceiling, she softly spoke his name. The heroine admitted to herself how much she missed him, and suddenly realized loneliness was creeping up on her even faster than she had expected. The girl thought with a smile. How could she even say such a thing? As he clutched the stone in his palm, he felt the artifact glow faintly, a sign that her every word was being recorded immediately. The girl was shocked to the core, and only then did she realize what she had done. The artifact beeped, signaling the completion of the transmission. The girl was confused, and burning with shame, instantly jumped out of bed. She paced the room restlessly, wondering how he would react to her words, and convincing herself that she hadn't lied for a moment. It was all the truth. The girl shyly covered her face with her hand. In the end, she scolded the prince for returning too late, and even said some hurtful words to him. Somewhere underground, in the corridors near the magic tower, guards were leisurely walking. One of them turned to his comrade to ask how the situation was going. The comrade replied that everything was under control and said that he was moving on. But the guard didn't have time to finish the sentence when he suddenly trembled with fear. Ayn and Chris instantly put their opponents out of action. Chris began to scold the prince, saying that he shouldn't have shown himself to people. To this, the prince replied with a smile. The guard was standing right in front of him, and he couldn't help himself. Ayn was glad that the invasion had begun successfully, although he couldn't help but remember how cramped that wooden chest they were now hiding in seemed. Two brave heroes stepped forward. Pris asked if they would act on Cadamus's plan. The prince confidently replied that they would. Ayn began to explain that according to the princess's plan, the energy in this place is formed in 2 stages. He explained that first, liquid magic stones are intensively stirred in a pool to create a powerful flow of magical energy, and only then is this energy converted into ordinary energy using a turbine. Ayn suggested the next move. They should overheat the very turbine that towers directly above them. The guy stood in the middle of the spacious hall. The prince spread his arms to the sides. Beneath them, the liquid suddenly swirled, forming bizarre swirls. The water vortex was gaining strength, spinning more and more furiously. Chris watched Ayn's magic with admiration and, not hiding his surprise, wondered how powerful the water dragon was. It was the ocean current skill. The prince opined that if he could create enough magical energy to exceed the turbine's power limits, then everything should work out for the best. Suddenly, darkness enveloped everything around. The light went out. Icy smoke billowed from the work, spreading around in cold clouds. Chris shouted that it was getting cold. At the same moment, the railings were covered with a layer of ice. Anne asked if the pool was frozen, and Chris joked that the water was too hot. The boys rushed forward. Anne hastily warned them that they should go upstairs and look for evidence of the kidnappings before the system was back up and running. Chris obediently followed the prince's order. The heroes noticed the ladder and hurried on, without wasting a moment. Ayn quickly ducked around the corner, watching the excited scientists rush past him. When the commotion died down, he and Chris moved on and soon came across the door they needed. Panting after running, the boy stopped right in front of her. They were absolutely convinced. This is exactly why they came here. The prince noted that the door was a magical artifact, and now their plan had become a serious obstacle. But Chris only quietly turned to Aina, asking her to stay away from her. The girl confidently gripped the sword in her hands. The girl resolutely rushed forward, breaking through with numerous lunges and eventually breaking down the door. The prince was amazed at the power of his companion. Chris finally finished the job and breathed a sigh of relief. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the door. Chris happily informed Anisama that the path was finally clear. Ayn was stunned by her incredible strength. Entering the rooms, the heroes were shocked to notice that there were flasks everywhere with horrible creatures inside. Ayn wondered quietly if they were really monsters. Chris replied that they had been artificially enhanced, and were perhaps being experimented on for further improvement. The prince told the girl that there was another entrance. The heroes cautiously stepped inside. The room had a bed combined with an outdoor sauna. AAM remarked with disgust how horrible this room was. Chris looked away and called the prince. The heroes noticed a giant cage with girls inside. Both girls noticed the strangers and froze in fear. The prince froze in amazement at such an unexpected situation. Ayn assured Chris that she would handle the matter herself. He thought they would be uncomfortable if there were men around. Chris immediately understood the prince's hint and nodded approvingly. The prince noticed several papers with important markings on the edge of the table. The hero picked up the documents and instantly realized they were financial statements of income and expenses related to human trafficking. Now they had irrefutable evidence of everything that had happened. The prince noticed that somewhere halfway through their journey, their attention had shifted to the exchange of boys. He wondered why the girls had been locked in a separate compartment for the flight. Jan immediately remembered what the girls were wearing. The prince instantly understood what was going on. His jaw tightened with rage, and a curse at the criminals burst from his lips. Chris approached Dane from behind and told him that she had asked the girls to put on lab coats that she had found nearby. The prince thanked her for her concern and suggested that everyone leave the place as soon as possible. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed the princess's clothes. A little girl ran up to the prince and timidly asked if she would really be able to see her sister. Chris noticed that everything around him resembled May. The prince approached the girl and said that everything became obvious to him. It was she. Ain assured May that everything was fine now, and promised that she and her sister would meet again very soon. Her smile shone brightly, and she gave this sincere joy to the prince. Suddenly, an unexpected sound came from the side. The heroes rushed forward, protecting the children with their bodies, and did not hide their surprise. Chris exclaimed that the monsters had broken free from the test tubes. The Viscount entered the room and, casting an ironic glance, suggested that someone might have broken into the laboratory, sarcastically adding that it was the cheeky guy he had recently met. The prince agreed, confirming that the Viscount was behind the kidnappings. Count Vi appeared on the horizon with his guards. The villain could not understand what was going on, because he did not kidnap the girls. On the contrary, he saved them and sheltered them under his care. The Viscount cleverly diverted the conversation, accusing the heroes of trespassing into his laboratory. A serious crime. The Viscount, giving the monsters the order to attack, exclaimed that the heroes must atone for their guilt with their own death. The villain watched the events unfolding before him with a satisfied grin. Suddenly he glanced at his hand, in which he held the mysterious liquid. The heroes skillfully dealt with the Viscount's monsters. The Viscount, sensing that circumstances had changed dramatically not in his favor, inquired who these strangers were. The villain returned to his mercenaries, sternly ordering them to carry out the order and reminding them of how much money he had already paid them. To this, the boy only exclaimed that it was impossible. Frightened men said that the heroes were so powerful that even swords broke from their strength. The Viscount was filled with fierce rage. The sword blade stopped very close to the main villain's face. Chris explained to him that he had pointed his sword at the wrong people and should be executed for it. Looking up from under her hood, the girl added that they had too many questions for him to answer. The Viscount raised his hands up, showing agreement with the girl, and suggested continuing the discussion of the issue elsewhere, hinting at the need for negotiations. The villain slowly approached her and said coldly, "You won't have any luck today." A strange gas was escaping from the Viscount's leg, and the girl managed to cover her face in time. The girl moved away from the clouds of smoke. The Viscount's soldiers were slowly panting, weakly begging for help. Chris froze in shock, shocked by the Viscount's cruelty, which did not stop even at the lives of his own comrades. Ain rushed to calm Chris, hastily explaining that the miasma was to blame for everything. The prince loudly proclaimed that he would immediately disperse the poison. Suddenly there was a crack in the air. A crack appeared somewhere nearby. Yesterday's giant beaver suddenly appeared right out of the walls. The monster growled menacingly, and the prince asked Chris what he knew about the creature. Meanwhile, the Viscount rejoiced in her own foresight as she deftly jumped onto the wyvern's back. Ain immediately ordered Seju to stop. A giant monster suddenly emerged from the abyss. Ain cursed weakly, following the fugitive with her gaze. The princess, who had already taken her seat in the carriage, looked out the open window and shouted to the children to hurry up. The train to the capital was about to leave. The boys and Eli jumped into the train car anyway. The prince, barely catching his breath, leaned against the wall, accepted the handkerchief from Chris along with a few encouraging words. The boys entered the carriage to see the princess. Ketima reprimanded them, noting that they were late. The prince sat down on a soft sofa and, looking thoughtfully ahead, said that he had an important question for the Knights of Ishta. Ain insisted that they continue to search tirelessly for Sage, emphasizing the importance of this mission. Ketima nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that since this was an order from above, everyone would certainly realize its weight and significance. The prince, barely restraining his irritation, objected. He would like to deal with this matter personally. Princesses Verla and May were together. Dill explained that he had rented a separate compartment on the train for the girls in advance, and they were now having lunch together. Ane was relieved to realize that thanks to the efforts of Ketema and Dill, the kidnapped children would finally find protection and care in the capital's orphanage. In his thoughts, the prince had already firmly decided to take Verla and May into the service of the palace. The hero remembered an important detail and turned to his relative. He said that Professor Oz had given him documents containing information about the places where the red fox appeared, and its transformation into a monster. The prince also mentioned that he had also given away another ruby bald skin. Ketima was stunned by this discovery and immediately asked Ain if the artifact was properly sealed. Chris replied that the professor had given her the stone along with a special box for storage. The girl assured the princess that she would keep the item in her room, where it would not be threatened by anything. The prince returned to his room and immediately plunged into working with the documents. Ain remembered the message from the clown and began to make excuses. Too many things had piled up lately. He laughed softly, imagining how angry the girl would be if she found out that he had secretly infiltrated the Tower of Wisdom and started listening to the letter from the clown. In the letter, the girl confessed how much she missed him, and how loneliness was gripping her more and more than she could have imagined. The prince was in real shock. Her words surprised the boy greatly. The prince jumped up, thinking at first that the girl was mocking him, but there was a real seriousness in her voice. He was confused and did not know what to say to her. Covering his mouth with his hand, he finally spoke. Suddenly, the windows in his room shattered, but the boy managed to protect himself from the sharp fragments. The trained one suddenly stopped. Chris and Dill rushed headlong into the prince's chambers, calling out to him loudly. The prince assured them that everything was fine and asked what had happened. Through the broken window, he noticed Wyvern approaching him. The wyvern swiftly cut through the night sky, soaring high above the ground. The prince asked if she was the Viscount's wyvern, and Chris replied by asking if she had come for them. The prince heard the voices of other people. The passengers persistently asked the train conductor not to stop and to continue. However, the man in uniform explained that this was impossible. There was a monster circling around. Panic gripped the people. The prince gritted his teeth in rage, trying to contain his anger. Chris confidently took Anna by the shoulder and asked permission to deal with the monster himself, asking the prince to stay in the carriage. Anne explained that they were the ones targeted by the wyvern, and if even one of them remained in the carriage, the monster could destroy the entire train. Chris wanted to object, but the words were gone. Ain held out his hand and replied with confidence that he was sure everything would work out for the best for both of them. The prince firmly took Chris's hand and pulled her forward, urging her to go forward. Shocked, Chris cried out his name loudly. A man in uniform noticed the boys trying to climb outside through a broken window. The guide shouted loudly to the boy to stop immediately. It was too dangerous here. The man was overcome with great astonishment. With a face full of determination, the prince did not even glance in the direction of the guide. The man froze, suddenly realizing that he was standing before the crown prince. The people around him also recognized his identity and began to wonder in surprise why the prince had appeared here. The prince ordered Dill to bring Verla and May to Katima and ensure the trio's safety. Dill accepted the assignment without hesitation. Ain and Chris cleverly climbed onto the roof of the train. The weaver spotted the boys and growled menacingly. The two friends quickly prepared for battle. The prince remarked that it would be great if this monster feared him as much as his opponents in the Colosseum. Chris, carefully trying on the suit, noted that the wyvern's body had become even more massive than before. Chris looked around and suddenly noticed something unusual. Far away on the island stood a cart. Viscount Sage was sitting in the cart. The weaver rushed forward sharply and began the attack. Chris, tightly gripping her sword, shouted loudly that she would not allow the monster to attack. The girl lunged forward, swinging her sword at the monster's paw. Chris glanced over his shoulder. Chris quickly turned to the prince, and Ain admired the girl's decisive blow. Chris replied that she was trying to cut off the wyvern's paw. Thick steam was billowing from the wound on the monster's leg. The prince noticed how the wound was gradually healing. Chris admitted with surprise that she had not expected this. The weaver's skin was not only unusually strong for a girl, but also had the ability to radiate energy. And this made it even more unusual. The wyvern soared into the sky. Chris remarked that if they couldn't land a precise hit on its vulnerable spot, the battle would turn into a grueling confrontation. Ain replied that its weakest point was its magic stone. The prince finally gathered his courage and began to cast a spell, calling upon his magic. The young man activated the skill Thick Fog and, exclaiming, promised to definitely find the location of the wyvern stone. The monster growled and leaned forward tensely, trying to get a better look. It was from the steam club that the prince's magical bonds were born. The prince gripped Wyvern tightly, and the creature struggled desperately, trying to break free. Vagrant tried to escape from the boy by flapping her wings, but in response, Anne remarked how powerful she was. Anne shouted loudly to the Viviri, who already had experience fighting with an opponent who was stronger than her. The weaver opened his mouth, trying with all his might to resist the boy's spell. The prince noticed. The stone was hidden right in the monster's forehead. Ain shouted to Chris that the stone was hidden in Wyburn's forehead. The girl took aim and quickly flew into the sky. During the attack, the girl exclaimed that she finally understood the prince. Chris hit the monster with all his might right in the forehead. The girl realized with regret that there was no other way to save the monster. I didn't feel the joy of victory. Suddenly, a loud crack sounded behind the boy, breaking the surrounding silence. The kraken entangled the train with its massive tentacles. The prince and Chris were startled when a new monster suddenly appeared before them. Ain remembered the Viscount talking about his monsters. He had mentioned the terrible wyverns and unruly krakens he had possessed. Loud cries rang out from the pages of the press. The monster intends to destroy the bridge along with the train. Suddenly, 2 C-class dragons attacked Krenon. The guys were shocked by this turn of events, and the kraken meanwhile sank under the water. The heroes leaned forward and tried to guess who appeared before them. The sea dragons were old companions to them, Elianoth. The prince was sincerely happy when his friends came to his aid. The dragons fell upon the kraken and greedily seized upon its flesh. Chris reminded him that the sea dragon's greatest delicacy was the kraken. The prince, stunned by this news, assumed that they must have only come to feed. The boy lay down on the roof of the train and laughed loudly, exclaiming that despite everything, it was the dragon who saved them. The prince looked up at the sky with pleasure. Ain remembered Clannon's words that they would definitely give him a shoulder to cry on. The boy resolutely took the artifact in his hands. The prince left a message for the girl, confessing how much he missed her. The Wei family's carriage, tipped over on its side, lay helplessly on the ground. Pale and out of breath, Sage ran away as fast as he could. He couldn't understand how something like this could have happened to him. The bicycle tripped over a rock and overturned. The man looked around and froze in horror. The heroes walked behind. The prince declared that he would personally take the Viscount to the capital and hand him over to his custody. Chris calmly explained to the man that he had nowhere else to run. The count again turns to the prince with a question. The man loudly shouted that they were just suspicious people in hoodies and had no right to judge him. The prince stepped forward resolutely, revealing his face. The Viscount did not hide his surprise. Anne looked down at the criminal and asked again sternly whether he still lacked the strength to pass sentence on the Viscount. The Viscount has already addressed his lordship. The prince remarked that if he were an aristocrat, he would certainly know him. The man knelt down, his fist clenched. He supported the prince, agreeing with him. Anne again addressed him, reminding him of all his crimes and ordering him to confess everything in person in the capital. However, before complying, the prince asked permission to ask one last question. The prince wondered why he was kidnapping people, and whether he was only after money. The Viscount spoke, his eyes lowered to the ground. A distorted expression flashed across Sayas's face, and he muttered that it was all just the man's whim. The prince again inquired about the mysterious man. You, trembling from what you had experienced and stammering, began to tell him that you had become his right-hand man in exchange for the promised reward. The Viscount was gripped by a searing pain, and he kept repeating the same thing to himself over and over again. Chris rushed over, covering Ain with her, while the man stood up and began desperately begging for help. The Viscount fell silent and fell exhausted to the ground. Jan wondered if the Viscount was really dead, and tried to understand what had just happened. The prince let go of his head, and at that moment Chris called out to Aina. Aim looked up at the moon and screamed in despair. The train stopped on a destroyed bridge. The documents, tightly clenched in his palms, slipped out and scattered on the bed. He closed his eyes, remembering how Dill had warned him that repairing the railroad track would take some time, so he had advised Ain to rest in the carriage compartment. The prince left the chambers, intending to find something to quench his thirst. Ain's eyes widened in surprise. Chris sat at the bar, her hair loose and falling softly over her shoulders. Ain turned to the girl, calling out to her loudly. The young man asked the girl in surprise why she was dressed like that. The girl was immediately confused and quickly explained. It wasn't what he had in mind, it was just her last clean clothes. The girl stood embarrassed before the prince, her eyes downcast. The prince smiled faintly, feeling pleased. He assured her that there was no reason to be so worried, and with a smile noted how wonderful she looked in this particular image. The girl gratefully turned to Fazli, thanking him. Over a drink at the bar, Ani admitted that the unhappy ending was haunting him. It kept him awake at night. Chris agreed. Similar disturbing thoughts haunted her too. The prince delved into the conversation about the last words of the Vishawuk and came to the conclusion that behind all this, there was a real leader. Chris agreed with this, adding that the Vishawuk himself had only been used and thrown away like an unnecessary lizard's tail. Aim suspected that the leader might be the Red Fox. The prince continued to tell. Judging by Kadama's words, the Red Fox was capable of strengthening and subduing monsters, even despite the Demon Lord's rampage. Moreover, the aura of the creatures that Sage was controlling turned out to be surprisingly similar to this one. Ain assured him that once he had overcome his own physical difficulties, he would be able to devote his full attention to the mystery of the Red Fox. The prince mentioned Professor Oz's documents, and immediately noted that they contained valuable information. I continue to insist. According to the available documents, the evolution of monsters in no way deprives them of the consciousness they had before their transformation. For Chris, this news came as a real surprise. The girl suddenly jumped up and exclaimed with delight. This means that in the event of monsterization, the princes will be able to retain their true essence. Ain noted that this is only possible if the processes of monsterization and evolution are put on the same level. Chris was sincerely happy, and replied that even if that was the case, it was as if a stone had fallen from her heart. The professor should be thanked separately for such news. The prince replied that the professor was exactly the kind of person who put the fates of others, including the lives of orphans, above his own interests. He was sincerely glad that he had decided to visit Icht. The girl was pleasantly surprised by Ainz's words. The young man noticed how Chris's face changed and turned to her. In response, she apologized. The girl slowly turned the glass in her hands, letting the light play on its transparent edges. Chris began to talk about the prince, emphasizing how much he had grown up, and his confidence in this was only strengthened by the young man's actions during the journey. The girl felt that Ain reminded her more and more of the first king. Ain was embarrassed by Chris's words, but quickly defended herself, assuring that she was telling the truth. Meanwhile, Chris turned to the prince. She raised her glass and proposed a toast to the possibility of them going somewhere together again. The prince looked at the girl in surprise. The man clinked his glass against hers, accepting her toast with a smile. Ain confidently said that they would definitely do it again. The man with the stone in his hands turned to his father, announcing that today was a special, grand day. Spreading his arms, he declared that the man had brazenly used his power and should be punished. The man was relieved to report that he had finally managed to get rid of the magic stone from that cunning fox, once again reminding him what day it was. The man pressed the stone to his cheek, admiringly noting that the crown prince was full of dignity and courage, like a true son of his majestic father. After licking the stone, the man admitted that it turned him on. Gritting his teeth and breathing heavily, the man continued. The excitement that gripped him now was the same as when he killed the fox that was on his father's side, and all the fox blood remained on him. Stretching his hand to the window, he spoke of the heir to the throne, remarking that he would never be able to curb his thirst for knowledge. He confessed that he was eager to see the expression on the future monarch's face when he sensed the approaching danger to his throne. The madman, denying his words, warned against showing such distorted sympathy towards him, because people like his father were worth appreciating. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. A man in uniform entered the room, politely apologized, and asked the knights to discuss matters related to the Tower of Wisdom. The madman instructed me to tell him that he wanted to visit their office tomorrow. The man in uniform bowed politely, accepting the order, but at the same time asked if it was possible to deviate from the plan. The madman smiled, and the speaker, having finished his sentence, turned to the owner. It turned out to be Professor Oz. Chris turned to Ian and reported that the bridge was now in sight. The prince added that she was right. The couple was slowly driving in a carriage towards the bridge. It's been half a year since the water train incident. I had just celebrated my 11th birthday, and spring was already firmly in the air in the yard. Today, the boys have arrived to witness the grand opening of the bridge, which was destroyed during an attack by Viscount Sage's monsters. Pris noted that everything went surprisingly smoothly and without any problems. In response, the prince noted that during the door-to-door transfer, the transportation was indeed organized quickly and smoothly. Ayan winked and jokingly remarked that all the credit went to his gifted assistant, alluding to the clown. The clown winked and jokingly asked if she was the one being talked about. The clown has already graduated from Libe Women's College. In the winter, Clown took the civil service exam and was the only one to pass it flawlessly, making her history as the youngest assistant to the heir to the throne. The prince wondered if they had borrowed this luxurious carriage from August's company, as their journey seemed surprisingly comfortable. The clown smiled and confirmed, yes, it was indeed a new model from their company. The prince's assistant assured him that she had already arranged everything after talking to Ojima, so he should not worry. She emphasized that if they indulged in luxury at the expense of taxes, Ina's name would lose its importance. The prince agreed with her. Chris warned him that they would be coming soon and advised him to be ready. The man obediently followed the order, but at that moment the clown called out to him and asked him to wait. The clown deftly buttoned up Ainscape's costume. The girl, noticing the unbuttoned button, smiled slyly. The young man, cheerfully embarrassed, laughed and said that she shouldn't have done that. Aim deftly flew onto the bridge, turned to face the crowd, and confidently swung his sword. People celebrated joyfully, and the prince's friends joined in the general joy with smiles on their faces. The prince sighed heavily, exhaling in a strange, unusual way. 3 boys stood next to him. Boots was the first to speak, curious about what had happened to Ain's face. Roland, a half-man, half-cat, was the second. The tour had just begun, so he asked why the prince was sighing so heavily. The third, Leonardo, asked anxiously if the prince was feeling well. Ain replied that this was the first school event in 5 years, and he couldn't understand why they had chosen the royal castle for the excursion. With bitter irony, he asked what kind of group visit to his home was this. The boys only joked, saying that the place was really wonderful. Leonard explained that this was the most amazing place for them. Ain understood their feelings, although it seemed excessive to her. At that moment, Knight approached the boys and thanked them for their patient wait. Dill stood before the boys, and Ain asked if he would be their escort. The knight bowed and confirmed this, adding that Warren had given such an order. Then the man explained the rules in detail. The boys were strictly forbidden to deviate from the route or go anywhere on their own. They were only allowed to follow him. The man added that, while in the castle, the boys should address Ain as Your Majesty. Leonardo assured him that he would strictly ensure that Bats followed these rules. Bats shouted at his friend indignantly, but the attendant only smiled in return, and everyone around him cheered up. The man led the boys through the luxurious corridors of the palace, and eventually they found themselves in a spacious training hall. The guys watched the evening training sessions with interest. When he reached the dining room, the boy sat down to eat. Ain announced that he would be away for a short while, and left. He admitted that even though he had known it before, the excursion had proven once again that he and I were from different worlds. He then recalled a moment that had particularly struck him during a night training session. The guy admitted that he felt the greatness of the knights. Their every movement literally stunned him. Boots was unmoved, assuring that this had not affected Ain at all. Leonard noted that such behavior was completely characteristic of His Majesty. Roland, in turn, emphasized that the prince truly had unwavering strength. Butts slumped back in his chair and smiled, explaining that the 4 of them had been together since 1st grade. He had always been confident in his own abilities, but he had never really been the best at anything. Leonard, confused, turned to him, but Butts just grinned happily in response. But he did not accept defeat. A cry of stubbornness escaped his lips. Clenching his fist, he resolutely declared that he would not allow me to become better than him and would make even greater efforts to surpass himself. However, the prince's friends assured him that they must become stronger so as never to become a burden to him. Roland and Leonardo supported their friend's opinion. Anne returned and asked his friends what the conversation was about. Butts replied with a smile that it was just trifles. Meanwhile, the prince brought the boys more treats, which surprised them quite a bit. A maid approached the boys. Apologizing for interrupting their meal, she gently reminded the prince of their meeting scheduled for the afternoon. The boy realized with regret that he had not had time to eat. Then the girl promised to bring him food to his room later. Leonardo asked the prince if he was going to leave. His Highness had already risen from the table, nodded in return, and briefly apologized for the inconvenience. Roland said goodbye to the prince. The servant informed the prince that Warren and the clown were already waiting for him in the conference room. The boy immediately understood the girl. On the way, they came across May with a basket in her hands. She greeted the prince and wished him a good day. The boy greeted her and asked what she was doing. The girl hesitated for a moment before answering. The maid answered for her, explaining that she was now under her supervision and assigned to work in the dining room. The prince immediately noted that special training was conducted for the gifted. The girl did not understand what was being said, and jokingly said that he was just flattering her. May suddenly remembered that it was time to run, bowed in farewell. The boy wished her to be careful and waved his hand in a friendly way. The prince added that she had noticeably grown up compared to the time she had lived in Ishta. The girl agreed, nodding politely in agreement. Ain asked where Verla was now. The girl replied that she was currently working in the infirmary near the training camp, adding that she had already earned a good reputation among the knights due to her selfless work. The prince noted that everything had become clear to him, and added that they were making a lot of effort now. The young man raised his hands and assured him that he should try even harder. The guys settled around the table, looking at each other thoughtfully. Warren thanked Ain for his visit and suggested moving on to today's matters. The old man began by talking about the case of the adventurer city of Baltica. The boy spoke of the official review and investigation into the Red Fox and the monster, wondering if he was wrong. Warren nodded in agreement. The old man added that among the confiscated property of Viscount Sage, finds had been found, and that he had been to the Baltic frequently during the past year. The clown said that it was the Red Fox who was behind all the kidnappings. The old man just nodded and agreed. Most likely, that's how it is. By the way, Katima also shared this opinion. Warren relayed Professor Oz's advice to the prince, to rely on adventurers from the Baltic. He also announced that an investigation would begin at the same time in the Demon Lord's former lands. The prince specified whose possessions should be surveyed. The old man replied that during their previous investigation, they had come across several unknown technologies hidden in the form of books. If this time they could learn more about the Red Fox, the monster, or obtain any information that could help in the case, then this operation could be considered a true success. Varro noted that the old lands could be as dangerous as they were said to be. The knights, led by Lloyd, were tasked with exploring the area, while the prince himself was to concentrate on his duties. The prince was pleased with this decision, as it meant that Lloyd would remain with him, and this thought encouraged him. The boy also asked Clown if she would go with him, and she agreed. The girl lightly touched his hand and spoke. She announced that she would now be his assistant. The young man blushed with embarrassment. The old man asked to take care of the prince, and the girl confidently promised that she could be counted on. Aine began to list those who would accompany him on the journey, mentioning Lloyd, Dyla, and Claudine. The prince thought for a moment, then asked about the news about Chris. Chris was almost in tears at being left at home. The girl sat in a corner, complaining about her loneliness and claiming that everyone had turned their backs on her. The school principal apologized to her and assured her that she was the marshal of the country, and the residents of the capital could not imagine their lives without her. Her heart clenched with resentment, but she knew she had to stay, since Lloyd was leaving with the others. The prince also looked unhappy because the girl was not accompanying him, but she only squeezed the boy's hand tighter. The girl bent over the prince, her eyes shining with tears. Priest continued to gaze at the boy with indescribable sadness in her eyes. Aine turned to the girl, and Christ felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, not understanding why it was so sharp. The girl lowered her gaze and quietly said that she understood everything, and this time she would definitely stay. With a look of determination, she promised the prince to protect the capital while he was gone. Aine smiled gently stroked the girl's head, and happily said that she was glad to hear that. She promised that in return she would definitely buy a whole bunch of souvenirs. The girl suddenly realized that she had fallen in love with her prince's smile. Somewhere among the mountains stood a castle, covered in snow that fell incessantly from the sky. On a dark night, a warrior appeared in the glow of armor and prophesied, "Soon another armed stranger will visit us." The knight stared into the distance. He remarked that there was no point in hurrying, because he had been waiting for this moment for several centuries. And the knight whispered softly that time was passing too quickly. The monster growled and with mad fury rushed to break the silence of the night darkness. The man summoned a sword and announced that when the right moment came, the beast would lose its need. The monster suddenly burst into the night, merging with the darkness in a swift leap. The man cut the monster in half, and the massive carcass fell to the ground with a thud. The knight declared with a stern voice that it was not allowed to even approach the castle threshold. The knight assured him that he would certainly fulfill his mission, but promised to wait for his return, no matter how long it took. Prince Aine waved his hand, greeting the crowd from the platform. Aine boarded the train and complained with a smile about the unbearable heat, while Claudine, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, remarked that summer had finally come into its own. The prince, fanning himself with his hand, complained of unbearable thirst due to the heat. Klaus readily offered him some chilled tea. Aine thanked his assistant, noting with a smile that her care spoiled him too much. The young man asked where Lloyd and Dill were now. The girl explained that they were sitting in the main car, and the guards were on duty at night. Some in the front cars, some in the back cars. After thinking about what he had heard, the young man clarified what exactly he had meant by asking about this car. Plon leaned towards the boy, finished his sentence, noting that now they were alone, and added that they didn't need anyone else. The prince agreed awkwardly. She was right. The girl smiled softly, suppressing her laughter. Aime looked out the window and noticed a strange bird with 4 wings pointing directly at him. The boy was delighted to ask about the bird, asking if it was a monster, and the clown immediately supported his guess. The girl agreed with a smile that fun was good, but asked them not to do anything rash once they reached the Baltic. Remembering his own antics, the boy replied somewhat confusedly that he knew that. The clown resigned herself and sat down next to him. She began to explain quietly that she understood his concerns, and reminded him how, ever since the first king had destroyed the demon lord's old domain, he had never ceased to admire this ruler. The prince immediately supported her words, noting that the first king was a real idol for him. The girl thought she became curious to learn more about the ancient lands of the demon lord. She felt sorry, because these places had hidden secrets since the founding of Ishtalaka. The guy asked when exactly Ishtalaka appeared. The girl replied that the city appeared either after the attack of the demon lord, or after the conquest of these territories. Claude noticed that the historians were divided. The guy agreed with his assistant, but he was actually worried about something completely different. The clown spoke of children born to the royal family of Ishtalik. They were born representatives of different races, which answered Inas's question. The young man confirmed these words, giving an example from his own world, but the girl did not quite understand what exactly the interlocutor meant. The girl suggested that the prince's family might have mixed with other races in the demon lord's domain. The prince agreed, considering it quite likely. The young man continued to say, "First of all, creatures of other races and monsters have a magic stone in their bodies. But most importantly, these stones do not harm the people who wear them in any way." The prince remembered that the first royal family was not mentioned in the pages of history, so he asked what race the queen belonged to. The clown joked that she must be an elf, to which the prince replied that if you think about it, the blood of many races flows in the veins of the royal family. He even wondered what race his children would be. Aim glanced at the clown and blushed. The girl asked the young man what had happened to him. The prince replied that he had been lost in thought about the future, and added that the clown was still beautiful. He also noted that she knew Ishtaliki much better than he did, because she was the one who was entrusted with all the important matters, from drawing up schedules to keeping records when it came to really serious matters. The girl replied that the work was hard, but that was why she came here. The clown smiled and pointed out that if she was here and doing this, then it didn't bother her at all. Suddenly the train braked sharply. I immediately grabbed Clown's hand and asked if she was okay. She assured me that everything was fine. Hearing a knock on the door, Ain looked up. Dill entered the room, apologizing and asking if the prince was there. A moment later, a man with an alarmed face entered the room. He said that the train had stopped unexpectedly due to a sudden earthquake, and before they could move on, they had to find out the cause of this disaster. The prince, remaining calm, replied that everything was under control. The clown, looking anxiously at the Baltic Bay, could not understand why they had suddenly stopped so close to the water. The feeling of anxiety did not leave her, so she shared her fears with the prince. He only nodded in response, agreeing with her, but assured her that there was no reason to worry. Nothing bad would happen. Ain stepped off the train, shivering slightly from the cold, and immediately noticed that it was freezing outside. The boys followed him. The young man asked if they were still on the same continent, as it had been quite warm on the train half a day earlier. Dill replied that, despite some difficulties, they had reached the Baltic and looked at Lloyd. He gestured first to his previous rank, then to his current one, indicating how he should now be addressed. The prince assured her that everyone present was his people, after which Lloyd advised Lil to thank His Highness. Anne looked around, carefully examining her surroundings. The satellites entered the city. The friends walked leisurely down the street, discussing that they had finally reached the City of Adventures, Baltica. If Clown Lloyd had known what was going on, he would have been welcomed here long ago. However, he did not understand at all what the princess was trying to tell him. The girl noted that she had sent word that the prince would arrive today, but no one had met them. Lloyd replied that Ain was held in high esteem here, as everyone knew of his victory over the sea dragon. However, the girl asked again why this was so. Lloyd noted with a smile that the locals were not at all used to reading messages. The man pointed to a mountain, on the top of which was a skull-shaped rock with a horn on its forehead, and asked Aina to look closely at that spot. Lloyd began to tell that this ogre was descended from another monster creature. It attacked the village, but was destroyed by the first king. According to Lloyd, the strength of this ogre was so great that it could even break through mountains, and this very place was proof of that. A fragment remained on the top of the skull, and Lloyd explained that it was the first king who struck this blow, shattering the magic stone. Eni expressed her admiration for what she had heard with genuine surprise. Dill remembered a story similar to the tale of the ogre, an adventure about a prince who defeated a sea dragon. Everyone burst out laughing, and the prince got nervous and started to fidget. Claude noticed that what was happening clearly pleased Dinah, but the prince was convinced that he was simply receiving well-deserved praise. Night fell. The guys settled in comfortably and were amazed by the breathtaking view of the sky. The glow of the northern lights shimmered in the sky. The prince was stunned by the beauty that opened from the windows of the demon lord's castle. He noted with admiration that the landscape was simply incredible. The clown suggested that perhaps everything was the other way around. It was because of this magical panorama that the demon lord decided to build his fortress in this place. The guy listened carefully to this thought and admitted that such a version sounded quite plausible. The prince suggested that the girl depicted in the portrait could very well be the mistress of demons. Annegrid thought that this was where she would look especially harmonious. The prince asked if they would meet the feudal lord tomorrow. The girl happily confirmed this, adding that Count Baltic would also be arriving. She advised them to visit the count at noon, considering that their group would be tired after the journey. Ayn thanked the assistant and wished her a good rest. Suddenly the girl shrugged, shielding herself from the cold wind. The prince threw his robe over her shoulders and invited her to come inside. The girl thanked him and readily accepted the invitation. The next day the count arrived at the palace and solemnly welcomed the prince. The count welcomed his guest and introduced himself as Count Rizal Baltic. He explained that he owned these lands by order of the king himself. Ayn replied with a smile that meeting him was a real pleasure and a great honor for her. The prince expressed his admiration for the city and inquired about the rumors that Baltic was famous for its blacksmiths. He confessed that he dreamed of visiting one of the forges before returning home. In response, the count promised to prepare a letter of recommendation for him to the best forge. The man sincerely thanked the prince for taking care of his younger brother. When the prince asked who exactly he was talking about, the count replied that his brother's name was Exiled. The prince remembered the night and looked at his friend in surprise. Ian looked at Lloyd in surprise, who only nodded silently in response. The prince hurried to apologize, trying to find an explanation for his ignorance. However, the earl only shrugged and assured that his brother had left home and become an adventurer, so there was nothing to worry about. The prince plunged into memories of the moment when he had received a letter from Kaysili a year ago. The count wondered if his brother had really decided to do such a thing. In response, the prince asked a counter-question. What had happened, and how could it have happened, because it seemed extremely strange. The count confirmed that his brother had a rather bizarre character, and admitted, all this was really surprising. The man remarked that with such a letter of recommendation, the guild would certainly not regret cooperating with His Highness during the investigation. The prince nodded briefly, emphasizing that it would indeed come in handy. The count, looking away, had already turned to Lloyd, saying that he had heard that he would be exploring the old lands of the Demon Lord today. Count Baltic held out the documents, saying that they should be useful. Lloyd looked at the papers carefully and thought about them. One of the documents stated that this particular route probably led to the Demon King's possessions. It also mentioned the peculiarities of the recent weather conditions. The prince and Lloyd sincerely thanked the count for his help. The man blossomed with joy. He had a genuine inspiration to deliver a message from Professor Oz. The count said that the professor had arrived here a few days ago to conduct research and expressed regret that he had never had the opportunity to meet His Grace. The clown carefully took the letter from the count's hands. As she read its contents, she noted that the professor advised the prince, if circumstances permitted, to personally visit the lands of the former demon lord. Perhaps an important discovery would await him there. The prince pondered the reason for such a message. He assumed that a special reaction might occur in the ancient lands between Dulacan and the old lich who resided there. The clown asked Lloyd if it was even possible. Lloyd replied that the task would be extremely difficult, because research indicates the presence of an extremely powerful monster. The prince, unable to satisfy his curiosity, again turned to the count with a question about this creature. The count suggested that this monster had settled here since the founding of the area. He added that the beast possessed strength, not inferior to the sea dragon. It was rumored that even the first king could not defeat this monster. The creature entered into battle with him, but survived, and since then has been hiding in the former lands of the Demon Lord. The count continued the story, explaining that, in fact, the surrounding monsters were enraged by yesterday's earthquake. According to rumors, the adventurers witnessed this event. Suddenly, a noise came from the street. The heroes started with anxiety. Lloyd jumped headlong onto the balcony, gripped by anxiety. The prince loudly addressed the man, trying to find out what had happened. Ain slowly turned his gaze to the city. Behind him, the clown stood in surprise, not hiding his astonishment. The boys noticed the fortress being hit, and a cloud of smoke rose into the air. Wood splinters flew everywhere. The count, trembling with fear, tried to say something. The monster's head was barely visible behind the wall. The monster watched them intently from afar. The guards gathered for battle, tensely preparing to meet the enemy. The prince sat down on a bench and stared into the distance, pondering the count's words, which still echoed in his thoughts. The clown informed the prince that by His Majesty's order, they had managed to obtain 10 magic cannons. Ain stood in the hall, bent over the table with a map spread, and said that this number should be enough. The count cautiously asked the prince about his intentions. Did he really intend to destroy the monster alone? The man turned to Lloyd, uncertainly asking if this was even normal. Lloyd only sighed and replied, "No, of course, this is not a normal thing." But the prince had already decided everything on his own, and strictly ordered not to inform the capital. The prince justified his actions by saying that time was running out. He could not delay, so he had to act immediately. Ain asked the count to contact the adventurers, and together they stood up to defend the fortress. It was at this moment that the clown called out to him, bringing the prince back to reality. The girl sat down next to him and announced that the prince would soon have to set off on a journey. The clown became curious and asked her something. She said that Wops Kamui was a real monster who once managed to survive a duel with the king himself. She added with caution, even if the monarch won, the young prince should not take unnecessary risks. Hearing this, the prince turned his attention to the clown. Ain asked curiously what the monster's magic stone might taste like. Her question made the girl feel confused, but she still asked the prince the same thing, lowering her eyes awkwardly. She added that he shouldn't worry about it. The guy promised to return victorious, so she didn't need to worry. The clown smiled and suggested that this monster probably tasted like chicken. She explained her opinion by saying that when she first saw the monster, it seemed to her that a giant chicken was standing in front of her. The young man laughed. After this remark, he could no longer see anyone in the monster except a chicken. Dill approached the couple and announced that the weapons were ready. The man was visibly pleased by the news. The clown assured Ain that she trusted him and would wait patiently for his return. The prince resolutely rushed into battle, ordering his men to advance. The prince, along with a detachment of knights, made his way through the snow-swept expanses, each time falling into loose linen. He noted that overcoming such conditions was a real test. Lloyd suggested making such exercises part of their future training. Suddenly the man turned to Ain, wondering if he was going to keep his promise. The prince assured her that he would tame it, warning her that if the monster didn't listen, it would break out into the city again. However, Ain was convinced that the monster's target was him, as there were too many strange coincidences happening around him. Ain told them this story, because as soon as he arrived, a powerful earthquake shook the earth, and after that, the ancient monster unexpectedly returned. The prince also showed signs of broken roads, as if someone had been deliberately prevented from escaping. Lloyd sincerely hoped that these tracks were wrong. The prince caught sight of the huge rabbit and asked if it was really strong. He was told that even 2 court knights would be enough to defeat it. Lloyd also mentioned that rabbit meat was surprisingly tasty, but because of the monster's speed it was difficult to get it. Full of curiosity, the prince listened more carefully to the story about the furry creature. Lloyd assured that when he returned home, he would definitely ask Martha to stock up on this delicacy. The prince happily agreed to this idea. Suddenly, the rabbit rushed headlong into the forest. The prince immediately noticed his incredible agility. At that moment, the whole group felt an earthquake. Everything shook, announcing an earthquake. The boys looked around. One of the knights suggested it was an earthquake, to which his companion immediately agreed. Lloyd sighed quietly in relief. Suddenly Lloyd shouted, calling for everyone to flee immediately. The monster suddenly lunged at them, launching a fierce attack. He growled loudly, his mouth wide open in front of them. The boys quickly covered their ears. Jane noticed that the monster had glowing red eyes, and it looked strangely like Sage's weaver. The prince told Lloyd that the sinister creature had a shattered eye and a shattered wing. Lloyd guessed that this must have been the result of the battle with the first king. The prince shouted that the monster was wounded, and that he would not lose to him. Dill, meanwhile, stuck his foot in the snow and shouted to his comrade for help. Dill urged the prince not to worry about him and to flee while he distracted the enemies. Looking back, the knight froze for a moment in indecision. The monster pointed its massive paw with sharp claws at Dill. The night watchman watched the unfolding events carefully, making no sound until the prince addressed him. Lloyd instantly lunged at the monster, taking the blow and protecting Dill. He restrained the monster with his sword. Gathering all his strength into a fist, he resolutely pushed the giant away. The prince happily noted that he had managed to repel the attack and expressed sincere gratitude to Lloyd. The trap of the night called to his father, and it was at that moment that Lloyd, without hesitation, ordered Dill to flee, no matter what. Lloyd shouted again to his son to run, and he immediately ran away. The man turned to the monster, wondering if its target was truly AIN. Lloyd warned you right away, Puss Kamui, that you wouldn't give up so easily. The monster glanced at the man, studying him carefully with its gaze. The ferocious beast growled menacingly at Lloyd. The monster rushed at the man, but he easily dodged the attack. Swinging, the man swiftly began his attack. As the sword whizzed into the monster's body, a crack instantly ran along the blade. The sword shattered into small pieces. Lloyd wounded the monster, and the beast roared in pain. The man examined the remains of his sword with anxiety. Lloyd admitted in confusion that he had only managed to make a few cuts, and now did not know what to do next. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, a huge rock crashes into the monster, aiming straight for its face. The monster turned in the direction of the attack. At the very edge of the abyss stood Ain, using his binding magic and loudly announcing his presence. The monster's reaction was not long in coming. It immediately turned its attention to the prince. The monster rushed towards AIN. The monster kept coming closer until it was right next to him. The prince gave the order to open fire. The cannons came to life, and the air was cut by volleys of red-hot shells that flew mercilessly forward. The cannonballs did not hit the target, but slid under it, shattering the monster's giant supports. The monster moved downward, and the prince plunged his sword deep into the ground. The prince thanked everyone for their help in luring out the monster, and instantly used his ability, Ki Current. A radiant stream of energy wrapped around the monster, and began to mercilessly destroy it. The monster's howl was drowned out by the whirlwind of Ainz's magic. The prince, without hesitation, gave a new order to continue the attack. The knights aimed their cannons again, and Lloyd confidently raised his hand. Lloyd addressed the monster, acknowledging that they might be inferior in strength to the first king, but advising him to accept it. The man then added that all of this was the fruit of the hard training they had undergone over hundreds of years. Sparks from cannon shots erupted again from the dark side of the night. The monster screamed in pain as the cannonballs hit it squarely on target. Lloyd did not stop for a moment. He gave the command again and again not to stop the attack. The monster somehow miraculously survived the fight with the first king, and the cannons thundered louder and louder over the battlefield. The monster froze motionless, and thick smoke slowly crept out of it. Dill informed the knights that Upus Kamui had been immobilized, and this caused a wave of joy among all present. With relief, the prince fell to the ground. Lloyd approached the prince and noted with satisfaction that everything had turned out wonderfully. Their harmonious cooperation had brought success. Ain only nodded in confirmation of his words. Rejoicing in triumph, Lloyd sincerely emphasized that the idea of preparing battle cannons and luring the monster to the icy lake belonged to Ain. Dill still insisted on checking to see if the monster was really dead. His father agreed, but noted that the monster had disappeared under the water and could not be reached without a boat. Then Lloyd suggested that they turn back. Lloyd wondered what that strange sound was, and the footprints immediately turned in his direction. The lake was gradually becoming covered with ice. Dill immediately noticed this change, and assumed that all this was a consequence of the cold weather. But the tracks were in no hurry to agree with such a simple version, and remained silent, hiding their story. You noticed that the freezing happened too quickly, and tiny pieces of ice appeared in the water. An shouted to the knights that it was too late to turn back. They were just concentrating on preparing for the attack. The prince informed everyone that Kapus Kamui was still alive. Walking through the vast expanses of the kingdom, Chris carefully observed the surrounding landscapes. The girl restlessly walked back and forth, unable to find a place for herself. The second princess, worried about what had happened that night, silently watched everything from afar. The maid turned to Chris, telling Olivia that she was acting too restless and had to feed the twins. Chris was stunned to hear this. Chris asked if she had behaved in any way unbecomingly, to which the maid Mesa replied that the girl often visited the same places that Ain usually visited. Upset, the girl went to run an errand. Massa immediately thought that the rumors about Chris's feelings for the prince had affected her behavior. The maid could not have imagined that she would find herself in such a situation. The girl appeared before the sea dragons. Chris threw food to the twins and wondered how they had managed to grow so big. Remembering her adventures with the prince, the girl fell into sadness. The monsters calmed Chris, and the girl sincerely thanked them for their support. Night asked the dragons if they believed in her. To this, the monsters cheerfully confirmed their faith. The girl took a bucket filled with fish and with a light wave threw the prey to the monsters, wishing them good luck. The dragon splashed as it dived for its prey. The girl was lost in thought for a moment, mentally addressing the prince. She confessed how much she missed him and sincerely wished him happiness and peace. Meanwhile, Ain tirelessly competed with monsters in the Baltic, skillfully leading the knights and giving clear orders for a successful battle. The monster tried to escape from the lake. The knights rushed forward, and around them ice fragments flew through the air. Lloyd asked the prince how he was feeling. In response, the boy assured him that everything was fine. Deciding that some kind of special attack was taking place, Lloyd immediately asked if the ion cannons were ready. The knight sadly reported that it was impossible to charge them due to the severe frost. A monster suddenly emerged from the icy lake. Lloyd warned everyone to be prepared for an attack and ordered them to defend Tyne at all costs. Kamweupi rushed to the attack, and the knights moved forward decisively. Lloyd and Dill rushed at the monster with weapons in their hands, and the prince supported them, using magic. Einsam stood with black shackles tied behind his back. The shackles whipped the monster with a swing. The prince were extremely difficult to keep under control. The knights were defeated, but one of them ordered everyone to prepare. The prince immediately began to assess the circumstances. He realized that he would not be able to win this way, but he was not going to retreat and strictly ordered himself to immediately look for a way out. The printers continued to analyze the situation. Cannons will not help here. They need a weapon capable of piercing the scales. Meanwhile, I turn my gaze to the mountain. Upon seeing the ogre's skull, the prince immediately comes up with a cunning plan. Dill asked what had happened to Ain, and the prince pleased him by presenting a new plan. He turned to the knight for help. Ain complained that he couldn't even take a step and asked Dill to carry him in his arms. The knight agreed to help, but at the same time wondered why Ain had chosen him. The prince replied that it was with this thing that he would be able to fully demonstrate his power. Dill felt pleasantly surprised to hear these words, and assured the prince that he could rely completely on him. The prince caught the monster's attention and firmly ordered him to catch it. Lloyd exclaimed, asking the prince what he was up to, while the monster relentlessly followed Anne. The lake was freed from ice captivity. The prince quickly rushed into the forest, skillfully using magic to cling to the branches of the trees. The prince suddenly rushed forward, and this surprised them greatly. Ain ran to the ogre's skull, but the monster continued to persistently chase her. For the drawings, the effect of thick fog was chosen, directed directly at the monster. The monster's monstrous roar split the air. The Prince of Mist cleverly lured the terrifying beast closer to him. Noticing the silhouette, the monster instantly rushed to attack. Ain quickly dodges the attack and shoots back. The boy exclaimed joyfully that he had won, because everything had happened exactly as he had planned. The prince accurately struck the skull-shaped structure with magic. The monster's paw was caught in the jaws of an ogre skeleton. The jaws closed, and the sharp fangs of the skull penetrated right into Upaskamui's paw. The monster howled in unbearable pain. The young man whistled. Aim landed softly right on the top of the skull. The monster saw in the prince's figure the features of the first king himself, and an ominous roar erupted from his chest. Ain destroyed the horn with magic, aimed the shard directly at the monster, and loudly proclaimed that it was over for him. Overwhelmed with anger, the prince passionately cursed the monster, wishing it death. Ain pierces Dupas Kamui's head with an ogre horn. A thick stream of blood gushed from the monster's mouth. The monster was defeated. The prince noticed that something else was showing signs of life. Ains noticed a magic stone in the monster's belly. The young man jumped on the giant, heading towards the magic stone. The prince, using magic, extracted the jewel and without hesitation, swallowed it. Ain sighed heavily and said that he would have to tell the clown what he himself tasted like. Exhausted to the point of exhaustion, the prince collapsed to the ground. He was immediately picked up by the hands of his pursuers. Dill, barely able to catch his breath, held the Ain in his arms. The prince lay unconscious. Dill informed Ain that it was his time to rest while everyone else hurried to them. Ain slowly opened his eyes as if waking from a dream. The prince stood up and looked around in surprise, trying to figure out where he was. He thought that Dill must have taken him home. But suddenly a voice was heard somewhere nearby, calling out to the boy. The clown was sitting next to him, engrossed in reading a book. The boy asked how long he had slept. The girl answered almost all day. The prince asked for an explanation. The clown settled comfortably on the boy's bed and confirmed his guesses. The girl offered to help him wake up, extending her hand. Ain closed his eyes. Climb carefully rose and gently touched the prince's cheek with his lips. Ain was struck by the girl's unexpected actions. The clown, moved by excitement, rushed over and hugged the prince, sincerely expressing her concern. The guy apologized, explaining that he couldn't have done anything else. The girl was understanding and glad that everything was okay with him. Claven remembered how, while the prince was asleep, he had received a letter from the king, and he handed the envelope to the young man. However, Ain did not want to open it. Ain opened the envelope and announced that the king recognized his act as heroic and was not going to reprimand him for what he had done. The clown was delighted with the news. The prince added that the king himself had allowed the boy to join in exploring the demon lord's possessions, and curiously asked why this had happened so unexpectedly. The clown stated that she and her report were to blame for everything. The girl said that in her letter to the prince she had mentioned the news from the professor. The threat of Kamui, generated by Upa, had finally disappeared. The young man sincerely noted the efforts of the clown and praised her for her work. The girl, full of curiosity, asked if he had swallowed the monster's magic stone and felt a new power in himself. The young man carefully checked his feelings. The guys carefully studied the hero's characteristics table. The indicators remained unchanged, but a new one unexpectedly appeared among the abilities: the ice dragon. The young man reminded the girl that she was not mistaken about the stone. The clown, not understanding what was being said, asked what the young man meant. The boy enthusiastically replied that the stone tasted like chicken. The clown was at first embarrassed, but then he laughed and admitted to the prince that he liked this kind of conversation. 2 days passed, and the detachment set off, heading towards the demon lord's possessions. Lloyd urged the prince not to exhaust himself on the journey, but Ain reassured him, saying that everything was fine and he was fully prepared for battle. Remember, Count Baltic was genuinely surprised when he learned that the prince had just woken up and immediately set out to explore. The boy's father assured him that the count's face at that moment was priceless, and he looked into the future with a smile. Lloyd looked closely at Ain's aura and noted that it had become even more refined. Dill added that he had heard feedback from other adventurers about Ain. Dill said that there was a rumor that Ain could become the first king. Lloyd thought for a moment, then admitted that, though it seemed impolite, he could not help agreeing with them. The prince, gesticulating indignantly, protested that it was simply impossible. When the prince returned to Russell, a huge scarecrow rabbit appeared before them. The princess's dinner flew by like a mad run. Dill replied that it was not food at all, which made Ushuga Yatsumi and the prince sad. They both remembered how much they had heard about the wonderful taste of the dish and how much they would like to taste it at least once. Dill promised to catch one for them. Aini immediately perked up. Dill added that he would certainly mention this in his report to the clown. The prince, overjoyed, ordered the warriors to continue their expedition, and Lloyd laughed loudly at the pranksters. The prince trembled, and the warriors immediately became alert, reacting quickly and decisively. Lloyd noticed that they were being watched. The prince only reluctantly replied that he was unlikely to dare to attack. The prince suddenly felt something disappear behind them, and turning around warily, warned the boys. It seemed to him that some kind of monster was lurking behind them. Lloyd reminded his companions that they were almost on the threshold of the demon lord's domain, so he urged them to be especially vigilant. The man pointed into the distance and said that the lands we had been searching for so diligently were located there. I stared ahead intently. A ruined ruin of the city opened up before the boys, and a little further, on a hill, a castle towered. The prince was surprised to notice that the architecture of their cities was remarkably similar, a similarity he had not expected. Instead, everything seemed strange. Lloyd explained, "No animals, no snow, no wind. These places have remained that way for centuries." The prince noted that time had stopped here, as if by magic. Ain asked in disbelief if this was really the demon lord's castle, and in response she heard an affirmative confirmation. The prince wondered why this castle looked exactly like the royal one. The prince raised his hand to his heart. Ain couldn't understand where these feelings came from. It was the first time he had crossed this threshold, but his heart was filled with both joy and indescribable sadness. He remembered his ancestors, and everything became clear to him. The prince began to mumble something uncertain about their feelings. Dill spoke loudly to the AIN. The prince slowly lowered his hand and sighed heavily. Ain stood in front of the city and finally felt at home. The wind suddenly picked up. Birds flew away. Young shoots came to life with lush bloom. Everything around gradually woke up to life. At that moment, the knight called out loudly to Lloyd. The city gates slowly opened by themselves. Doed remembered that the gates had not been opened for 100 years. The prince only smiled mysteriously in response and stared into the distance. The prince lay softly on the pillow. The prince was surprised to note the comfort of his apartment and exclaimed with delight that magical things were a real miracle. The young man thought about the reconnaissance that would have to continue tomorrow and about their further actions outside the gates. There was a sound outside. Ein got out of bed. The prince wondered thoughtfully if it was a patrol passing by. The boy went outside, wondering what was going on. Before his eyes lay two killed rabbit monsters. The rabbits froze motionless on the ground, as if they had merged with it and froze in anticipation. Lloyd noticed right away. The rabbits had a perfectly even cut on their necks, so they had been killed by a true master. Dill was surprised to guess who could have done it, since the place was supposedly guarded. The prince decided that someone had decided to greet them. Dill sternly remarked that this was not the time for jokes. Ain agreed and assured me that he had personally checked the carcass. There was no poison in it. The prince asked if Lloyd could cook dinner for them, and the man reluctantly agreed. Aini suggested sharing the meal with everyone. The knights prepared stewed rabbits. The boys sat down and began to enjoy their food. The princes woke up in a great mood, because a delicious dinner awaited them ahead. Looking around, he jumped up sharply and realized with surprise that he was not where he expected to be. Ian wondered, confused, where he was. Lost in his own thoughts, the prince remembered the previous evening. Suddenly, the door to Ain's chambers opened and a voice announced its arrival. An unknown knight in shining armor appeared before the prince, holding a tray with a cup of fragrant tea in his hands. The prince looked in surprise at the man who gently placed the tray on the pedestal. The knight politely apologized for his unexpected appearance. The darkness of the evening fell, and in it appeared a man who called himself Marco, the deputy commander of the Black Knight Order, who reports to the Demon Lord himself. The man further explained that he was not alive, but undead, living armor, or rather, an embodied steel creature. The prince asked the knight again if he realized the seriousness of the danger that hung over them. Aim had no idea he had been kidnapped until Marco entered the room. The prince was certain that none of his men had any idea. He clutched the edge of the blanket in despair, hiding his anxiety in a tense gaze. I realized that before him stood a creature that surpassed in strength all previous monsters. The boy noticed that he was almost at the castle, and realized with bitterness there was no escape from here. Night crept up on the prince imperceptibly, and anxiety grew in the boy's soul. Marco quickly set the table, not wasting a minute. Night fell directly on the tablecloth, put the dinner service on the table, and pushed back the chair. Marco stood nearby and politely invited the prince to sit down, adding that he had already made tea for him. Ian was surprised and sincerely thanked Marco. The young man sat down next to him, and the knight slowly lifted the silence, as if lifting a blanket with hot tea. Marco explained that he used elder leaves for the tea, which had been growing on their land for 1,000 years, and added that these leaves were truly extremely valuable. Anne noticed how polite the knight seemed. The prince inquired with interest about Marco's situation, but the knight quickly stopped him and asked to be addressed simply by his name. The young man did not back down and insisted on knowing why he had been brought here. The knight only smiled mysteriously and promised to give an answer as soon as the prince had tasted the tea. The prince obediently drank the tea, warning that poisons had no effect on him. The boy immediately noted that the drink was surprisingly tasty. Marco was delighted to see that the prince liked his tea. Ain finished his tea, and the knight finally began to reveal the answers to the prince's questions. Marco explained that he had brought him here to warn him of danger. Marco noted that the prince's ship was not yet stable, so he should not use his ghostly hands yet. The prince asked in surprise why they would stop. The knight explained that there was a risk that Ain's core might lose control, just like what happened to the demon lords. Marco noticed that the curse carried by these monsters had not yet completely disappeared. The prince pondered the knight's words, trying to understand. Perhaps the demon lord was really just ashes, but he still hadn't fully understood the beasts. To clarify everything for himself, he started a conversation about red foxes. Marco trembled and agreed that the prince was right. He apologized for not being able to pronounce their names because of the curse. Marco also said that the tea the prince drank weakened the curse. Ian thought about it, and realized that Marco did not wish him harm, and did not consider him an enemy at all. The knight suggested that the princess's friends were probably worried about him, and offered to escort him to the exit. The prince noticed with curiosity that he was not in the castle itself, but only on its territory. The knight, holding the chest in his hands, explained that if he wanted to meet him, he would have to wait until the boy's body got stronger. Aim looked sadly at Marco, then looked away. Ani asked the knight if he felt lonely in these parts. Marco noted how kind the prince's concern was, but assured him that there was no need to worry about him. Knight replied that she had an extremely important task to complete. Ain replied that he understood, and smiled softly. The knight seemed to whisper, if the prince wanted to learn more about the mysterious beasts, he should head south. The prince was amazed by the unexpected find, and Marco explained, after the Great War, their path lay to distant southern ports. Ain asked if the foxes had crossed the sea, and received an affirmative answer. The knight added that even during the Great War itself, they had secretly prepared ships. Marco tried to say something, but his body trembled and the words slurred on his tongue. At that moment, a ghost touched him. Instantly, the knight was enveloped by a multitude of ghostly hands that reached out in all directions, filling the darkness. The prince became alarmed, and the knight began to breathe heavily. Aim called out loudly to Marco. The knight glanced at the young man and said, it was not a monster, but the same woman. Squatting down, he finished his sentence by emphasizing that this woman was a representative of an incredible lineage. What he heard so struck the prince that he could not hide his surprise. The prince did not understand what Marco was talking about, and remarked in amazement that they had outwitted the demon lord and brought the house into this world. Marco vehemently forbade even thinking about such things, emphasizing again and again, they love them. The knight drew his sword and wounded himself in the leg. The curse began to dissipate, and the boy fell helplessly to the ground. The prince rushed towards him, calling out Marco's name in alarm. Ain asked what it was, to which the knight replied, it was all due to a curse that could cloud the mind and turn a person into a real berserker. Marco warned the prince, urging him to be careful. The knights said that the monsters harbored a fierce resentment against the royal family of Ishtalik, and were only waiting for the right opportunity to seize power. Ain did not fully understand the meaning of Marco's words. The knight noticed that this could not be avoided, and again felt the burden of the curse on himself. The prince only asked him not to say anything more. The princess gazed thoughtfully at the majestic castle, wondering what had happened between Ishtalika and the red foxes. Knight escorted the boy to the gate, told him how to get to the camp, and asked him to take the chest with him. Marco noticed that Ain was quite capable of forging a sword from what was hidden in the chest. The prince sincerely thanked Marco for the tip. The prince finally dared to find out why the rider, a native of the Ishtalki clan, had decided to come to his aid. The prince stood up resolutely and loudly declared that knights naturally served the royal family. Ain thought for a moment. She remembered that the demon lord's army was at war with Ishtalaka, and decided that it was just a traditional knightly oath. Ain asked the scouts why he didn't even touch them. Mark replied that he had sworn to protect all the inhabitants of these lands. Marco remembered the woman who advised him to accept everything that was happening. The prince was surprised, and immediately asked if these words really belonged to the demon lord. In response, he heard an affirmative confirmation, and the knight, smiling, added that this was, without exaggeration, her favorite expression. The prince said goodbye to Marco, and the evening gently reminded Ina to be careful. The princes remembered the rabbits, for which they were sincerely grateful, because the meat was surprisingly tasty. Ain returned to the camp, and his friends joyfully rushed to meet him. Lloyd greeted Ain and asked where he had disappeared to. The prince replied with a smile that he had been kidnapped. Hearing this, the knights froze in surprise. All night they bowed their heads, preparing to accept the punishment for their mistake. But Annie rejected their words. There was nothing they could do about it. Lloyd ordered the knights to survey the area. Aeneas smiled at the thought of Marco, and thought that this monster was the embodiment of true chivalry. The boy looked back at the castle, feeling an invisible connection being formed between him and the demon lord. Clowen and I stared at the helmet-shaped head. The girl cautiously asked if it was really a farewell gift. The prince, without looking away, noted that for him it was not a severed head at all. The article stated that Marco offered to forge a sword out of it. The girl replied, if a blacksmith is needed, the letter is already prepared. The prince praised the girl for her incredible speed of work. Claudette thanked Ina. The girl said something in response. The blacksmith in question is the best of the best on the entire Baltic coast. His name is Maughton. The clown asked if the prince wanted to visit him right now, and the prince readily agreed. The boys finally arrived at the same forge. The boy couldn't believe that this was where they were supposed to be. Lloyd decided to go first and ordered Dill to stay at the entrance to keep an eye on the situation. Ain refused, saying that they had come to ask for a favor, so she would be the first to enter. Lloyd tried to object, but the man calmed him down with a gesture. The princes opened the front door and apologized for their unexpected visit. An angry curse came from deep within the house. Inside, there was a loud clang of iron as the man ordered the girl to hold the hammer in her hands. The girl, surprised, recalled that he had told her to use her feet. The prince apologized again, drawing the attention of those present to him. The blacksmiths turned their eyes to the boy. The boys were already waiting in the forge. The blacksmith, apologizing a little for the mess, turned to the prince with a request to forgive him, but the prince only waved his hand, assuring him that everything was fine. Blacksmith Moten sighed, lamenting that his forge had not had a single customer for 3 years. Apprentice 2000 jokingly recalled that the last visitor had come only to hide from the rain. Mouton asked Ain what he wanted to forge for him. The prince, without hesitation, replied that he wanted a sword and asked to use his own material. The blacksmith said that he would decide for himself whether to take on the work with his metal, but this request pleasantly surprised him. He noticed a helmet of living armor. The prince was not mistaken in his guesses. It was indeed Marco's helmet. He asked the blacksmith if he had ever seen this helmet before. Moton replied that he had seen it for the first time, and his guesses were only the fruit of professional intuition. The blacksmith knew well, living armor is a creature that sheds its shell only once in its life. Its armor seems to dissolve, but the helmet always remains. The student confirmed that this material is extremely strong. The blacksmith agreed and emphasized, such material is a treasure of national importance. The blacksmith agreed to take on this work, but warned that processing such material would be expensive, as it would require using a magic furnace with magic stones. The clown drew up a sky-high price on paper, 50 million for the finishing, and the blacksmith added another 20 for his labor. The total came to 70 million. Ain stared at this figure in amazement, unable to believe her eyes. The boy took the girl away for a chat. Meanwhile, Ain whispered to the clown that the price was too high. Even if he was the heir, he was not allowed to spend money on every whim. The clown noted that the prince had never received any reward for his efforts, and if you think about it, the amount offered even seemed small. The frowning prince remained silent in confusion. Lloyd suggested using the mythone they had obtained from the sea dragons, and the blacksmith liked the idea. Lloyd assured them that all the necessary materials had already been delivered to the capital, and that only the best of them would soon be brought here. Kovalenko replied that he prefers to choose the material himself, noting that the path from the Baltics to the capital is not easy and full of difficulties. The clown suggested that the blacksmith forge a sword right in the capital. The girl confidently stated that she was the daughter of the August Trading Company and would be able to provide all the necessary materials on her own, without involving other people's funds. The clown began to list all the advantages of this trip, and at that moment, I noted to myself what a wonderful helper and family diplomat this girl was. The prince was confident in his assistant's talent. The blacksmith liked this idea. The man threw the document to the girl and instructed her to decide everything further on her own. Moano entrusted the girl with managing his money and ordered to prepare the land, the house, and a new furnace. The prince was surprised and asked if all this was really necessary. The blacksmith replied that after his arrival, he would open his own workshop, and the assistant happily accepted this news. The man announced that it was time to prepare and assured the prince that he would forge the best sword for him. The boys left the forge, looking around in surprise. The prince noted with interest how decisively Mouton made any decisions. The girl noted that this showed his firm nature, and Lloyd sincerely admired the blacksmith. They ask me if everything is okay, to which the clown calmly replies, "The idea belongs to her, as does all the work done." The guys were amazed when they saw what exactly was contained in the document. The blacksmith's pocket is bulging with coins. The princess stood at the reception, surrounded by nobility. The king solemnly addressed the audience, announcing that today's banquet was dedicated to the merits of the knights and the prince. He highly praised their achievements and sincerely honored their courage. The people began to gather around the prince, thanking him and admiring his triumphs over the monsters. However, he modestly replied that all the merits belonged exclusively to the knights and Lloyd. His easy modesty impressed the people even more, and they noted this virtue in the prince. Everyone raises their glasses to honor the Shchalika. The prince wondered whether he should even have a banquet. At that moment, his mother approached him. Olivia grabbed Ines by the chin and said that such a feast was too little gratitude for the accomplishments the prince had achieved. The woman remarked that if they had not misled his father, he would have been very angry, and the prince fully agreed with this. The prince asked his mother a question. Kristid hid behind a column, watching the prince with a sad look in his eyes. Ain asked, How should they deal with the elf? Olivia admitted that she was too worried, so she did not dare to come closer. The prince insisted on talking, and his mother supported his decision. Olivia suggested that Chris go out onto the terrace and relax for a while, noting that he should set an example in such matters. The young man turned to Chris, cheerfully announcing that he was going to hit the track, and invited him to join him. The couple calmly left the hall, disappearing behind the large doors. The wind played with the girl's hair, and this did not go unnoticed by the prince. Chris, a little worried, replied that it was all for the sake of the upcoming feast. The prince noticed that her hair was down and looked incredibly beautiful on her, and he even felt sorry that he saw her like that so rarely. Chris blushed at the prince's words. Ian remarked that it was unusually hot today, as it was the height of summer. The girl, still excited and a little agitated, could not calm down and agreed with her. The boy asked what changes had occurred in the kingdom while he was away. However, the girl only shrugged her shoulders. She knew nothing for sure about recent events. Prisby appeared with a sad expression on his face and quietly added a few words. The only change for her was that Ain wasn't around. The prince looked intently at the girl. Chris admitted that she was very worried about the guy, remembering incidents from their adventures together in the past. The girl recalled that she had once considered it a real gift of fate to be by his side in all their adventures. But this time, when rumors reached her of his desperate battles somewhere far away, she could barely contain her bitterness. It was too hard not to blame herself for not being able to lend him a helping hand. The girl remembered how she was left alone with her thoughts. The girl admitted that it broke her heart. The prince looked at Chris. Ain turned to the girl, clearly explaining to her that she was a marshal, and therefore no one had the right to appropriate her for themselves. But the girl resolutely disagreed with this. She confessed that despite everything, her heart yearns to protect the prince. The girl suddenly realized that tears were flowing down her cheeks. Chris quickly wiped away her tears and apologized for her emotions, noting that she had no right to think that way in her current position. She explained that she just needed to vent, and she was fine now. Chris tried to explain everything, saying it was strange, but tears streamed down her cheeks. She apologized for her intentions to leave through her tears. The prince grabbed the girl's hand. Aim looked intently into the girl's eyes, and Chris involuntarily froze in place. The girl asked what he was doing. The prince realized that the girl could not do this, because she was a marshal. Then he remembered the instructions of his assistant and mother about what he was truly worth. The prince offered his own solution to this difficult situation, so the girl was curious to know what he meant. The princess looked away and finally spoke. Ain looked up at the moon and said that soon a well-deserved reward would await him, one that would justify all his efforts. The king and queen sat down on the sofa, and Ain stood opposite the crowned couple. The prince sincerely thanked his grandfather for agreeing to listen to him so late. The king replied that he had already been informed that his grandson wished to receive a reward for his many services. Chris stood awkwardly behind the prince. Ain asked if anyone would be superfluous to be present at the meeting, and the king generously agreed. The king asked the young man what he wanted. The prince slowly began to answer. Ain requested that Lloyd Galakius receive the first award. The princes said that they were able to return to the Baltic during the battle, only thanks to Lloyd. Ain recalled how Lloyd had allowed the prince to leave the castle during the Sea Dragon's rage. This had stripped him of his rank as a marshal. But Lloyd's many accomplishments had made everyone hushed up the incident. The prince requested that he be reinstated as marshal. The king, thanking Lloyd for his dedicated service, explained that the position was already held by Chris. Anne agreed to this, because Lloyd's return threatened Chris with a demotion. Ain requested that Chris be returned to his position as a bodyguard to the prince, while Princess Olivia, his mother, remained where she was. In fact, that was all Ain wanted. The king began to recount the prince's request, and wondered in surprise if he really believed that it was possible to simply bestow such an important title on the first person he could think of. The king frowned and sternly ordered him not to talk nonsense. Warren intervened in the conversation between the king and the prince, and immediately regretted his haste. The prince filled the space around him with his aura of authority, and announced that he was addressing the king and asking him to wait until he finished his speech. This gradually brought the prince under control and calmed down. Aaron fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. The king was convinced that only a man of royal blood could exert such powerful pressure. Ain admitted that his request might seem unreasonable, but he sincerely believed that it would bring real benefit to Ishtaliza. Hearing this, the king instantly rose from his seat. The prince did not stop and continued. Only in the rank of Marshal Lloyd will be able to fully reveal his potential, while Chris will best show himself by becoming the head of the escort. Only by holding their positions will they bring the most good to the state. The king agreed with him, but was about to object when he was suddenly stopped. The queen noticed that although the prince was strict, he only said the right things. The king accepted this. The king ordered Warren to prepare all the necessary documents to restore Lloyd's title, and at this time he himself turned to Chris. The monarch solemnly announced, from now on she would resign from the post of marshal, and instead receive a new duty, to become the personal bodyguard of Vine and Olivia. At the end of his speech, the king expressed his confidence in Chris, stating that he had hope in him. The girl knelt down and obediently accepted the order. Everyone around her rejoiced at the new changes. The couple left the room, and the prince thanked Chris profusely for her company. The girl only smiled slightly in response, saying that it was not worth thanking. Chris sadly apologized for the fact that Prince had to spend all his awards on her. The princes laughed, assuring that this was exactly what they wanted. The girl warmly recalled all those moments and said that not long ago Ain was a small child, and now he had grown up so noticeably. Ain nodded and resolutely approached the girl. Ain, with his hand raised, confidently declared that one day he would definitely grow taller than his guard. The girl stepped back. The director apologized for coming so close. Chris looked embarrassed and assured her that nothing bad had happened. She just felt uncomfortable. Chris felt that this request sounded too bold, but despite everything, she still decided to voice it. Chris smiled awkwardly and cautiously asked the prince to address her simply by her first name. The prince was at a loss, unable to understand what was going on. Chris's heart sank with despair, and she burst into tears. Aimee quietly said that he understood her feelings and gently asked her not to cry. Ain looked away and thought, the guy was looking forward to working with the girl the next day. Chris happily responded to this gesture. The couple laughed, after which Chris headed away while Prince stayed, watching her leave in fascination. 3 months had passed, and the calendar was already mid-November. The boys went to the stables to visit Muta. The blacksmith finally contacted me with sincere apologies for the delay. The man confidently declared that this sword was the pinnacle of his skill, a true masterpiece among all creations. Ain confidently took the sword in his hands. The prince announced that from now on this weapon would be his new companion. The sword trembled noticeably in the prince's hands. Aimee, surprised by this war, replied that it was a testament to loyalty. The man assumed that the helmet had once belonged to the majestic armor of a proud warrior, and now rightfully belonged to the princess. The prince swung his sword, feeling as if the blade had become surprisingly light and obediently obeyed his every movement. The clown and Chris noted that the sword suited the prince perfectly. The prince politely thanked them for the compliment. Later, the blacksmith suggested testing the new weapon in action, testing it on the spine of a sea dragon. The boy carefully examined the dragon's massive spine. He asked Chris how strong it was, and the girl replied that the dragon's spine was even stronger than the one on the prince's personal ship. The prince did not doubt Mootle for a moment, but he did not seek to break his will, but only tried to press on the most vulnerable link, the spine. The prince broke bones, and the people around were stunned with surprise. The prince asked where so many pieces of debris came from. Since he himself had not lifted a finger to do so, the blacksmith had absolutely no idea what was happening. But he did not forget to boast about his success, as did his assistant. Lloyd suggested giving the sword a name, and the prince thought about it. He decided it would be best to seek Marco's advice. Marco was kneeling in the middle of the castle, exhausted from the terrible curse. The knight whispered incessantly that she was incomparable. He took a cup of tea and suddenly poured it onto his chest. Marco suddenly began to smoke nervously, sighing heavily through the clouds of smoke. He turned to the beast that had been trying to take his soul for years. In the darkness of the night, he clutched the scroll tightly and said, "His mission is not yet complete." Marco remembered the prince and reminded him that he had to hold out until I returned. He added that he had the strength to hold out for another day and night. Knight settled down on the floor and sighed, saying what a wonderful boy he was. Marco insisted that it was all the fault of that incomparable woman. His soul seemed to be torn in two. Ain sat at the table, focused, bent over a sheet of paper and writing something down, while the boy turned to Chris. I reassured her, assuring her that there was no need to be afraid of him. The frightened girl anxiously inquired whether this was true, and wondered if he was going to eat her magic stone. That night, deep in his sleep, Ain, as if he had taken root in his sleep, suddenly grabbed Katima as she passed by. It seemed like another moment, and he almost swallowed her magic stone. The prince's mother happily announced that coming of age was a special event for triads, and now her son had finally become an adult. The prince reminded Chris that he had not touched her stone yet and asked her to relax. He assured her that he was not at all interested in other people's stones. Chris sank into her chair, shrugging her shoulders in confusion. She didn't know what to say herself. At that moment, a stranger approached the prince. Dill reported that I had received a letter from the king. This letter contained an order to appear on the anniversary of the death of the previous monarch. The prince noted that this was the cemetery his grandfather had visited every year. Dill replied that from now on, these worries would fall on the prince's shoulders. Immersed in thought, immersed in reflection, the king and prince walked solemnly towards the majestic memorial, carrying lush bouquets of flowers in their hands. I asked if this meant that all the kings of Italy were buried here. The king confirmed the prince's words and suggested that I look ahead. The king replied that this tombstone belonged to the first ruler, Yalvanish Tolik. Hearing this name, the prince solemnly pronounced it aloud. The king ordered the prince to repeat after him. He ordered him to lower his sword in front of him and bow. The tracks clearly followed the instructions. The sword flashed with a bright light. The king, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked what it meant. The prince apologized, explaining that the sword reacted to human bones. The king remembered hearing about a blade forged from the remains of an undead that was indeed capable of such a feat. He replied with a slight smile that his father's ashes lay safe here, and laughed. Ain inquired of his grandfather, asking him a question. The prince asked the king what it meant to be a monarch. The king was surprised, and said that he was at an age when he himself was asking such questions. The confused prince nodded in agreement. Ain said that he recently learned about it, and was immediately interested. Grandfather replied that, in his opinion, being a king meant holding the life and death of his people in his hands. The king continued, emphasizing that his word carries great weight, and one who cares only about his own interests is not worthy of bearing the title of monarch. The grandfather advised his grandson not to rush into making a decision because he still had plenty of time. The king suggested that they return so that the prince would not catch a cold. Gradually night fell. Ain confidently approached the throne. His gaze rested on the throne and he thought. The boy remembered his grandfather's advice and spoke slowly. The prince admitted that he tried to imitate the first king and stubbornly did not allow himself to doubt the correctness of his own decisions. Ain suggested that perhaps the boy was acting only out of self-interest. The girl called out to him from behind. Chris remarked that even after the Demon Lord's stone was elsewhere, it was still dangerous to stay here. The prince apologized and sincerely admitted to her that he himself was not sure if he could become a worthy king. The girl was worried, but despite this, she slowly moved towards the prince. She gently took the prince's hand, pressed it to her heart and said softly, "I trust you with my magic stone." The guy did not hide his surprise. Ain turned to Chris, cautiously asking permission to place her hand on the right side of his chest. The prince did not object, although he did not fully understand the reason. The girl carefully touched him, starting to explain that this was an ancient elven ritual filled with special meaning. The girl said that elves have a magic stone hidden in the right side of their chest, and by touching it, they express their trust and affection for each other. Chris spoke enthusiastically about the prince, assuring him that he was a real miracle, because even in illness and difficulties she would always be by his side. The girl concluded her story with a promise that she would stay by her side even when the prince ascended the throne and became king.